holding this together. And in the end, they just become so ambitious. They're like, I don't care about the state. I'm going to try and make myself ruler of Rome. So, I mean, this is going to culminate, obviously, in Julius Caesar, who does succeed in making himself dictator for life of the Roman Republic, which is tantamount to king, and he gets assassinated for it. But he's the end point of this progression of people who really undermine the institutions of the Republic through their own personal greed.
So the resentment boils and boils and boils, and there's this person that puts themselves
and they exploit it. They're demagogues.
Yeah.
They exploit it.
But Caesar puts himself above the state, and that, I guess, the Roman people also hate.
Well, I mean, it's a love-hate, because Caesar is very successful at playing to the Roman people. So he becomes their hero, where he says, I'll be your champion against the state who doesn't care about you. So Caesar will do things where he'll put on big shows for the people. And it's cynical. I mean, he's doing this to further his own political power. But he's presenting himself as a populist, in essence, even though he aspires to be a dictator, right? But it's a way of winning the people's support, because that's a tool for him in his struggle with other aristocrats.
So a dictator in populist clothing.
Yes.
But he gets...
When convenient. Other times he'll play to the aristocracy.
And when he gets assassinated, another civil war explodes.
It's an interesting moment, because all these things have been leading up to Caesar, and it really is a chain of men. So it starts with this guy, Marius, who was one of the first to start making armies loyal to him rather than to the state. That's a step in the wrong direction, right? The army should be loyal to the state, not to an individual general. They shouldn't look for him to rewards. Marius kind of breaks that, makes a precedent. One of his proteges is a guy named Sulla. Sulla comes along, and he ends up marching on Rome with his army and taking it over. And he says, well, I'm just doing it for the good of the state. But that's another precedent. Now you've had someone attacking their own capital city, even if they say they're doing it for the right reasons. Then Pompey comes along, and Pompey just breaks all kinds of things. He starts holding offices when he's too young to do so. He raises personal armies from his own wealth. He disobeys commands. He manipulates commands. He does all kinds of stuff. But in the end, he sides with the Senate when sort of forced. And finally, Caesar comes along, and Caesar just shamelessly, no, it's about me. I'm going to push it. And he is the one who wins a civil war against the state and Pompey, takes over Rome, and says, now I'm going to be dictator. And dictator is a traditional office in the Roman state, but dictators were limited to no more than 6 months in power. And Caesar says, well, I'll be dictator for life, which, of course, is king. He gets killed for it. So Caesar succeeded in taking over the state as one man, but he couldn't solve the problem. How do you rule Rome as one person and not get killed for looking like a king? That's the dilemma, the riddle that Caesar leaves behind him. He did it. He seized power as one guy, but how do you stay alive? How do you come up with something that the people will accept? And Caesar did some other things which were bad. He was arrogant. He didn't even pretend that the Senate were his equals. He just kind of, railroaded them around. He didn't respect them. He named a month after himself, July, Julius. He did egotistical things. So that pissed people off. They didn't like it. And when Caesar dies, it's this interesting moment. The Republic's sort of dead by then. You're going to have a hard time reviving it. You've broken too many precedents. But there's a power vacuum now. Caesar's gone. What's going to happen next? And you have a whole group of people who want to be the next Caesar. So the most obvious is Mark Antony, who is Caesar's right-hand man, his lieutenant. He's a very good general. He's very charismatic. Everybody kind of expects Mark Antony to just become the next Caesar. But there's also another of Caesar's lieutenants, a guy named Lepidus, sort of like Antony, but not quite as great as him. There's the Senate itself, which wants to reassert its power, kind of become the dominant force in Rome again. There's the assassins who killed Caesar, led by Brutus and another guy, Cassius. They now want to seize control. And finally, there's a really weird dark horse candidate to fill this power vacuum, and that's Julius Caesar's grand nephew, who at the time is a 17-year-old kid named Octavian. Who cares? He's nobody. Absolutely nobody. But when Caesar's will is opened after his death, so posthumously read, in his will, Caesar posthumously, and this is a little weird, posthumously adopts Octavian as his son. Now, again, who cares? Antony gets the troops, Antony gets the money, the other people get everything. What does Octavian get? He gets to now rename himself Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. Who cares? Well, around the Mediterranean, there's about 12 legions full of hardened soldiers who are just kind of used to following a guy named Gaius Julius Caesar. And even though it's not quite logical, this 18-year-old, he's now 18-year-old kid, inherits an army overnight. So he becomes a player in this game for power. And the next 30, 40 years is going to be those groups all vying with one another. There's another candidate too, Pompey's son. Pompey was Caesar's great rival. He has a couple sons, and one of them, a guy named Sextus Pompey, basically becomes a warlord who seizes control of Sicily, one of the richest provinces, has a whole navy. He's vying to be one of these successors too. So for the next 40 years, it's, as you said, another civil war to see which guy emerges. Is it going to be the Senate? Is it going to be the assassins? Is it going to be Antony? Is it going to be Lepidus? Is it going to be Sextus Pompey? Is it going to be Octavian?
So now looking back at all that history, it just feels like history turns on so many interesting accidents, because Octavian, later renamed Augustus, turned out to be actually, depends how you define good, but a good king / emperor, different than Caesar in terms of humility, at least being able to play, not to piss off everybody. But like, it could have been so many other people. It could that could have been the fall of Rome. So it's a fascinating little turn of history. Maybe Caesar saw something in this individual. It's not an accident that he was in the will.
Yeah, I mean, Caesar clearly did see something in him. And Octavian, to cut to the end, is the one who emerges from all that as the victor. We can talk about how he does it, but he's the one who sort of ends up in the same position as Caesar. It takes him 30 years, but he defeats all the foes. He's the sole guy. He now faces Caesar's riddle. How do you rule Rome as one guy and not get killed? And Octavian's, what makes him stand out, what makes him fascinating to me, is he wasn't a good general. He was a terrible general. He lost almost every battle he commanded. But what he is he's politically savvy, and he's very good at what today we would call manipulation of your public image and propaganda. So he basically defeats Mark Antony partially by waging a propaganda war against him. I mean, Antony starts out as a legitimate rival, and there are two Romans vying for power. At the end of this war, propaganda war, Octavian has managed to portray Antony as a foreign aggressor allied with an enemy king or queen, in this case Cleopatra, and who is an official enemy of the Roman state. And that's all propaganda. So he takes what's a civil war and makes it look like a war against a foreign enemy. And when Octavian becomes the sole ruler, he looks at what Caesar did wrong, and he very carefully avoids the same mistakes. So the first thing is just how he lives his life. He's very modest. He lives in an ordinary house like other aristocrats. He wears just a plain toga, nothing fancy. He's respectful to the Senate. He treats them with respect. He eats simple foods. I mean, he's someone who cared about the reality of power, not the external trappings. Clearly, there's some rulers who love, I want to dress in fancy clothes. I want to be surrounded by gold, everything. This is what makes me feel good. Octavian's the opposite. He doesn't care about any of that. He wants real power. And then the other thing is, how is he going to rule Rome without looking like a king? And his solution to this is brilliant. He basically pretends to resign from all his public offices. Not pretends, he does. So he holds no official office. But what he does is he manipulates so that the Roman Senate votes him the powers of the key Roman offices, but not the office itself. So the highest office in the Roman state is the consul. Consuls have the power to command armies, do all sorts of things, run meetings of the Senate. Octavian gets voted the powers of a consul. So he can command armies, control meetings of the Senate, do all this. But he's not one of the two consuls elected for every year. So he's just kind of floating or drifting off to the side of the Roman government, He gets the power of a tribune, which has all sorts of powers. He can veto anything he wants, but he's not one of the tribunes elected for any 1 year. So the state, the republic, appears to continue as it always has. Each year they hold the same elections, they elect the same number of people. Notionally, those people are in charge. But floating off to the side, you have this guy Octavian, who has equivalent power not just to any one magistrate or official, but to all of them. So at any moment, he can just sort of pop up and say, no, let's not do this. Let's do something else. And he also keeps the army under his personal control.
Isn't this a fascinating story? Like, what do you think is the psychology of Augustus, of Octavian?
Yeah, and he later changed his name to Augustus when he sort of becomes first emperor. And the other thing he does is he hides his power behind all these different names. So, Caesar called himself dictator for life, right? So everybody knew what he was. Octavian, we even have a source that talks about it. He says he wondered what to call himself. Do I call myself king? No, you can't do that. Dictator for life? No way. Maybe I'll call myself Romulus. That was the founder of Rome. No, Romulus was a king. And finally, his solution is he takes a bunch of titles, which are all ambiguous, and no one of them sounds that impressive, but collectively they are. So, for example, one of the titles he gets is Augustus, which is something tied to Roman religion. Something that is Augustus in Latin has two possible meanings. One is someone who is Augustus is very pious. They respect the gods deeply. Well, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, on the other hand, an alternative meaning for Augustus is something that is itself divine. So is he just a deeply religious, pious person, or is he himself sacred? There's that ambiguity. He calls himself princeps, which means first citizen. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Am I a citizen just like everybody else, or am I the first citizen, which means I'm superior to all the others? So every title he takes has this weird ambiguity. He calls himself imperator, which is traditionally something that soldiers shout at a victorious general who's won a battle. And now he takes this as a permanent title. So it implies he's a good general. And by the way, it's from imperator that we get the word emperor, an empire. So originally it's a military title, a spontaneous military acclamation.
It's just fascinating that he figured out a way through public image, through branding, to gain power, maintain power, and still pacify the boiling turmoil that led to the civil wars.
Well, two things I think work in his favor as well. One is he brings peace and stability. So by this point, the Romans have experienced 100 years almost of civil war and chaos. So at that point, your family, maybe you had family members die in these wars or been proscribed, your property has been confiscated, who knows what. And here's a guy who brings peace and stability and doesn't seem oppressive or cruel or whatever. So you're like, okay, fine. I don't care. Maybe he's killed the Republic, but at least we're not dying in the streets anymore. So that's a big thing he does. And secondly, even though Augustus always seemed kind of sickly, his constitution, he lives forever. He rules for like 50 years. And by the time he dies, there's no one literally almost left alive who can remember the Republic. So at that point, by the time he dies, this is the only system we know.
That's another just fascinating accident of history, because as we talked about with Alexander the Great, who knows if he lived for another 40 years. If over time the people that hate the new thing die off, and then their sons and come into power, that could be a very different story. Maybe we'll be talking about the Greek Empire.
That's a fluke of fate, but it's hugely influential in history.
You mentioned Cleopatra. If we go back to that, what role did she play? Another fascinating human being.
Cleopatra is interesting. I mean, she was a direct descendant of one of Alexander the Great's generals, Ptolemy. When Alexander's empire had broken up, Ptolemy, this general, had seized control of Egypt, made it his kingdom. And she, 10 generations later, is a descendant of this Macedonian general. So Egypt had been ruled by, in essence, foreigners, these Macedonian dynasty of kings, and often they literally were ruled by the same dynasty because they had a habit of marrying brothers to sisters. And Cleopatra is, in fact, originally married to her younger brother. But despite that, she seems to have intensely identified with Egypt. In fact, she seems to have been the first one of all these Ptolemy kings who actually bothered to learn to speak Egyptian. So she seems to really have cared about Egypt as well. And she was clearly very smart, very clever. And so she's living at a time during the late Republic when Rome is having all these civil wars, and Egypt is really the last big independent kingdom left around the shores of the Mediterranean. Everything else has been conquered by Rome. So she is in this very precarious position where clearly she wants to maintain Egyptian independence, but Rome is this juggernaut that's rolling over everything. And she ends up meeting Julius Caesar when Caesar comes to Egypt chasing Pompey, his great rival. After he defeats Pompey, Pompey runs to Egypt thinking he'll find sanctuary there, and the Egyptians kill him and chop off his head. And when Caesar lands, they hand it to him and say, "Here, have a present." And she, of course, famously ends up having a love affair with Caesar. Was that a genuine love, or was she just sort of, using this as a way to try and keep Egypt independent, to give it some status? We don't know. After she does have several kids with Caesar. After Caesar's assassinated and the Roman world is having another civil war between Octavian and Mark Antony. Mark Antony is basing himself in the East. He meets Cleopatra, and he has a big love affair with her. And this one seems pretty genuine. Antony and Cleopatra, there's a lot of stories about them kind of partying together. They like to sort of cosplay and dress up as different gods. So Cleopatra would dress up as the goddess Isis, and Antony would dress up as the god Dionysus in a leopard skin, and then have these big parties and stuff. And they end up together fighting against Octavian. And in the end, they're defeated by Octavian. And Antony commits suicide. Cleopatra, there's differing accounts of her death. She may have also killed herself, or she may actually have been killed by Octavian to just get her out of the way. But she's an interesting figure because she was clearly a very smart woman who managed to keep Egypt alive as an independent state. She seemed to have actually cared about Egypt and identified with it, and succeeded at a time with all these famous people, in being a real kind of mover and shaker and a force in events.
She's probably one of the most influential women in human history.
She's certainly, again, she's someone that her image is incredibly important.
Yes.
One of the interesting things, the whole question of gender in the Roman world, this gets into Roman sources, but of course it's a heavily male-dominated history. And men and women did not have equality in ancient Rome. It's a male-dominated society. It's misogynist in many ways. But what I'm constantly struck by is when you start, again, delving into the sources, you always hear, there was this one woman who was a philosopher, and she's an exception to the rule. And she's fine. And then you start looking at, and there's also 60 other female philosophers. Well, it's not so much an exception anymore. Or, Cleopatra is the one queen. She's this strong queen. And then you look, there was this other queen here. There was this queen here. There was this queen here who led armies. And here's another one who led armies. And again, it's like, are they exceptions to the rule? Or is just the history that was written, which is written by men, a little bit selective in how it portrays them? Because the sources are all these male elites who have very definite ideas about women. The conventional notion has always been that business in the Roman Empire was a male field. Well, but then there's this woman, Eumachia in Pompeii, who actually had the largest building in Pompeii right on the Forum named after her with a giant statue of her, and she was a patron to a bunch of the most important guilds in Pompeii. Okay, she's the exception to the rule. But then there's these other 4 women we have from Pompeii who also were patrons of guilds. And then there's this woman, Plancia Magna, in this other place. And she was the most important patron in the town and put up all these statues. So at some point, when you start to say, maybe women did play more of a role, but they just haven't been recorded in the sources in the way that maybe they deserve to be.
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. Is it the bias of society, or is it the bias of the historian? The bias of the society that the historian is writing about it, or the bias of the actual historian? And
the bias of the historians who have written history up to this point. Yeah. I was just writing a lecture which was about this woman, Musa, who is a crazy story, and she ties into Augustus, actually. Augustus, his biggest diplomatic triumph that he boasted about constantly was that about 50 years before him, the Romans had sent an expedition into Parthia, this neighboring kingdom, led by Crassus, and they'd gotten wiped out. So it was this big disaster, military disaster. And the standards of the Roman legions, the eagles that each Roman legion carried, had been captured by the Parthians. And this is the most humiliating thing that can happen to a Roman legion, to have its eagles captured. And Augustus desperately wanted to negotiate with the Parthians to get these eagles returned. Okay, this was his big diplomatic thing. So he was constantly sending these embassies to Parthia. On one of these embassies, he sent along as a gift to the Parthian king a slave woman named Musa. Musa seems to have pleased the king of Parthia because she becomes one of his concubines. And then she gives birth to a son by the king, and eventually she becomes upgraded to the level of wife. And Musa eventually murders the Parthian king, arranges it so that her son becomes the king of Parthia, and she's really ruling the whole empire behind the scenes as his mother. So this is a literal rags to riches story of a slave, someone who starts out a slave and becomes the queen of an empire almost as large and powerful as Rome. Okay? But yet, how often do we hear about Musa? And when you look in traditional histories of Roman-Parthian relations, I went and looked at this because I was just writing this lecture. Most of those histories didn't even mention her. They just talked about her son, like he had just come out of nowhere and become the new heir to the Parthian throne, when it was all her doing, clearly. Now, that's selective editing of history by historians to downplay the role that this woman played. And there's a lot of examples like that.
That's fascinating.
She got overthrown after a few years. There was a revolution against her. We don't know what happened to her then. But she's a really interesting figure. Oh, and by the way, Augustus did negotiate the return of the Parthian standards and got them back. And he was so proud of this that this is what he constantly boasted about. And the most famous statue of Augustus, the Augustus from Prima Porta, which is in the Vatican today, he's wearing a breastplate. And on the breastplate, right in the middle of the stomach, is a Parthian handing over a golden eagle legionary standard to a Roman. So this is what Augustus thought of as his greatest achievement. And that embassy that arranged that was the one that sent Musa to Parthia.
So Augustus marks the start of the Roman Empire.
Yep.
You've written that Octavian Augustus would become Rome's first emperor, and the political system that he created would endure for the next half a millennium. This system would become the template for countless later empires up through the present day, and he would become the model emperor against whom all subsequent ones would be measured. The culture and history of the Mediterranean basin, the Western world, and even global history itself were all profoundly shaped and influenced by the actions and legacy of Octavian. He was the founder of the Roman Empire, and we still live today in the world that he created. So what, on the political side of things, and maybe beyond, what is the political system that he created?
Well, I mean, I think Octavian / Augustus is the same guy, is one of the most influential people in history because he did found the Roman Empire. So he's the one who oversaw this transition to the Republic Empire, and he sets the template which every future emperor follows. So just in the most obvious way, for the next either 500 or 1500 years, depending how long you think the Roman Empire lasted for, everyone is trying to be Augustus. They all take on the same titles. Every Roman emperor after him is Caesar Augustus, Imperator, Pater Patrae, all these titles he has, they take too. And so he's hugely influential for Western civilization, all this. But beyond just that literal thing, which is already 500 years, 1500 years, he becomes the paradigm of the good ruler. So of an absolute ruler who is nevertheless sort of just, does good things, builds public works, is popular. So if we jump ahead, let's say, to the Middle Ages, the most significant ruler of the early Middle Ages is Charlemagne, right? He's the guy who unites most of Europe. He becomes the paradigm for all medieval kings after him. Well, what is the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne? Because there's this famous moment when the Pope acknowledges Charlemagne as the preeminent European king and crowns him on Christmas Day of the year 800. And the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne is Charles, that's Charlemagne, Augustus, Emperor of the Romans. He's giving him the title of Augustus because that's the nicest thing he can think of to say to Charlemagne is to say, you're the new Augustus, you're Emperor of the Romans.
Yeah.
So that image is hugely powerful. And that persists on and on. I mean, even the literal names of most rulers afterwards come from this. In Russia, the czars are Caesars. That's where czar comes from. Prince comes from princeps, first citizen, one of the titles. Emperor comes from imperator, one of the titles of Augustus. When Napoleon becomes emperor, what does he call himself? First consul, which is kind of like princeps. And then he calls himself emperor. I mean, everybody wants to be this kind of ruler. So he's the paradigm of this for the rest of history. And you can see that as both a positive and a negative legacy. It's kind of like Alexander. I mean, everybody wants to be the next Alexander. Now, nobody does become the next Alexander. Nobody's as successful as him, but a lot of people try. And you can see that either as, inspirational or awful, because lots of people killed lots of other people and started lots of wars trying to be the next Alexander. At least Augustus has this notion of good rulership, that you're not just a great, powerful person, but you're a good ruler somehow.
Can you speak to the kind of political system he created? So, how did he consolidate power, as you spoke to a bit already? And what role did the Senate now play? How were the laws? Who was the executive? How was power allocated? So on.
Yeah, so once the empire begins, let's say 27 BC, so in 31 BC, Octavian defeats Antony at the Battle of Actium. So that's kind of the moment he becomes the sole ruler. And then in 27 BC, a couple years later, he settles the Roman Republic, is how it's referred to, which basically sets up a system. And in this system, on the surface, it all looks the same. You still have a Senate. Each year, there's elections. All the Roman citizens vote. They elect magistrates who notionally are in charge of Rome. But, as I mentioned, off to the side, you now have this figure of Augustus, who sort of controls everything behind the scenes. And that continues. So this political system he establishes continues. And in reality, I would say Augustus at that point is again a king. It really is one man controlling the state, even if notionally it's still continuing as a republic. They are electing magistrates, but the magistrates only do what the emperor tells them, right? But it's this sort of formal versus informal power. The formal structure is a republic. The way things really work informally is it's a monarchy. Now, if you asked Augustus, what did he do? Did you become a king? He said, and he says this explicitly, no. What I did is I refounded the Roman Republic. That's how he phrases it.
Yeah, this guy's good at framing.
He's so good at propaganda. I'll give you one more example that I love. Augustus actually writes his own autobiography, which is very rare and survives. So here we have the autobiography of one of the pivotal figures in history. And if you had conquered the world, let's say, starting at the age of 18, what would you call your autobiography? It'd be something like, How I Conquered the World, right? Augustus calls his the Res Gestae, which the best sort of literal translation is Stuff I Did. I mean, it's the most modest title for someone who could have given the most grandiose title. And the first line of it is, at the age of 18, when the liberty of the republic was oppressed by a faction, I defended it. Now, the way I might phrase that sentence is, at the age of 18, I fought a civil war against another Roman and conquered the Roman state. But no, he defended the liberty of the republic when it was oppressed by the tyranny of a faction. That's propaganda. And it works.
It is propaganda, but is there a degree to which he also lived it? That kind of humility, establishing that humility is the standard of the way government operates. So it's not a literal direct balance of power, but it's sort of a cultural balance of power where the emperor is not supposed to be a bully and a dictator.
I would really like to know what Romans of his time thought. Like, if you were alive at that moment, would you honestly believe, okay, we've got this guy Augustus, but he's brought peace. He's just kind of keeping in charge for a while till things settle down. We've just had 100 years of civil war. I think we still have a republic. Or would you say, yeah, we have a king now? And I don't know what the answer to that is. I will tell you that it takes 200 years before we have the first Roman source that bluntly calls Augustus a king. So 200 years. It takes the Romans 200 years themselves. That's a guy who comes along 200 years later and says, hey, Augustus, he looks like a king, he acts like a king, let's just call him a king, because he had every aspect of a king except the paltry title.
Maybe I'm buying his propaganda, and maybe I'm a sucker for humility, but I suspect that the Romans bought it. And I also suspect he himself believed it. I mean, there is such thing as good kings, right? There's kings that understand the downside, the dark side of absolute power, and can wield that power properly.
And you know, to give sort of both sides here, Augustus wasn't all nice. I mean, there were moments where he was extremely cruel. So early in his career, when he's still fighting, when he's for power, or he goes all in on prescriptions, which is where he and Antony and other people basically post lists of their enemies and say it's legal for anyone to kill these people. And so hundreds are massacred there, including Cicero, the great orator, is prescribed and killed. There's moments when he's really cruel. One slave once gets him angry and he has him tortured in a particularly sort of cruel manner. So, I mean, on the one hand, he had this clemency. On the other hand, he could be really hard-nosed and hard-edged. And I think he was a very calculating person.
Yeah. So the thing I would love to know is what he was actually like behind the mask.
Yes. I mean, that to me is one of those, like, if you could invite a historical person to dinner or whatever, I want to know what the real Augustus was, what he really thought he was doing, because he's an enigma. And he has this great moment when he dies, right? What's his dying lines on his deathbed? He says, if I've played my part well, dismiss me from the stage with applause. So he's seeing himself as an actor, that his whole life was acting this role, which is, again, all that manipulation and public image. He was brilliant at that, but who's the real guy? What was behind that image?
And by the way, as long as we're talking about brutality, I think you mentioned in a few places that there's a lot of brutality going on at the time with Caesar, just killing very large numbers of people brutally.
I mean, Caesar, his campaigns in Gaul are interesting because for a long time they were held up as, genius general, look at the amazing things he did. But another way to view it is he provoked, and he truly provoked, a war with people who were not that interested in fighting Rome and just repeatedly attacked different tribes for the sole purpose of building up his career, his prestige, his status, gaining territory, making himself wealthier. And he basically conquers all of modern France and Belgium and some of Switzerland. So this is, a big chunk of Europe gets conquered, hundreds of thousands of people killed, hundreds of thousands of people enslaved to further one guy's career. I mean, if you wanted, could call Caesar a war criminal. And I think that wouldn't be unfair. But on the other hand, some people see him as a great hero. I mean, to talk about history and its reception, it's quite interesting to see how Caesar has been viewed by different generations. So at different points in time, the sort of, received wisdom on Caesar is very different. So back in the, let's say the 1920s or 30s, there were a number of scholarly things written which kind of looked at Caesar as an admirable figure. He's a strong man who knows what Rome needed and, was going to give it to them. And of course, that's the era when fascism was kind of trendy and was seen as a positive thing. And then you get, Hitler and World War II, and all of a sudden fascism's not so favored anymore. And then in that post-war generation, all of a sudden Caesar's terrible. He's a dictator. He's destroying the republic. So, often histories that are written tell you a lot more about the time they're written than they do about the subject they're written about.
Do we know, what did Hitler or Stalin think about the Roman Empire?
I mean, certainly they borrow a lot of the trappings. I mean, Nazi Germany borrows a lot of iconography from ancient Rome. They carried around little military standards with eagles on them, just like the Romans. But then everybody does that. I mean, the U.S. has eagles as their standards. Mussolini had them. Napoleon had eagle standards for his, military. So a lot of people like that imagery.
You mentioned Cicero. He's a fascinating figure. On the topic of Roman oratory, who was Cicero?
Cicero was a new man, so he's someone who didn't have famous ancestors. So he was at a disadvantage. And I think Cicero is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is he wrote an incredible amount. I think we have almost more words from Cicero than any other author that survived. And it's all kinds of stuff. It's philosophical treatises. It's books about how to be a good public speaker. He published, volume after volume of his personal letters to his friends. He published these things. So there's tons of stuff from it. And secondly, he's interesting because he lived at this incredibly important time in the late Republic when things were falling apart. But he seems to have been born with none of the natural advantages that all these other people had. So he was a lousy general. He didn't come from a wealthy family. He didn't come from a famous aristocratic family. He didn't have a lot of these advantages, but yet he ended up being right at the center of things, rose to the highest elected office in the Roman state on the basis of one skill, and that was his ability with words, his ability to get up in front of a crowd and persuade them of what he wanted them to believe. And oratory, public speaking, was absolutely central to life at Rome. There were just all these events where people had to get up and give speeches. So in courtrooms, at funerals, in the Senate, to the people of Rome, at games. I mean, just constantly there are these opportunities for giving speeches. So if you were good at this, that was a huge advantage in your political career. And Cicero was the best. He was arguably the best public speaker of all time, some people claim. And he lived right in this era, and he parlayed that skill with words into this very successful political career. He was one of the guys involved with all this stuff with Caesar and Pompey and all the other things going on, Octavian, Mark Antony.
And you've written, which is fascinating. It's fascinating when the echoes of people from a distant past are seen today. The same stuff that's seen today. Not just like some of the beautiful legal stuff that we've been talking about, but the tricks, let's say the shitty stuff we see in politics. So many of the rhetorical tricks you wrote, such as mudslinging, exaggeration, guilt by association, ad hominem attacks, name calling, fear mongering, us versus them, rhyme, and so on and so forth. Well, so I'm guessing it worked, given that we still have those today.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things Cicero did is he wrote at least 3 of these sort of handbooks about how to be a good public speaker. So we know a lot about that. We have his own speeches that survive, and then we have later people after Cicero who wrote about what Cicero did too. So we know a lot about what he did. And the key to Cicero's whole enterprise about persuading an audience, let's say either in a speech to the people or in the courtroom, is Cicero believed that people are fundamentally ruled by emotion. So if you can touch their emotions, all sorts of other things become less important. If you can get a jury emotionally worked up and fear, anger are particularly powerful there, then the facts might not matter, the truth might not matter, evidence might not matter, reason might not matter. Emotion is the key to everything. So Cicero used what I would arguably call a lot of tricks to get his audiences emotionally riled up. And you can just go through these. They're all the stuff you were saying, name calling, mudslinging, us versus them arguments, ad hominem attacks. Incredibly sophisticated. All the stuff that we think of today as, very sophisticated techniques for, propaganda and persuasion. It's not new. People aren't coming up with that much that's new outside the realm of technology. Human nature is the same. Cicero understood human psychology. He knew how to play on people. He knew how to play on their emotions. And he would do I want to say hilarious, but they're sort of depressingly hilarious things. Like he thought it's important to use props. So he said, people are visual. They will respond emotionally to visual things in a way that just words alone won't work. So he says, an orator is just like an actor. And like an actor, he has to prepare his stage and use props and things as, visual cues to stir up the audience. So, for example, once he was defending a man in a court case who had just had a new baby born to him, And Cicero literally delivered the defense oration for this guy while cradling his newborn son in his arms. You know, you can imagine, oh, cute little baby, jury, how could you find him guilty and leave this cute baby without a father to take care of him? Another time, he was defending a guy who had a photogenic son, kind of a young boy. And Cicero literally propped up the kid behind him while he was giving the speech. And again said, look at his eyes brimming with tears, thinking about his father, you know, being punished. How could you leave this wonderful boy without, you know, a father to care for him? Another time, someone didn't have photogenic kids, so he propped up his old parents in the courtroom and said, look at this nice old couple. You won't want to take their son away. You know, that kind of stuff. I mean, it's manipulative. Cicero, by the way, I should say, also had philosophical beliefs about defending the republic and such, but he wasn't above using these things. So even though he may have had altruistic or high notions of, you know, what he was doing, he also wasn't above using these kind of rhetorical tricks.
And also, you mentioned to me that you studied the gestures they used.
Yeah,
like this is one of those, like on the theme of extremely interesting details of life.
This was actually my dissertation, and it was my first book as well.
That's amazing.
Again, I tell you, I like practical stuff, and this all started with, I kept reading about people like Cicero giving speeches, okay, in ancient Rome, lots of speeches, and they would give a speech in the forum with 10, 20,000 people. And the thought occurred to me, well, in ancient Rome, you don't have microphones. You don't have loudspeakers. So how does someone give a speech outdoors in a windy place, not acoustically sound to 20,000 people? They just can't hear you. And the answer, part of the answer, it turns out, part of it's oratorical training. You learn how to project your voice. But some of it, too, is that the Romans actually had this system of gestures that orators like Cicero would use to accompany their speeches. And what I ended up doing is combining two types of evidence again. So I looked at the rhetorical handbooks like Cicero's, and also there's this guy Quintilian who lived about 100 years after Cicero, who wrote this long thing called the Institutio Oratoria, which has a description of all types of oratorical stuff, including about 40 pages on gestures. So he actually says, when you put your fingers like this, it means such and such. And it turns out Roman orators had a system of sign language that they would use to augment their speeches. But here's the fun part. It wasn't like modern American Sign Language, where a gesture means the same thing as a word. Instead, and this goes back to Cicero, a certain gesture would indicate a certain emotion that you were meant to feel when you heard the words. So it's like your body is adding an emotional gloss to your speech. You're saying words, and then you're indicating how you think those words should make you feel. And even more fun, the Romans believed that if I make certain hand gestures, you will almost involuntarily feel certain emotions. So if you're skilled, you can manipulate your audience by playing on their emotions. And this might sound, kind of weird or improbable, but the metaphor that Cicero himself uses is he says, think about music. Everybody knows that certain musical tones will make you feel a certain way. So, think of movies today. In a horror movie, they're going to play strident, tense music. In a romantic scene, you're going to have strings, and it'll make you feel a certain way. When you hear the Jaws theme, you feel tense, right? Cicero said the orator's body is like a lyre. A lyre is a musical instrument, and you have to learn to play on your own body as a musical instrument to affect the emotions of your audience.
I think he might be onto something, especially given how central public speaking was to them in Roman culture.
And a lot of the Roman oratorical gestures, like I could probably do some, and you could probably guess what emotion they're meant to be. So, for example, there's one where like you hold up your hands to the side and kind of push like this. So this is the gesture, and what that means is kind of mild aversion. I don't like something. Now, if I couple this with turning my face to the side, so pushing off to one side, turning my face away, it's a strong aversion. That's like fear or something. If I clench my fist and press it to my chest, that's anger or grief. If I slap my thigh, again, that's an indication of anger. So a lot of these make sense. I mean, they're kind of natural gestures. Now, some are really weird and artificial. One of my favorite of these is if you like hold your hand up open and then curl the fingers in one by one and then flip it out. So this sort of thing, that to the Romans meant wonder, which you sort of see. But again, if you've been raised in a societal context where you're used to the notion that this gesture means this emotion, when someone does it, you're probably going to feel that emotion.
It's like memes today. It
Yes.
goes viral.
You know what it's supposed to mean,
Percolates
and
through
it
the
has that
culture.
effect.
It has power. I mean, and it's actually interesting that we don't use gestures as much in modern day.
Well, I mean, for me, I just love analyzing modern political figures in terms of their body language.
Yes, yeah.
Because how you deliver a speech is often more important than what you say. In fact, in the ancient world, the most famous Greek orator was a guy named Demosthenes. And once a guy came up to Demosthenes and said, Demosthenes, tell me, what are the 3 most important things in giving a speech? And Demosthenes...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to tell you about one really interesting moment in the year 1755 when a great scholar named the Chida met another remarkable scholar from Bordeaux. It's a really fascinating story, and it's got a little bit of humor. Here it is. So first of all, who was the Chida? That's an abbreviation for his name, Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azurai, who was an incredibly important scholar who lived in the years 1724 to 1806.
Very true. When my mother and father separated when I was about 2, my mother took me and my older sister Deborah back to Oklahoma, and we were raised there in a town called Tahlequah, which is the capital of Cherokee Nation. And so we went to school there from grade school through junior high school, graduated high school, and so it was kind of it was kind of a clash of 2 worlds, as a child growing up and seeing both sides of, Western culture, Western society, and then on the other hand, the spending time on the reservation. My great-grandparents were still alive at the time when I would make visits up to the reservation, and so we were steeped in the culture of the Navajo people.
Is the iPhone 16 Pro actually better than the 16? The first upgrade for the Pro models is the slightly larger displays at 6.3 and this one, which is 6.9 inches. Where the base models offer this 6.1 inch size and a larger 6.7 inch size. The Pro models also come with much slimmer bezels, 120 Hz displays, and if you ever use your phone at night, this can go all the way down to 1 nit of brightness. And the second major change on the Pro models is everything to do with the camera. You have a much larger main sensor on the Pro models, a 48 megapixel ultra-wide camera, and this 5 times telephoto camera, where the iPhone 16 doesn't even have a telephoto.
The 16 Pro also gets this really cool flashlight. You can adjust the beam size and the brightness. Where on the base 16, you can only adjust the brightness.
There's also the LiDAR scanner to help out with portraits, but all the key features like the capture button and Apple Intelligence are coming to both models. Is the iPhone 16 Pro actually better than the 16? The first upgrade for the Pro models is the slightly larger displays at 6.3 and this one, which is 6.9 inches. Where the base models offer this 6.1 inch size and a larger 6.7 inch size. The Pro models also come with much slimmer bezels, 120 Hz displays, and if you ever use your phone at night, this can go all the way down to 1 nit of brightness. And the second major change on the Pro models is everything to do with the camera. You have a much larger main sensor on the Pro models, a 48 megapixel ultra-wide camera, and this 5 times telephoto camera, where the iPhone 16 doesn't even have a telephoto camera.
The 16 Pro also gets this really cool flashlight where you can adjust the beam size and the brightness. Where on the base 16, you can only adjust the brightness.
There's also the LiDAR scanner to help out with portraits, but all the key features like the capture button and Apple Intelligence are coming to both models. Is the iPhone 16 Pro actually better than the 16? The first upgrade for the Pro models is the slightly larger displays at 6.3 and this one, which is 6.9 inches. Where the base models offer this 6.1 inch size and a larger 6.7 inch size. The Pro models also come with much slimmer bezels, 120 Hz displays, and if you ever use your phone at night, this can go all the way down to 1 nit of brightness. And the second major change on the Pro models is everything to do with the camera. You have a much larger main sensor on the Pro models, a 48 megapixel ultra-wide camera, and this 5 times telephoto camera, where the iPhone 16 doesn't even have a telephoto camera.
The 16 Pro also gets this really cool flashlight where you can adjust the beam size and the brightness. Where on the base 16, you can only adjust the brightness.
There's also the LiDAR scanner to help out with portraits, but all the key features like the capture button and Apple Intelligence are coming to both models. Is the iPhone 16 Pro actually better than the 16? The first upgrade for the Pro models is the slightly larger displays at 6.3 and this one, which is 6.9 inches. Where the base models offer this 6.1 inch size and a larger 6.7 inch size. The Pro models also come with much slimmer bezels, 120 Hz displays, and if you ever use your phone at night, this can go all the way down to 1 nit of brightness. And the second major change in the Pro models is everything to do with the camera. You have a much larger main sensor on the Pro models, a 48 megapixel ultra-wide camera, and this 5 times telephoto camera, where the iPhone 16 doesn't even have a telephoto camera.
The 16 Pro also gets this really cool flashlight where you can adjust the beam size and the brightness, where on the base 16 you can only adjust the brightness.
There's also the LiDAR scanner to help out with portraits, but all the key features like the capture button and Apple Intelligence are coming to both models. Is the iPhone 16 Pro actually better than the 16? The first upgrade for the Pro models is the slightly larger displays at 6.3 and this one, which is 6.9 inches. Where the base models offer this 6.1 inch size and a larger 6.7 inch size. The Pro models also come with much slimmer bezels, 120 Hz displays, and if you ever use your phone at night, this can go all the way down to 1 nit of brightness. And the second major change in the Pro models is everything to do with the camera. You have a much larger main sensor on the Pro models, a 48 megapixel ultra-wide camera, and this 5 times telephoto camera, where the iPhone 16 doesn't even have a telephoto camera.
The 16 Pro also gets this really cool flashlight where you can adjust the beam size and the brightness, where on the base 16 you can only adjust the brightness.
There's also the LiDAR scanner to help out with portraits, but all the key features like the capture button and Apple Intelligence are coming to both models. The first upgrade for the Pro models is the slightly larger displays at 6.3 and this one, which is 6.9 inches. The base models offer this 6.1 inch size and a larger 6.7 inch size. The Pro models also come with much slimmer bezels, 120 Hz displays, and if you ever use your phone at night, this can go all the way down to 1 nit of brightness. And the second major change in the Pro models is everything to do with you have a much larger main sensor on the Pro models, a 48 megapixel ultra-wide camera, and this
always get to dry when you're applying those techniques and stuff, especially when it comes to the paranormal supernatural. It can be apples and oranges when it comes to the investigation of these phenomena. You had some brushes with unusual phenomena early on before you became a cop, right? That's true. Growing up, I had a couple of experiences high school age and later on college age of first-hand experiences with some of these phenomena. Share with me one experience that I had was I had come home from college. I had gone to college in Kansas, and I was in the break time working on the navigation, making some money, and I had come home one summer night. I went to the movies one night and watched a Stephen King movie called Maximum Overdrive. And growing up, I was really, I loved hard rock and heavy metal music, and this particular movie had the soundtrack by the band AC/DC. And so I went to the movies, and I got out after that midnight. Well, when I got out into the lobby area, there was an elderly man sitting on a bench, and this man had to be close to, his mid-80s or almost 90 years old. He was very elderly, so I struck up a conversation with him, and he asked for a ride home in the same town that I lived in. So I said, sure, I'll give you a ride home. And I took him and I dropped him off. And as I dropped him off, I turned the car around and started back on this long stretch of highway. And out of the passenger side of the vehicle, on the
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This is the first in a series of very short, brief videos that looks at the question, what is a synagogue? And our first topic is, it is a place of prayer. Where does this term synagogue come from? It's Greek, and it means basically to gather together. That's a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, or literally a house of entrance, meaning a place where many people come in to gather together. This is one of the great gifts of the Jewish people to the broader world, because this institution of the synagogue, which really began with the Jews, was later widely imitated, in particular by Christianity and Islam, so that if you go not only to your local neighborhood synagogue on Saturday morning, but if you go to a mosque on Friday or a church on Sunday. You are really going to an institution which was based on an early Jewish innovation. A synagogue is distinct from the temple, right? In ancient Jewish history, we have the central location of worship, the Beit HaMikdash, a permanent settlement of the temporary traveling tabernacle that's described in the Torah. That was called the Mishkan. And during the ancient period, all other kind of sacrificial altars that may have been set up for individual families across the land of Israel were phased out as this central location for worship was established. But the synagogue is quite different. The synagogue is not trying to compete with the temple. The synagogue is kind of like, we're too far away from the temple and we still have a desire to express our need for closeness to God, and we need some kind of place to do that. When did this beautiful institution start? Well, according to the Midrash, Yalkut Shimoni, number 408, this institution is ascribed all the way back to Moses. We see this argument also mentioned in the first century historian Josephus, and even in Christian sources, there's an attribution of this institution to Moses. There's a lot of interesting literary suggestions that the institution of the synagogue was widespread by the 6th century before the Common Era, when the land of Israel was conquered by the Babylonians, and many of the Jewish population were exiled all the way back to Babylonia, and they set up some kind of houses of worship over there, longing for their far-off home in the land of Israel. We see this referred to in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 11, verse 16, in which God says through the prophet, I will be for them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they are come. The Hebrew is lemikdash ma'at, right? A small sanctuary. And this certainly encapsulates the idea of what a synagogue should be. There are interesting passages in the Talmud that talk about ancient synagogues from this period, one in particular called Shaf Yativ, which was built in part by pulling together some of the ruined bricks from the first temple itself, brought to Babylonia and used in the construction of another temple. And so the idea is that the synagogues today represent some little part of that ancient tradition of the temple itself. It's not hard to imagine why the synagogue would be especially associated with the diaspora. The great distances that often separated diaspora communities from the center in Jerusalem meant that, Jews wanted an outlet to express their desire to become closer to God. And so creating a special location that is designated as a place of sanctity, that seems to make a lot of sense. So we see synagogues popping up all over the diaspora. And over the course of these series of brief videos, I hope to show you some of the gorgeous examples of synagogue art and architecture where Jews focus their thoughts and express them in a concrete manner to allow this function to take place. It's true that other functions were layered on top of the synagogue, but the central function was certainly one of prayer. So thank you very much for watching, and here's a brief message from my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Trump.
After hearing that incredible perspective from Dr. Abramson about what community means, the centrality of the synagogue in Jewish life throughout the ages, come and join us as we celebrate our shul, our community, Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst. And we celebrate two very special couples, Dr. Abramson and his wife Ilana, together with our young couple, Alan and Gila Goldberg, on February 12th, 2022, as we celebrate special people in a special community. See you there.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to the second in a series of short videos that I've prepared to commemorate my synagogue, Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst, and to promote our upcoming annual dinner. Today, I'd like to answer the question, what is a synagogue? With the response, it is a place of kindness. In the first video, we talked about the synagogue as a place of prayer, but the synagogue actually serves a very, very useful purpose as a communal gathering space. Bear in mind that especially in pre-modern Europe, it was not so common to have like large public spaces that could be easily rented for communal functions. I mean, especially if you're living in a ghetto with very, very constricted space requirements and people living in multi-story apartments, such as in Venice, for example. So having a free space that can be designated for communal meetings and for communal discussions and for communal activism is very, very useful. And that's the service that the synagogue often provided for the Jewish community. This is especially true in not only in ghettos, but also in shtetls, in the small villages that dotted Eastern Europe, where the level of wealth might be such that the only communal space available would be the synagogue. And as such, the synagogue serves as an extremely useful logistical starting point for all kinds of community organizations, so-called chevras, or committees, which deal with everything from providing dowries for poor brides to taking care of orphans and widows and the travelers, and providing for education and providing for all kinds of needs of the community. These would be typically organized within the synagogue walls. The Talmud in Tractate Megillah does place restrictions on what can be done in a synagogue. It has a level of sanctity, so it can't be used, for example, as a place to organize, the conducting of business, or to take advantage of the large open space to hang laundry or something like that. One can't even, for example, take a shortcut through a synagogue. If you want to get from one street to another street, and the synagogue has doors on both streets, you can't just cut through the synagogue. But for the most part, synagogues in medieval Europe in particular were frequently used for all kinds of communal activities to benefit the community as a whole. It's certainly appropriate to use the synagogue for charitable purposes, to organize charities and things like that. I'd like to have a look at one particular synagogue that I find incredibly beautiful, that really encapsulates this tremendous value of the synagogue as the beating heart of the community. Let's look at the synagogue of Gwoździec, which is in Poland, and you can see from this map here, it's just a little bit east of Krakow. And when you look at photographs from when it existed, it was unfortunately destroyed by the Nazis in 1941. It had kind of like a barn-like appearance. I mean, it was a little bit more majestic on the outside because it had this sort of pagoda-like architecture, but it really didn't give any sense as to the tremendous beauty that was within this wooden synagogue. I'd like to say two things about this remarkable synagogue. First of all, like many of the wooden synagogues that were constructed throughout the villages that dotted Eastern Europe, the simple, almost barn-like exterior was a disguise really for a far more opulent and inviting interior. The exterior hid an ingenious internal cupola. You can look at this cross-section here, was actually like a totally distinct interior. When you were looking at it from the outside, it looked like a rather large kind of, but simplistic, somewhat ramshackle structure. But when you walked inside, you felt the grandeur of this curving, gently sloping architecture that directed the eyes heavenward. And that must have been an absolutely incredible experience. The second thing is that many of these wooden synagogues had their internal cupolas, and in fact all of the walls richly decorated with luscious colors and representations of ideas in the Torah and the Talmud and so on, particularly the zodiac, as we shall see in a minute. Now, the black and white photographs we have from Gwoździec do little to really give us a sense of what this experience must have been like. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working with Al Barry of Florida Atlantic University and director Carl Hirsch on a documentary video looking at the lost wooden synagogues that were destroyed by the Nazis in Eastern Europe. And here's a short clip of a look at one of those synagogue ceilings, specifically a zodiac, with a much younger me describing the experience of walking in there. The narration is by the great Theodore Bickel.
The central design was an enormous zodiac calendar, a common motif in wooden synagogue paintings.
When a Jew would walk into the synagogue and would behold all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, he or she would get a sense of the rhythm of the entire Jewish year and its associations with the various festivals that would be celebrated under each of the symbols of the zodiac.
Each sign of the zodiac was surrounded by quotes from scripture and prayers. In this picture of the constellation of Shvat, the well or bucket part of the text pleads for mercy and for news of the coming Messiah.
Although the synagogue of Gwozdets was destroyed, it was recreated in a museum in Warsaw. A very beautiful recreation, as you can see here in these photographs, that really capture this kind of like Persian carpet quality into the richness of the imagery and the text that surrounds the worshiper as they go into the synagogue. And you can imagine that the Jews who gathered in the synagogue midweek to deal with much more secular concerns, like, for example, how are they going to fund the school system this year? And how are they going to, provide for Hannah's dowry and things like that? They must have been infused with a tremendous sense of holiness as they sat under these remarkable decorations in this internal kapora. And this is one of the reasons why my wife Ilana and I are so proud to be enthusiastic supporters of Young Israel Door and Cedarhurst, because it, like many shuls throughout the world, encapsulates the value of chesed, of kindness. And although there are multiple minyanim that occur throughout the day, and it is first and foremost a place of prayer, it really is a tremendous place of chesed, where there's a phenomenal amount of community organization that goes on, a food bank that's especially important to my wife and myself, and blood drives, and support for needy members of our community and the communities that surround us, and Israel. It's really a phenomenal place. I'm very, very enthusiastic about it. I hope that you will join us at the dinner this February. And here's a message from our Young Leadership Awardees.
Alan and I are so honored that the shul chose us to be the Young Leadership Awardees at this year's dinner.
Please join us if you haven't already signed up. Motzei Shabbos, February 12th, 2022. It's going to be a great evening to celebrate our community and our shul. The more people there, the better it is. If you haven't made your reservations, there's plenty of time. And if you have, good job.
Hello and welcome to the third in a series of videos I'm preparing for my synagogue, Young Israel of Door and Cedarhurst, in connection with our annual upcoming dinner. And, I've been asking the question, what is a shul? And today's response is going to be, it is a place of rejoicing. We should certainly not discount the role that communal celebrations play in the development of a cohesive national identity that helped preserve the Jews through their long diaspora. And the synagogue was a key element in providing a place where Jews could get together to celebrate not only, lifestyle celebrations like baby namings and brit milah and weddings and so on, but also the calendrical celebrations, the holiday cycle and so on. And in that context, I'd like to take a quick visit to one of the most fascinating synagogues of the ancient world, that of Dura Europos. Now, have a look at this map here. This is where it's located, on the Euphrates River, not too far from the Talmudic city of Nahar Da, but it's a rather unusual association with the ancient period because it was actually lost for about 1,700 years. Here's an aerial view of Dura Europos, and this is especially fascinating because the entire city was basically lost until the 20th century, when it was accidentally discovered by a British military patrol just digging out places in connection with the post-World War I era. This city, which was known in the ancient world, it was destroyed in the year 256 by the King Shapur I of the Sassanid Empire. This is, by the way, for those of you familiar with the Talmud, the famous Shvur Malka. And when it was discovered, it was actually preserved in a remarkable condition. The reason for this is because the Romans, who were trying to defend this eastern outpost from the Sassanid Persians, had actually taken all of the buildings that were by the wall in particular, ripped off their roofs, and filled them with desert sand as an attempt to fortify the city against the invaders. This was to no avail, but it actually had a really interesting consequence for Jews in that the Dura Europos synagogue, which was located right by the city walls, was remarkably preserved, especially its gorgeous 29 panels of wall paintings. We know that the synagogue was constructed in the year 245 of the Common Era because, of course, there's a plaque that mentions the names of the donors, right? This is one of the great things about Jewish archaeology, is that the synagogues always have plaques, right? Those inscriptions tell us a lot of things about the synagogue. So let's have a look at that synagogue now. Here you can see the western wall, which has the Aron Kodesh on it. Of course, it is the western wall because we are on the east side of Jerusalem. Here in America, we tend to put our Aron Kodesh on the eastern side to face Jerusalem. And you can just get a sense of what it must have been like to walk into this building with these amazing paintings that covered literally every inch of the wall space. And because of the sand, it was actually preserved for 1,700 years. No light entered in to fade the paintings, although we can see levels of renovation work where some paintings were painted over and slightly adjusted and so on. There's just incredible effervescence and energy in these paintings. Here's a beautiful scene of the temple, and you can see that the figure third from the top right is clearly labeled in Greek as Aaron the priest, and this amazing mural that shows scenes in the life of Moses, which also indicates, fascinatingly, that the Jews of Dura Europos apparently had no compunction about portraying the images of women's faces. Here's a glorious multi-figure representation of the Jews crossing the Red Sea with Moses shown in several figures. You can notice here, by the way, that the artist clearly has, in some cases, there apparently are two distinct artists that are demonstrated here. One shows very Roman influence, or rather Hellenistic influence, and a lot of the figures are shown in togas, and the other seems to have much more Persian influence, a lot of Persian-type clothing and so on. And you see battle scenes going on in Dura Europos, and here's one of my favorites. This is a great image of the humiliation of Haman, who is shown here, who obviously has lost his pants somehow, and he is walking Mordecai in a symbol of great honor, as seen from the book of Esther. So one can only imagine that these remarkable images must have accompanied a sense of awe and celebration and excitement. This just gives us a little sense at the elements of rejoicing that go into this special building we call the synagogue, and it is one that I associate very closely with my synagogue, Young Israel, there in Cedarhurst. I really hope that you'll be able to participate in one form or another, hopefully by actually coming in person to our dinner celebration this year. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, it's Stephen and Marjorie Kilmer. We are so excited to join together for the Yoke Dinner on 2/12/22, honoring two awesome couples, the Abramsons and the Goldbergs.
We moved to the neighborhood 25 years ago, and our number one priority was to find a house that was close to a shul. We were so fortunate to make Yoke our home. It's an honor and a privilege to join our Yoke family on 2/12/22.
Please join us at the dinner on 2/12/22.
Hello and welcome to the fourth in a series of videos looking at the question of what is a synagogue that is specifically associated with the upcoming annual shul dinner for the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. So today I'd like to speak about the synagogue as a place of memory. And what I'd like to begin with is a small joke where I'll try and make it really quick, but basically there's this women's group in South Florida, and they put together a lot of money. They raised a lot of funds in order to buy a fighter jet for the Israeli Air Force. Tremendously expensive endeavor. And they raise the funds and they buy this fighter jet, this F-15 fighter, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they're all sitting on bleachers, and the pilot is there from the IDF, and he's about to get into the cockpit for the very first time on its maiden voyage. And he salutes to everyone on the bleachers. He gets up into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, fires up the engines, and go racing down the runway. And then he stops. And then the plane turns around, and he fires up the engines and goes racing down the runway the other way. And he stops again. He does this a few times till finally he comes and he taxis up to the bleachers again. He pops open the cowling. He walks down onto the tarmac, goes up to the president of the Hadassah group there and says, "Ladies, I'm afraid the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques." For those of you who attend synagogue regularly, you know what I'm talking about, because synagogues have a tremendous amount of their vertical real estate devoted to plaques of various kinds. So-and-so donated the money for this, so-and-so dedicated the money for this, and things like that. And that's really a very old tradition in Judaism. If you look at this example here, this is the so-called Theodotos inscription, which is about 2,000 years old, the very oldest inscription, dedicatory plaque really discovered in a synagogue. It was found in Jerusalem. The text reads in Greek, which is significant: Theodotos, son of Venitus, priest and head of the synagogue, right? He's a Kohen, and he is the archi-synagogus, meaning he's like the president of the shul, Kohen, and at the same time president of the shul, son of a head of the synagogue, and grandson of a head of the synagogue. He's got tremendous yichus going back 2 generations of shul presidents. Built the synagogue for the reading of the Torah and the teaching of the commandments, as well as the guest room, the chambers, the water fittings, as an inn for those in need from abroad, the synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders, and Simonides. So I'm not sure who Simonides is and why he's at the very end of the description, but nevertheless, this is like a typical plaque. It says who paid for it, and refers to prior generations, and says what was dedicated in particular. Here's another one from Susia in southern Judea, 4 centuries later. Just sometimes they're expressed in mosaics and so on, but basically this is a really old thing. Pretty much as long as we have had synagogues, we have had plaques. They go together. It's also interesting to note that in many of these dedicatory inscriptions, women participate as well. There's one specifically interesting one that was discovered in Smyrna that refers to a woman named Rufina, who not only dedicated all kinds of funds for the synagogue, but she herself was also identified as the archi-synagogus, the president of the shul. So this is something that goes back a long way. And it has obviously some practical elements, because when people donate money to the synagogue and they get this plaque, it's a way of keeping the synagogue moving, because the synagogue is a human organization. You have to keep the lights on, you have to pay the taxes, you have to pay the staff. So donating to the synagogue makes sure that the place exists in a concrete fashion. But it's not, one of the things that's amazing about these plaques is that it's something that allows for a very democratic participation, meaning not only those who dedicate like the foundations or the major halls, but people can dedicate amounts for very small, even ephemeral things like prayer cards for Kiddush Levana, or even more ephemeral things like when my wife suggested that we should make a donation for the daily coffee expenses that you see here by the Ilk coffee stand. But I think one of the most moving elements of the evolution of the plaque in Jewish tradition is the yahrzeit board, in which you can, and this is very affordable, every family can do this. You buy a small little plaque that lists the name of a beloved one who is deceased. It goes up on this board, and then on the anniversary of their death, it's a really nice innovation. I don't think they did this before electrification, but they would just screw in a little light bulb a little bit deeper so that it makes the electric connection, and it lights up. So specifically, as it were, calls attention to the name of the person who died on that particular day. This is their yahrzeit, their death anniversary, and so on. Unfortunately, the Holocaust necessitates a different kind of memorial that represents the collective 6 million losses that Jewish people suffered. It's a very moving thing. And what I think is so meaningful about it, and I have one there as well from my own beloved father who passed away a few years ago, it helps bring a memory of my father into a public place, because it's a wonderful thing to donate to create, let's say, a sculpture or an art installation that is located somewhere, let's say outdoors, or maybe in a museum during an exhibition and things like that. But it's so beautiful to have a concrete reminder of the existence of a loved one in a place where people gather, in a place where you can come together. I often, at the end of davening, just walk over to the plaque, the small plaque that my family and I dedicated in the name of my beloved father, just to think about him and remember him, and to know that in some symbolic way, he's there with me davening too. And it means a lot to me. I hope you found this useful, and I would really love to see you at the dinner. I hope you'll be able to participate. Thanks very much for watching.
When I came to the United States, there were shuls. There was no sense of Kehillah. I felt disconnected. However, in the young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, I found a place reminiscent of home of the Kehillah I miss so much. I would like to congratulate our honorees, Ilana and Dr. Hillel Abramson and Gillian Allen Goldberg. You have contributed to the creation of a new home for me and my family. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the fifth in this series of the What is a Synagogue videos, in which we're talking about different aspects of synagogue life, and I'm preparing these videos in connection with the upcoming annual dinner of my synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, where my wife and I are privileged to serve as the guests of honor at their annual dinner this year. So when I think about synagogues, I think so much about how they are places of rebirth. Right? It's always a bad idea to bet against the resilience of the Jewish people. We see that especially clearly in this very unusual synagogue in Belmonte, Portugal. Now, I got to tell you, this is an amazing synagogue for all kinds of reasons. First of all, we should realize that the Jewish community in Belmonte, Portugal, here you can see where it's located. It's kind of inland Portugal. It's not near any major areas. It's really quite a remote place, actually. The Jewish community there was basically destroyed in 1497 with the mass conversion that was engineered by the Portuguese authorities. This is following up on the Spanish Inquisition and the Spanish expulsion, which actually swelled the population of Portugal significantly, and then followed by the Portuguese Inquisition, which is in many ways even worse than the Spanish Inquisition. So what happened was, in some really small remote communities like Belmonte, the Jewish community actually went underground, and they outwardly portrayed themselves as Catholics, but in reality they were crypto-Jews, and they continued to practice what they understood as Judaism in secret for 5 centuries. Now, the reason why I qualify that Judaism is because, it's really impossible to keep all of the traditions, especially the rabbinic traditions and the customs that are, widespread throughout Europe, when you're in a tremendous lockdown with no access to books, no access to rabbis, and you're handing things down from generation to generation. It is amazing the degree to which the Jews of Belmonte hung on to their traditions. They were eventually discovered in the early 20th century by this man, Samuel Schwartz, who was a Polish Jew working in the region as an engineer. And, came to talking with people there, and people said, well, whatever you do, don't do business with anyone from Belmonte because there are Jews there. And he said, what? Jews in Portugal? Kicked out since 1497, or they've been forcibly converted. How are there any Jews left here? So he went to Belmonte, and at first the Jewish community there was very hesitant to reveal themselves, and they didn't quite trust him. They asked him a lot of really probing, hard questions to see if he really was Jewish. You can imagine the conversation, right? Funny, you don't look Jewish and don't sound Jewish. But they brought him to the village elder, who was a woman, and by reciting a few key prayers that they had memorized, like Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, then Samuel Schwartz was able to establish his bona fides, and the village elders said to everyone gathered around, yes, he is in fact Jewish. There are Jews outside of Portugal, and so that began their exposure to the wider world. My wife and I had the great privilege of visiting the Jewish community of Belmonte twice now with kosher riverboat cruises. And here I am with my colleague, the Prague historian David Kraus.
So behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993, if I'm not mistaken. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community at Belmonte. This gentleman behind me is the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. So this pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity. If it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the crypto Jews here who kept it alive, and I think this personally, for me, this is the most fascinating
experience. Obviously, this synagogue is a late 20th century addition to the community, but it has a lot of features that are very specifically and subtly designed to allude to the unusual history of the community. First of all, it has a mikveh, of course. It has a beautiful aron with the 10 Commandments standing on either side. But this is the aspect of the synagogue architecture that I find most fascinating. Have a look at this Ner Tamid, the eternal light, which in most synagogues is, it's designed as a tradition to be evocative of the appurtenances of the temple, the actual sanctuary in Jerusalem. In most synagogues today, you'll see that there's some kind of electric light there. Sometimes it's like a little more beautiful, designed to look like a flame or maybe evoke the burning bush of the book of Exodus. But what is this thing here? What are we looking at? That is totally different. You can see they have another one over here on the far wall. What exactly is that thing? So it turns out that this is a traditional lamp from before the area was electrified. And it's what normal Portuguese people would use to light their homes. You would put like a candle on the inside of it, or oil and a wick on the inside of it there, and then you would be able to carry it around and things like that. Now, the reason why it's so important is because even after electrification, the Jewish community of Belmonte had a long tradition of lighting their candles in such a way that it would not be apparent to anyone who saw inside their homes that they were lighting them for a ritual purpose. So this lamp, which would look, let's say 100 years ago, like a totally ordinary lamp, meant so much to the Portuguese Jews of Belmonte, the crypto Jews, because it really symbolized their hidden identity. And even now that we have electrification, and now, Baruch Hashem, we have regular Shabbat candles and things like that, they still use this as a symbol of their resilience and their ability to be ready for renewal once again. And that's why I think a synagogue is a wonderful place of renewal. I hope you enjoyed this video. I would love it if you would participate in the dinner. It would be great if you could actually come and join us and meet in person. Otherwise, please feel free to send a greeting. Thank you very much for watching. Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my gosh. I'm coming to Belmonte for sukkahs next year, God willing, because this is where I want to have my sukkah. Especially if, you're in Brooklyn or something, this is what an amazing place to have a sukkah. Okay, let's go to the bus. Bye. Hello and welcome to the 6th video in this series in which I ask the question, what is a synagogue? And these videos are prepared to promote the upcoming annual dinner at my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Seedhurst, where my wife and I are very privileged to serve as the guests of honor. So today I'd like to talk about the synagogue as a place of security. And it's meant kind of in two senses. The first sense of that phrase is a place where one can go in order to feel secure, where one can go in order to pour out one's heart before God, to engage in fellowship with good friends in the community, and all kinds of very positive things. At the same time, the second meaning of that phrase is the place where you have to have security in order to feel safe. This is something that goes way back in Jewish history, that synagogues, particularly in the diaspora, were places of refuge for Jews from physical attack. Let's recall that Jews were always minorities in the places in which they lived. Jewish communities were attacked from invaders from without. And in fact, as we shall see, most of the so-called fortress synagogues were built in connection with architecture designed to protect populations against the Mongols and the Tatars. And by the way, this architecture was used by non-Jewish organizations as well. But also Jews had a special reason to create these fortress synagogues, because there was always the concern of peasant uprisings, of anarchy, which could always affect Jews very negatively, sometimes fueled by anti-Semitic ideologues and so on. During the Crusades in the 11th century, there are actually many episodes in which Jews sought refuge more or less successfully in Christian houses of worship. The upper clergy, bishops, and so on tended to look askance at the rapacious activity of renegade crusaders who chose to attack the local populations of Jews rather than make their way to Jerusalem, where ostensibly the crusade was to be prosecuted. But in the Middle Ages, Jews began building these synagogues for themselves. Here, let's have a look at a few examples. Most of them are in Eastern Europe because of the waves of invaders from the East. Here's a 15th century example from Krakow. This photograph dates from 1929, but if you go and look at you'll see it's still there, and you get a sense of the massive walls that enclose this bracelet player. Here is Husiat in Ukraine in the 16th century. Again, not only the big heavy walls, but also like the multiple layers of walls to kind of protect an inner sanctum, quite literally, in the sanctuary. Here in Jokva, fascinating exterior structure that also, had that strange kind of crenellation. In some of these synagogues, you actually have like archers' windows and things like that to protect the community. Here is a fascinating reconstruction of the synagogue at Belz, a very important site for Hasidic Jewry. And you can see that on the left, here's the pre-war version of it. And on the right, you can see how it is set up in Jerusalem. Yeah, really interesting. Now, internally, the most important designator of a fortress synagogue style, as it came to be called, is the 9-bay design. You can see in this architectural drawing of a bird's eye view of the Vorstadt synagogue in Lviv or Lvov, which at the time was in Poland, now is in Western Ukraine. And you can see that right in the center there are 4 pillars which surround the bima. These pillars would go straight to the ceiling to give the building more structural integrity. So that meant that surrounding the bima and including the space within the space that the bima itself represents, you would have 9 bays. That is a very, very common structural design of the synagogue. Reinforces the halachic imperative to have the bima in the center of the room, whereas you may have had it off center in other structures, perhaps when Jews lived in somewhat safer climes. And it provides both structural integrity and also a sense of protection, because there is this space within the space right within the very middle of the synagogue. Here's another example looking at it crossways. This is the Fortress Synagogue of Pinsk, where you can see the bima laterally would be right in the center of the room like that. You also see the kind of crenellations at the top that we observed earlier. Now, these architectural designs tend to exude strength and stability, which is precisely what you want a fortress to do. In the modern era, unfortunately, the need for it is just as acute. Here you can see the exterior door to the synagogue of the small Jewish community of Halle, Germany. You can see on the upper left, there's an arrow pointing at the security camera. And on the right, you can see the arrow pointing to bullet holes that were left in this very solid door that thankfully the Jews inside did not open for their attacker on Yom Kippur 2019. And his attack was foiled, at least in terms of the people who were inside the synagogue. People who were outside did not fare as well. And of course, here in America, we have the same kind of situation where the Tree of Life Synagogue was tragically attacked in Pittsburgh, 2018. Also have an attack in Poway, California. And just 2 weeks ago in Colleyville, Texas, a man comes in and takes the people in the synagogue hostage. Terrifying kind of things that continue to happen in even this great country to this very day. Security is a reality for synagogues, historically and unfortunately even today in our country. When I was making this video, I made the kind of sad realization that actually the very first person I say good morning to is the security staff at Young Israel, either Bob or Chris or whoever happens to be on duty that morning. They're the first person who is at the door making sure that I'm safe when I get into synagogue and helping preserve the safety and integrity of everyone in the building. And this is just part of what it means to have religious freedom in this country. There's a price associated with it, a psychological price, a sociological price, and an economic price. But when we are united, that's when we can manage these costs. And in that context, let me invite you to participate. Please, if you're able to attend the dinner It will be great to meet you in person. If you're watching this from far away and it's not convenient for you to come to the dinner, then consider supporting the security costs and many other things that go along with the running of this wonderful synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedars. Okay, I hope you found this video interesting, and thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to the 7th and final video in this series looking at the question, what is a synagogue? This series is prepared in conjunction with my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, and their annual dinner, which is upcoming. Today, I'd like to look at the aspect of a synagogue which makes it a central place for community. And to do that, I'd like to take you to the Rhone River in France to look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement.
The synagogue is located in the Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature, when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
Look at this beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very, sort of low-profile facade from the outside. And this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall.
Hand up there so we can see the scale. Of course. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Yeah. Amazing.
Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible.
Okay, Solomon, say something for the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvahot, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh.
So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikvah, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikvah or even the 18th century mikvah. They'll use a modern mikvah. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds. Dites quelque chose.
Welcome.
Dites, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Fantastique.
Okay. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Guinness.
Guinness ici.
On a trouvé que c'était. Venez voir.
Ok.
Et oui, on va passer là.
C'est une Guinness de documents.
Il y avait des documents. J'ai pas.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Heureusement, je suis ravi. Je suis ravi. Alors ça...
Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça, c'est des... Normalement, il y avait des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, hein, toutes les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté.
Wow.
Et ici, on pense que c'est la Guénisa de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, bon, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Des livres. Les vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Sissi.
Quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589.
Gutenberg?
Oui.
Wow.
1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpentras synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes, which indicates just how important it is that we are connected to our synagogues today. That's especially true in an era when, we are increasingly fractionated as a people and spread out across a wide variety of geographic locations. It's true that we have this remarkable ability to connect now with the internet, something truly unprecedented since the Gutenberg era, but we cannot rely on this virtual connection to replace the actual connection of being physically together with other people in synagogue. So I hope that this short series has been meaningful for you. If you are able to make it physically to the dinner, then I would love to meet you in person. And if our geographic distances are too wide to make that possible, perhaps you'll consider supporting either our synagogue, which I would certainly love, or your own synagogue, so that we can increase the participation of Jews in this wonderful institution. Thank you very much for sticking with me through this series, and I hope you have a fantastic day. Really cool. I found
found this actual product from another manufacturer about 2 years ago, but it was not under Hashgacha. Good morning, welcome, Dr. Upan. Miss this. Yeah, this is pretty great. So here it is. Let's crack it open. Let's see what the texture is like. Okay, here we go. And we have some long day dafion here, and we have the.
The other question is if it's good in the jar, and that's like when his jar gets overfished.
It's let's hear the sound. No sound. There was a little hiss there. Okay. I got just there. It just looks awful. So bad. It does not appeal to me.
Yeah, we come from the subject of this.
I love that.
Are you the doctor on standing by?
We have multiple.
What do we have? 5 doctors in this room?
It was gross delicious.
Where's the moldy bread?
It came late. We saw the moldy bread.
Too early.
Also, I'm not entirely.
Not the worst thing I ever smelled.
I'm not entirely sure that the recipe for kutak described in the Gemara is always the same recipe. It could be several different versions. In Psachim, they have a hummus stick recipe. This might. The rabbi is here.
Yes, he's the first one to taste it.
Okay, Rabbi, have a seat. We're hoping that you'll be Mahanas with just a quick word. No one's tasted it yet. No one has the
Just a word of thought, actually, to some guys, something I was just discussing with Macharusa, which he quoted from the name of Rabbi Rothschild Greenblatt. So the Gemara says in the Dorim, Honey Buggy Keep Shy, look at these crazy Babylonians today's done. They're eating bread with bread because this is really an extension of bread. So not the Greenblatt, because that's Rabbi Rothschild in the year of his Yortzak now. Says of Memphis says that you know what that means. He says like you ask an average person, why is it that you work so hard? He says I need to earn money. He says why do you need to earn money? He says so I can live. He says why do you live? So I can go on vacation. Why do you go on vacation? So I can work. I can read it to work. So he says honey body tip shy. What fools the people who are achri nama v'nama that they eat bread in order to eat bread. Right? And then the kutak is meant to remind us that to be a foolish Babylonian, to spend time on the rat ring and carry on going just not to be able to eat again. So every time we see kutak and we're reminded of that, you're reminded of that statement is why we stop, why we do what we do. Anyways, there's a very good. Okay. Well, besides passing out from eating it.
Okay, let's try this. This is hamotzi if you want to wash. I also have tam-tams, which in Persia they don't wash on. All right, here we go. So let's see what the texture is like.
We could bring a spoon. Let me bring a fork or some bar.
I think what if I kind of bang it like
the old ketchup.
Can you stick your fingers in it?
Or stick a tam-tam. It's got to come out something. It's actually moving. It is moving. I think there's a version of this.
I was thinking whenever I go to pizza store and I see those ZD pizzas, I think it's about Okay, good. I think that's enough. I think it's going to be enough. I think it's fine.
Let's not overdo that.
I think it's fine. Just that little.
Look at it. Just.
Good.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's very good if you add it to. Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to. Well, I'm going to make a Mizonos on this, but I would like to give this opportunity, I think, to the. Oh, thank you. To the market share. And wait, we got to make sure we really
get your hot chair shots up.
Very dangerous.
No, you're going.
This will be the first photo in the next video.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Haolam, Borei minei mizana.
Amen.
Is there a doctor in the house? It tastes like an inferior form of sour cream.
Okay. You see, this is Russian tongue.
Okay. The rabbi's got to go next. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
They say that there's no
Amen.
It's definitely a milk.
Okay. I guess I have it. Okay, let's see what happens here. Let's set this up, and I'll see if I can give some kind of a product placement. Okay, here we go. Been waiting 2 years for this. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu borei minei mizana.
Clever, booty.
You know, I like it. Faintly nutty taste, I think.
No, it's not bad.
That's sour cream.
That's it, Dr. Hoover.
Not bad.
Amen.
Not bad. A little anticlimactic.
It goes well with rice.
This is just an.
I could have this on a vodka, by the way. It's better fresh.
I think.
Yes, Schwartz is much better structure.
You were in the neighborhood. It's just stir over. Well, you stir it out. Stir it out. Stir it all. Keep refrigerator. It does say keep refrigerator.
It's really not bad.
Well, the Tam Tams are good.
Very strong sour cream vibe.
You know what? This would go really well. You know, I can see why people would lose like a if you were putting this on. You know, that's what it would be, like a good gyro sauce. You know,
Yeah, it has a fairly nutty flavor.
It's a little sour. Not bad.
So everyone feeling okay? No palpitations or anything?
Not bad.
Maybe the moldy bed would tip it over the edge.
Glad creativity and historical research.
Everything. I love this.
Thank you.
I want to tell you people a story. I want to tell you people a story about Dr.
Come here, about
Abramson.
one sure if you're here.
I want to just tell a story about Dr. Abramson. I'm very short, tied up to Hebron, and last year Pesach, I go to Hebron with my family, and I go to visit the Horowitz family, which is the first people to move into Hebron, who we're very close with, and that's where I stay every year on Chaya Sarah. And I walk into the apartment, and who's on the screen? But Rebbitzin Horowitz is watching Dr. Abramson Kashia. I said, do you know who that is? He said, no, I don't know, but he's great. I said, you have to. So anyways, I wanted to know that all over the world, Dr. Abramson has that impact.
All right,
Thank you all for coming. My goal tonight is to provide a brief historical overview leading up to the events of October 7th. A very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we have all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history, to look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis and I hope to complete this within 20 minutes so that we will have plenty of time for Divrei Historus and Chizuk. I go for Shusha Rosh Yeshiva now. Shus Rabbeim. This is a coin that I find very emblematic of not only the situation that we experience right now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of Galut, of Gullus, exile. This is one of the 24 odd Judea-Capta coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes the coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea Capta. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which was one of Israel's greatest exports at the time. And there on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despondent Jewish woman who represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins that circulated widely in the ancient Near East, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This was not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or to-be defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century, some examples from Germany, Todstedt, after World War I. Local currency was instituted to replace the highly devalued currency, and they frequently included anti-Semitic messages, including this one here from Sternberg that actually shows Jews being burnt after a post-desecration trial. And I think when we reflect on what these images mean, I think of two things. The first is that nobody can school us on what it means to be resilient. There's no people on the face of this planet that has experienced more tragedy and has yet come back from that tragedy with renewed strength and vigor. There's no people that can be compared to the Jews in that regard. But at the same time, we all have to learn those lessons over and over again every generation. We do not automatically absorb the lessons of resilience from our parents. Perhaps we look to them for models, but the challenges are always different and the responses always have to be tailor-made and titrated to the individual situation. So let's begin first with a quick overview of why we had October 7th in the first place, and then look at the year after that. So, of course, here's a map. On the left, you see the armistice lines after the War of Independence ended in 1949. You can see Israel is the green part in the middle. And then on the right, you have after the remarkable Six-Day War that Rabbi Krupka so eloquently alluded to. Gaza is, of course, that little strip that is on the bottom left. We're all familiar with the map now. Now, in terms of the ownership of Gaza, between 1948 and 1967, it was part of Egypt. But then after Israel conquered those large territories, it was taken over by Israel temporarily. And then in the Camp David Accords, in which Anwar Sadat on the left, the president of Egypt, and Billy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a historic peace treaty with Egypt, which, although it is a tenuous peace treaty, it nevertheless is holding. Then the Sinai Peninsula was entirely given back. For his efforts at creating peace with the Jewish state, Anwar Sadat was assassinated by members of his own bodyguard, the Muslim Brotherhood, which was actually an ideological forefather of the Hamas movement. But Egypt did receive the entire Sinai Peninsula, the entire triangular portion at the bottom there, which was conquered by Israel in the Six-Day War. But Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt, and they were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of Egypt itself. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements. As you can see here, the blue sections in this satellite photograph are the Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005, but it was a tiny population, about 5,000 Jews inside a population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on the earth, and huge unemployment, an inverted age pyramid where almost half of the population is under the age of 18, and it proved to be extremely difficult to hold on to this territory militarily, economically, and socially. So under Ariel Sharon's leadership, with a very, very close vote, and the polling in Israel was highly divided, they decided to simply disengage from Gaza. That is the term they used. In other words, they simply said, okay, we are going to remove any Israeli controls over Gaza in 2005. It was a very, very difficult thing for the Israeli government to do, but essentially that was the moment that Gaza had to create a new future for itself. The thinking was that perhaps they would elect to pursue prosperity and, if not peace, at least not hostilities with Israel. That turned out not to be the case. So after 2005, it was given over to the Palestinian Authority, which was something, an entity that was created as a result of the Oslo Accords, once again brokered by an American president, and this time with Yasser Arafat, the leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization on the right, and Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel. Like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was also assassinated, sadly, by Israeli extremists. But what Gaza did to that territory since 2006 is basically they had elections fairly early on, and in those elections there are two major parties, Fatah, which is the PLO's party, the sort of mainstream party, Yasser Arafat's party, which tended to do better in the West Bank shown here, or Yehuda and Shomron. But in the Gaza Strip, you can see that Hamas had a very strong presence in the north part of the Strip, and then shortly after winning the elections in January of 2006, they immediately had a coup and drove out all of the Fatah representatives. So after that one and only election, it was completely dominated by Hamas. And the principal relationship that Hamas had with Israel from then was basically in two forms. One, work permits. About 30,000 work permits were issued a day for Gazans to enter into Israel and to work in various jobs, even on October 6th. And the other way was, of course, with rockets, because the hostilities absolutely never ceased from Gaza since 2006. Israel fought several smaller wars with Gaza, but the state essentially developed a kind of modus tolerandi with the Gazans, part of which was related to over-reliance on technology, which was performed absolutely amazingly well. This is a photograph, of course, of the Iron Dome on the left, responding to rocket attacks from Gaza. But obviously, the Gazans were able to get around that with a low-tech solution on October 7th. And that was essentially a massive incursion into the state. I'm not going to go into the details. We're all deeply familiar with what happened on that terrible day. But perhaps some 3,000 Palestinians, roughly half of them complete civilians, not formally attached to any of the various factions, stormed into Israel and created absolute havoc. Even using the word pogrom is too limited to describe the atrocities that occurred on that terrible day. We're all familiar with this, and there's no real reason to review it any further. What we have experienced, however, is clearly directed primarily by Iran. Iran has a very controlling role in this, and it's quite nefarious. Iran is the primary funder of Hamas, which is especially ironic because Hamas is a Sunni movement, and Iran is, of course, Shia, but the hatred of Israel is far more significant to all parties. They also fund Hezbollah, and Israel is, of course, at war now with Hezbollah in the north. In Lebanon, also having factions in Syria and in Iraq, and they're also funding the Houthis from faraway Yemen, who are even launching, unfortunately, once even successfully, a deadly attack on Israel. The Houthis, by the way, bizarre kind of movement. This is their official government slogan It reads, God is great, death to America, death to Israel, a curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. So I think that pretty much sums up their central philosophy and how hate is really at the core of this entire movement. But perhaps more frightening for us here in the diaspora is that Iran is behind quite a bit of the international movement against Israel. This is a map, of course, that shows all of the various pro-Palestine protests that occurred at many universities in North America and Europe. One of the dogs that does not bark, by the way, is the fact that there's comparatively little protest against Israel in many Arab states, and that's for another discussion. But many of these protests and other activities conducted by anti-Israel agents are clearly the work of a particular group called Samidun, which is considered by many European countries a terrorist organization because of its deep ties to Iran, and they are clearly at the center of funding of many of these endeavors. There's a lot to say about other reasons why people would want to get involved, but we can't avoid the central role of Iran. Also significantly, and this is especially frightening for me, this is a slide from the September issue of the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very well-respected poll conducted every month. It's a political poll designed primarily to measure the attitude of Americans towards upcoming elections and so on. But since October, they have been monitoring what people think about the war in the Middle East as a way of gauging its reflection on potential votes in 2024. And what I find frightening, if you look on the circle on the left, the question was, in this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? And this numbers are pretty constant. 79% of Americans support Israel, which is comforting to some degree, but when you look at it in a different way, that means that 1 in 5 Americans actually supports a terrorist organization over a democratic ally of this country. It's still a very frightening number. That number has pretty much held true for the past year. But if you look at the chart below, which may be a little bit difficult to see, this breaks it down by ages. And people over, let's say, 45 are overwhelmingly in favor of Israel, 84%, 90%, 93%. But when you get younger than 35, the number drops precipitously. And this is the frightening thing. Americans between age 18 and 24, 41% of them support Hamas over Israel. When you think about that in the context of young people in college campuses today, young people in high schools today, public high schools, half of the people they talk to support Hamas over Israel. It's a very, very frightening environment. The implications of this for the future, of course, remain to be seen, although I will note that this number, thank God, has been slowly dropping over the past year. It was about 49% in October of 2023. It's now 41%, so perhaps younger people are beginning to get a little bit more educated about it, but it's still something for great concern. So let's take a minute to think about how Jews have historically responded to these things in the past. This is a page from a Haggadah printed in Vilnius in 1859, where there was very, very heavy Russian state censorship by the Tsar. And the censor was obviously unhappy with the classic phrase in the Haggadah that says, in every generation, they rise up against us to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. Classic passage from the Haggadah. He felt that it's not appropriate for Russian Jews to read that even in our generation, the enlightened 1859 year of 1859, that there will be people who would want to harm us, not here in the paradise of Russian Tsar's empire. So therefore, he added in the little white circles, Hayu Omdin. They used to get up, no longer, but back in the distant past, we used to have this problem. And the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not Matzilenu, the present tense, Hitzilanu, back then when we were, beleaguered and we didn't have rights, then they used to help us out. But obviously, we look at this now and it's funny because it's almost 200 years later, and obviously we still experience the same thing. And we have long had three basic strategies for how to deal with these things. I'm just going to sketch them out very briefly to remain within my time. They are, of course, traditional tshuva, tefillah, and tzedakah. This is my Russian matzor from around the same period. And you can see on the top, there's a couple of suggestions. Teshuvah relates to tzom, to fasting. Tefillah, prayer, relates to kol, voice. And tzedakah, charity, relates obviously to money. So if we take a minute and look at each of these three, if you think about the great destruction after the first Roman-Jewish war that I began this presentation with, how did Jews react to that? First of all, they came back to base measures. They came back to center, and they sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get to Yavne v'chachameha, and that's what we have to do. This is always, the root meaning for us of tshuva is come back, get back to our center. And we've done that remarkably well over the past year. The statistics are just out the roof in terms of synagogue attendance, people attending shiurim, people joining, online classes, all kinds of things. It's not just, the learned elites who are already learning at very, very high levels, like here at LCM. If you look at JSU, which is the Jewish Student Union that serves Jewish kids in public schools, their numbers are also at the roof. Last year, they served 14,500 students. This year, they served 18,500 students. And here's something that actually burned me. They even set up a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir, 7 a.m. for public school students because they can't get enough learning. Do we have a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim Shir? I mean, this is coming out of public school. It's an amazing thing that kids will get up out of bed early to go learn Torah before they have to go to school. This is really our first strategy of tshuva. And when we feel overwhelmed with the tremendous amount of our programming that feels socially, I think in particular of Yitzhak Cardozo, who was a completely assimilated Jew in the 17th century, who had reached the heights of his career as a medical doctor and as a poet. And then once he was required to launch the public burning of some crypto Jews in Madrid, and it turned him right around. And he said, I can't do this. And he left his fame and his wealth, and he went to live in the ghetto of Venice. And he wrote a tremendous book there, Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellent qualities of the Jews. And there are many Jews who will turn their lives around as a result of October 7th. We just have to wait to see how that develops. When we look at tefillah, in the ancient Israel, we see so many examples of Jewish resilience. This is an aerial view of the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that was constructed in the 3rd century. And this is 200 years after the destruction of the temple. And you can see that in their synagogue floor, they've got a mosaic that harkens back to all the elements of the temple. They are returning to that center. They want to get back to the idea of tefillah as it was practiced then. And we see that so many things, the piyutim that we read so many of over Rosh Hashanah, we will read on Yom Kippur, they were also composed in the Byzantine era because the emperor had forbade Jews from studying Mishnah, and so they decided they would try to incorporate various teachings into the piyutim. These were created as a result of the pressure from the environment. And in fact, even the Talmud Yerushalmi was composed after a failed revolt in 352, and the result was that the Romans were cracking down even harder on the Jews, and as a result, they said, we have to start putting these things down on paper, and the basis of what we study every day really comes out of that moment of crisis. And one of the things that I especially appreciate is that we're not calling this the Simchas Torah massacre. It happened on Simchas Torah, but we're calling it October 7th. We are separating it out. It happened on October 7th. We will mark it, but we have, as Jews, a perennial cheerfulness and optimism. That is perhaps built into our DNA. That even though we are experiencing tragedy now and we're memorializing our dead, we nevertheless have a deep-seated confidence that we will dance again. And finally, tzedakah. This area of Jewish activities have been absolutely phenomenal. Projects like Boots for Israel, when all of a sudden Jews in America realized, here actually in the tri-state area, realized that The IDF doesn't even have enough boots for all the soldiers that rushing to volunteer. Between October and January, they collected 10,000 pairs of boots, $850,000 worth of boots, and shipped them all off to Israel. Soldiers suggested they might like tzitzis, maybe for the first time in their lives. And so seminaries and yeshivas all dived in and all began tying tzitzis on combat greens so that, the soldiers could wear them. I'm sure many of you have maybe seen the Instagram clips of soldiers receiving their first pair of tzitzis and literally dancing around their barracks wearing them because they felt like they really had true armor on. And organizations like Simcha Points that used innovation to say, we should be collecting people's unused airline points to provide opportunities for Jews to fly and experience simchas as well as the other, life-saving surgeries and things like that they need. These are all elements of tzedakah, more of tzedakah sheba guf than tzedakah sheba mammon in many cases, but nevertheless, this is a Jewish response of tzedakah. So I'd like to close now with just another thought about October 7th, but not October 7th, 2023, but an early October 7th. One of the curses of the profession of being a historian is that sometimes dates get seared in your memory. And when I read about October 7th, 2023, I remembered October 7th, 1944, which was the great uprising in Auschwitz, when a group of the most degraded, most lowly Jews rose up and actually destroyed two of the crematoria. One of those rebels was the man shown here, Zalman Gradowski. He was a member of the so-called Sonderkommando. These were people who were given the awful task of removing the bodies from the gas chambers and transferring the bodies to the crematoria for disposal. And he did this day in and day out, including to members of his own family and his own community. And every single night, he would come back to his barracks and he would recite Kaddish for all the people that he had to burn that day in and day out. He was also something of a poet. And he decided to write down everything that he had seen in Auschwitz during those terrible years. And he literally, before the uprising on October 7th, he buried them in the ashes of the burned Jews. Because he said, surely archaeologists will come and they will dig up this place to find the truth of what happened here. And they will find my writings. And in fact, Kachava, they were found. And I'd like to read you one passage from an incident that happened in March. The Nazis had brought together a group of Czech Jewish women, and they wanted to watch a demonstration of the efficacy of Zyklon B, the poison that was used to gas them to death. And they had all these young women gathered in a single room, and they all stood there, the Nazis in their uniforms, looking at these women in their last moments before their lives. And Gradowski records, in the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, a song rings out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that there in the bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, and raise their voices in song. And the women began to sing. The melody does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage comes pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the Hatikva. And this is something that the Nazis didn't understand. The Hamas evidently does not understand as well. We are fundamentally a people of hope. We are a people of Tikva. We believe in the ultimate messianic redemption of the world. We believe there is a plan, and we are following that plan. And so while the Nazis are following the same path of Vespasian with the Judea Capta, I want to conclude with just one more medallion. In 1959, on the 10th anniversary of the establishment of Israel, the government elected to have a competition to find a design for a coin that would commemorate 10 years of statehood. And someone came up with this design to mimic the Judea Capta coin, and does a very good job. You can see there's like the Roman soldier there, and the balsam pine, and the despondent woman as if she is saying Takanun. But that's the obverse. On the front side, it said, Israel liberata, Israel redeemed. And in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a young Jewish woman playing with her infant child. And in the place of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree. And that's fundamentally at the heart of our response. It's fundamentally how we will move forward past October 7th. We will remember that we are a people with a future, and it's up to us to follow that trajectory. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual history of the region. So my goal in this second of 3 short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the third lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era, the 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the 2nd century, and as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, and these are not to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the 1st century at the end of the first Roman Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after 3 failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea, and many Jews moved simply to the north, and you have the rise of the great center around the city of Tiberias, or Tiberia in Hebrew. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolts of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing the large oral tradition which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishe Sidre, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture as described in the Bible, the laws of mixed species and the sabbatical year and things like that. Holidays, of course, the holiday cycle, women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically, torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity, way more than we can discuss in this section here. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities are not to scale. Some are much larger than others. But what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity. As you can see with these little starbursts, these are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the first century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome and Antioch and so on, where the gospel literally spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality of protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Even though they fought wars with the Romans, Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. And after the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. And in the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because within a few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in the year 425. And with the end of the Patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the Nesiut, Yehuda Hanasi, who authored or who compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this patriarchy. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire, and they were a minority without any kind of, authoritative body to lead them. Very, very, difficult and precarious time for the Jews in the Eastern Roman Empire. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions, like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually 2 versions of the Talmud, one that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or although the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that had been adopted since Hadrian for the region. And this Talmud, essentially, it was a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You'll have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity, which really made the Jerusalem Talmud and then its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, hence the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and is still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I will give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, just a regular guy, or historian if you like. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There are a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe they were worried that the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva had put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. So I figured, well, that's it. I went in, I had my lunch, I came out, and I looked behind me, and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. Well, and they just took down the sign. But that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in learning. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman-Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions, they're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there. They don't necessarily apply in Babylonia and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative. It's certainly much more well studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term Beit HaKnesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, église, church, and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman-Jewish wars. We have, for example, from the 1st century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription it's called, and it's basically, the classic example of a plaque that is really well associated with synagogues. Anyone who walks into a synagogue, you will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Venetus, who was an archisynagogus, a head of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how, he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, a guest room, chambers, the plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. I mean, all of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires in prayer to God and to perform many other communal functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews had settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue floor with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found in Chamat Tiberia, 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating and harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the lulav and etrog, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including in not too far away, the Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really quite fascinating. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis, chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, as I think I showed you in the last lecture, even from Gaza and so on. And these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century, when you have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west and moving all the way out in the east to regions like Afghanistan, the reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. It is one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again this very difficult last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths. And there are so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females and I would assume males, although I'm not an expert in Islam at all. But in other words, they're like kind of like similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. And although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of creed as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, of Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms under something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. And Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions that is handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on that. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They were not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, there were loopholes found or bribes were paid in order for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a Rechtsstaat, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, the term is dhimmi, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they could continue to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them called the jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be really very useful as a whole. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which was rather unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tremendous, cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in the historical literature, but nevertheless, it had some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at its very end, and in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in the land of Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem. You have the growth of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership, much larger community in Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad would take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless had tremendous pride of place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered the land of Israel in the 11th century and then several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control of the region. Here you can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, in particular, they went to a city called Tzfat in the north. Tzfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exilees who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Lurianic Kabbalah is particularly described. We can see from these unique blue-tinted gravestones from Tzfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, the Rav Alkabetz, Rav Cordovero, and of course the incredible Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt in order to study with the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity happening in the land of Israel in the 1500s, in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Sfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time you get past that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go into a fairly steep decline. There are regular, migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who had status as Ottoman subjects, you can see that Jews constituted roughly 4% of the overall population of the land, Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Druze. So there's only a tiny, tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, you begin to see the organized migration of Jews, now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called BILU, which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov L'chu V'Ne'alcha, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents here. This organization, BILU, aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, and they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Petach Tikva, and they constituted the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in their ancestral homeland, here you see that there's no contradiction with using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel. And they have in Yiddish the translation, what it says in English, help him build the land of Israel is the phrase there. That's translated as Palestine. Here's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century and the period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great, sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constituted a people without a land for a land without a people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to turn to that very difficult chapter in the next lecture. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and I hope you'll watch the next video as well. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Recently, I finished an 8-part series on the family tree of Christian denominations. As you might know, I'm actually Jewish, and therefore several people have asked me to do a similar tree for Jewish denominations. Now, the concept of denominations doesn't really carry over perfectly from Christianity to Judaism. But despite this, I think I can make it work, so long as you understand that I'm using the term a bit loosely. So in this video, I'm going to show you the family tree of Jewish denominations. It's going to be a single episode, so also take note that I'll be mostly focusing on the present and on the United States. But first, I want to shout out Dr. Henry Abramson, who has a wonderful YouTube channel that goes much deeper into Jewish history and thought. He provided me with some great feedback for this episode, so I want to say thank you to him, as well as to several Useful Charts viewers who gave feedback as well. Okay, let me now explain some important differences between Judaism and Christianity. One of the things that drives Jews crazy is that Christians tend to assume that they already know lots about Judaism because they've read the Old Testament. I've even had many Christians tell me that I'm not a real Jew because I don't match their expectations of what a real Jew is. You see, most Christians, as well as most former Christians, have only ever viewed the Old Testament through a Christian lens, and therefore they assume that Judaism basically uses the same framework that Christianity does, but that it simply does so without Jesus, which is not actually how Judaism works. So I'm going to start by explaining some basic differences between these two religions that you might not be aware of. The first thing you need to know is that Christianity is much more concerned with the question, what should a person believe? When choosing whether or not to join a church, most Christians, especially Protestants, will first of all ask, what does that church believe? Which is why almost every church website always includes a section called Statement of Faith. It's also why the ancient church developed creeds, such as the Nicene Creed, in order to make a list of what a Christian needs to believe in order to be considered a Christian. And of course, the most important thing that a Christian needs to believe is that Jesus was God and that he died for our sins. For example, the famous scripture, John 3:16, says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." So obviously, belief is a key part of what it means to be a Christian. But this is not exactly true for Judaism, nor is it exactly true for most other religions. Most religions are more concerned with what should a person do. So for example, for many modern day Jews, it's far less important that you believe that Moses was a historical person than it is that you follow the Jewish traditions that are said to go back to him. So for example, when I converted to Judaism, which in my case was a year-long process, at no point was I asked to agree to a certain list of beliefs. Instead, I was taught mostly about Jewish practices and traditions, as well as a lot about the history and language of the Jewish people. The other thing that Christianity is very much concerned with is salvation. The whole thing hinges on the question, what must a person do or believe in order to be saved? So the assumption that most Christians make about Judaism is that Jews are also concerned with salvation, and that Jews simply have a different way of obtaining it. The further assumption, based mostly on the writings of Paul, is that Jews try to obtain salvation by obeying Jewish law. But that's simply not true, because there is no such thing as original sin in Judaism, nor is there much of a focus on the exact details surrounding the afterlife. To put it simply, Jews do not follow Jewish law in order to be saved from some future punishment or in order to gain some future reward. For some Jews, they follow the law simply because God told them to. For others, it's because we believe that many of those laws, which we call mitzvot, serve a purpose in the here and now. The best way that I can explain this is by giving the following analogy. In our modern society, we have many traffic laws that are designed to keep everyone safe. If you break one of those laws, say by going too fast in your car, you might get a ticket as a punishment. But do you obey the traffic rules simply because you don't want a ticket? Perhaps, but I hope that you also obey them because, for example, you don't want to hit some kid while passing through a school zone. Likewise, one of the Jewish mitzvot is to rest on Shabbat, or Saturday. We do this not because we're scared that God will punish us if we don't, but because we see a benefit in taking some time off at least once per week. Now, as you probably know, different Jews take a different approach to how carefully they follow this mitzvah, and I'll get to that in a moment. But for now, please understand that for all Jews, no matter what denomination they belong to, what they do or don't do is not based on trying to earn a future reward. This is summed up by the following principle given by the early Pharisee Antigonus of Soko. Be not like servants who serve their master for the sake of reward. Rather, be like servants who do not serve their master for the sake of reward, and let the awe of heaven be upon you. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Christians are not at all concerned with what they do. Of course they are. But in Christianity, belief always comes first, followed by a changed life. And I'm also not saying that there are absolutely no beliefs in Judaism. For some Jews, their only creed is the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. For others, especially the Orthodox, there are the 13 Principles of Faith by Maimonides. My point, though, is that generally speaking, Christians put a stronger emphasis on believing, and Jews put a stronger emphasis on doing. So with that under our belts, let's now look at the family tree. As I mentioned in episode 1 of the Christian Denominations series, Judaism has its roots in ancient Israelite religion, which was practiced by the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Israel and Judah were relatively small kingdoms, but they happened to be located right in between two of the most important centers of civilization in the ancient world, Egypt and Mesopotamia, which is why Egypt and then later Assyria and Babylon played such a huge role in their history. Now, there are two main explanations for where ancient Israelite religion came from. One, of course, is that it came directly from God through divine revelation, specifically when Moses received the Torah. The other is that it developed slowly over time based on its interactions with both Egypt and Mesopotamia. In fact, the scholarly consensus nowadays is that the Israelites actually started out as a subset of Canaanites and then slowly went from polytheism to monotheism over time. Either way, what we're concerned with here is what happened during the late Iron Age. Basically, Israel fell to the Assyrians and Judah fell to the Babylonians. But then following a brief exile in Babylon, the former inhabitants of Judah, now called Jews, were able to return to their land and rebuild their temple, which is why Judaism between 537 BCE and 70 CE is known as Second Temple Judaism. During this time, it was influenced by both Zoroastrianism, which was the religion of the Persians, as well as by Hellenism, which was the religion of the Greeks. But most importantly, by this point, Judaism was definitely monotheistic, which is to this day its defining feature. However, by the time that the Romans took over, there were four major sects within Second Temple Judaism. The Pharisees, who represented the everyday people, the Essenes, who were a mystical bunch, the Zealots, who wanted to fight against the Romans, and the Sadducees, who were the elites who ran the temple. To this was added a fifth group, the early Christians. However, Christianity quickly became a separate, mostly Gentile, meaning non-Jewish religion. The early Christians who continued to maintain Jewish traditions, such as the Ebionites and Nazarenes, eventually went extinct, although there is evidence that they had an influence on the development of Islam before doing so. Anyway, the Essenes, Zealots, and Sadducees also all went extinct back when the Romans destroyed the Jewish temple in 70 CE. Thus, the only sect of Second Temple Judaism that survived was that of the Pharisees. Now, the New Testament does not have a lot of nice things to say about the Pharisees. But for Jews today, the Pharisees are actually our spiritual ancestors. After the destruction of Jerusalem, they set up a school in the nearby town of Yavne, known in Christian sources as Jamnia, which is where they helped Judaism evolve from being a temple-based religion to one that is based mostly on communal prayer and on studying the 5 books of Moses, known as the Torah. The scholars at this Yavne school eventually became known as rabbis. Thus, Judaism, as it exists today, can more accurately be called rabbinic Judaism, in order to distinguish it from the earlier Second Temple Judaism. One of the things that the early rabbis did was to develop the Talmud, which actually has 2 components. The Mishnah, which was written first, and the Gemara, which was written later and consists of commentary on the Mishnah. According to tradition, the Mishnah is based on the oral Torah, which consisted of various clarifications that were given to Moses around the same time as the written Torah. These were supposedly passed down by word of mouth until the time of the rabbis. However, according to modern critical scholarship, the oral Torah likely does not go all the way back to Moses, but it does at least go back to the Second Temple period, to figures like Hillel and Shammai, who lived just prior to the time of Jesus. If you want to learn more about the various rabbis mentioned in the Mishnah, we actually have a video on that, which I'll link to in the description. Now, in case you've heard some of the nasty things that sometimes get said about the Talmud, let me make it clear that in those cases, the Talmud is usually being taken out of context for anti-Semitic reasons. Rather than being a list of clear-cut rules, the Talmud and the various notes that now come with it are more like a collection of case law in which various opinions are given in addition to opinions about those opinions. And then opinions about the opinions about the opinions, which is why a typical Talmud page looks something like this. Now, it's at this point that I should bring up the Karaite Jews. Karaite Jews reject the Talmud, and therefore some people claim that the modern Karaites can trace their lineage all the way back to the Sadducees. But what's more likely is that they were simply a group that broke away from mainstream rabbinic Judaism around the year 800. An even earlier group to break away from, or at least lose contact with, rabbinic Judaism is Beta Israel, based in Ethiopia. They may go all the way back to Second Temple times, but there is also evidence that they initially maintained some contact with the early rabbis, but then for some reason that contact was eventually severed. It wasn't actually until modern times that Beta Israel was quote-unquote rediscovered and integrated back into mainstream Judaism. So again, I wouldn't consider Beta Israel to be outside of rabbinic Judaism, but rather to be a unique stream within it. But then there's the Samaritans, who definitely are a separate group from rabbinic Jews. They claim to be the descendants of the northern 10 tribes of Israel. However, according to historians, the situation is much more complicated. When Assyria conquered Israel, some Israelites were carried away, and then non-Israelites were brought in to replace them. However, other Israelites simply moved south to Jerusalem, where they became integrated into the kingdom of Judah. Then, when the Babylonians conquered Judah, a split occurred whereby many of the elites were carried off to Babylon, whereas the everyday people were left behind, where they sometimes intermarried with foreigners. When the Judean elites returned to rebuild the Jerusalem temple, some of those who had been left behind, who the Bible calls the people of the land, wanted to build a separate temple, which they did at Mount Gerizim, which happened to be in the territory where the northern tribes used to live. So to me, it's unclear whether the Samaritan Jewish division was more about an ethnic division or a class division. Either way, what we do know is that the Samaritans eventually dwindled in size, and today consist of just around 850 people. Okay, so let's now look at how the main branch of rabbinic Judaism evolved. Generally speaking, from 70 CE to around 1740 CE, there was nothing within Judaism that was anything like what the word denomination refers to. There was simply Judaism. This is partly because Jews were very much the minority wherever they were found. So when you're already a small persecuted group, you tend to stick together. However, it also boils down to the fact that Judaism, to this day, has no central leadership. If you're looking for an analogy from within the Christian framework, it would be best to say that Jews follow a congregational style of governance, sort of like the Baptists. Rabbis get trained at rabbinical colleges, where some rabbis end up being more influential than others. But then each congregation gets to choose who they want to be their rabbi and how they want to run things. Although note that nowadays, some countries do have what's called a chief rabbi, which I'll get to later. Now, don't get me wrong. When I say that there was just one Judaism until 1740, I'm not saying that there were absolutely no differences to be found. There were, which brings me to the terms Sephardi, Ashkenazi, and Mizrahi. But please note, these are not different denominations. They are more like regional subcultures. To explain, let's bring up a map. Basically, following the fall of Jerusalem, Jews ended up all over the Roman Empire. One particular area where a lot of them ended up is in what we today call Spain and Portugal. Jews from this area became known as Sephardic Jews, Sepharad simply being the Hebrew word for Spain. For many centuries, they were ruled by Muslims, who generally treated them very well. However, following the Reconquista and the shift back to Christian control, Jews were expelled from the Iberian Peninsula, and thus many of them ended up back in the Middle East, where they were welcomed by the Ottoman Empire. Others ended up in North Africa, or in the Low Countries, or in the so-called New World, where they settled long before the arrival of the now more dominant Ashkenazi Jews. The word Ashkenazi comes from the name Ashkenaz, which was a very old Jewish name for Germany. Based on recent DNA studies, we now know a lot about the origins of the Ashkenazi Jews. It's now thought that they originated in southern Italy, before next settling in Germany around the year 800. At some point, though, their numbers dwindled to around just 350 people, which led to what's called a genetic bottleneck. Before this point, there was a good deal of intermarriage with non-Jews, particularly Southern Italians. But then, after this point, the group mostly intermarried amongst themselves, resulting in the creation of a distinct ethnic group called Ashkenazi Jewish, which has clear DNA markers that can show up on a DNA test. But take note, even though Ashkenazi Jews are at least partially European, a good amount of their DNA can still be traced all the way back to the Middle East, particularly along the male-only line. So the old theory that the Ashkenazi are somehow fake Jews, descended from the Khazars, who merely converted to Judaism, is now known to be false. I should also note that while the Ashkenazi Jews originally settled in Germany, most of them ended up being pushed into Eastern Europe, which is where most of them lived until the 20th century. Okay, so in addition to Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews, there are also Mizrahi Jews, which is sort of a catch-all term for Jews that never left the Middle East. Mizrahi Jews ended up assimilating a lot of Sephardic customs, though, because remember, many Sephardic Jews ended up back in the Middle East. So take note that nowadays, the Mizrahis are often lumped together with the Sephardi Jews. But again, before I move on, I want to emphasize that the Sephardi versus Ashkenazi division has nothing to do with denominations, nor with any theological differences. In Judaism, we have a concept called minhag, which can be roughly translated as customs. Sephardi Jews and Ashkenazi Jews may have different minhag, but they share the same religion. The best analogy from within the Christian framework would be to compare Catholics who use the Latin Rite with those who use the Syriac Rite. Their clothing and liturgy might be different, but their theology is not. To this day, Ashkenazi Jews rely heavily on philosophical works developed by Sephardi Jews, and vice versa. One good example is Maimonides, who I mentioned earlier as being the one who developed the 13 Principles of Faith. He was Sephardi, but he's just as important to Ashkenazis. In contrast, there's Rashi, whose commentaries are included in all modern editions of the Talmud. He was Ashkenazi, but he is also considered authoritative by Sephardi. Now, before I move on to the modern denominations of Judaism, I want to point out a book called the Shulchan Aruch. Written in 1565 by the Sephardic rabbi Joseph Caro, it also contains notes by the Ashkenazi rabbi Moses Isserles. To this day, it's kind of the authoritative text for all things related to Jewish law. But it's important to note that it is used by both Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardi Jews. Although when it comes to minhag or customs, Ashkenazis follow the rulings of Rabbi Isserles, whereas Sephardis follow the rulings of Rabbi Karo. Okay, so like I said, from 70 CE to around 1740 CE, there was pretty much just one Judaism, albeit with different customs depending on where you lived. But from 1740 onwards, this changed. Nowadays, it's said that Judaism, particularly in Western countries, has three main branches: Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. So before we continue down the tree, I want to explain the main differences between these three branches, or as I'm calling them here, denominations. At the end of the day, the difference boils down to just one thing, and one thing only: their approach to Jewish law, which is called halacha. Orthodox Jews see halacha as being binding, and, for the most part, unchanging. Binding means you have to follow it, not in order to obtain salvation, but simply because God says so. So Orthodox Jews follow the law very carefully, in the same way that it's been followed for over 2,000 years. In contrast, conservative Jews, known as Masorti Jews outside of North America, see halacha as being binding, but not unchanging. In other words, the law should evolve over time in order to keep up with how human society has evolved. So, for example, Orthodox Jews won't drive a car on Shabbat because both combustion engines and electric engines involve lighting a fire. And in the Torah, lighting a fire is considered work, and you're not supposed to work on Shabbat. However, conservative Jews have come to the conclusion that in our modern world, being able to attend synagogues, which are often no longer within walking distance, is more important than following the original rule. So conservative rabbis have actually changed Jewish law to say that driving a car on Shabbat is permitted for this special circumstance. They have done similar things in terms of allowing women to become rabbis and supporting LGBT rights. Now, before I move on, let me mention the principle of pikuach nefesh, which is followed by every branch of Judaism. This law states that any other law can be broken in order to protect the life or health of a person. So, for example, if a person has a medical emergency on Shabbat, even the most Orthodox Jew will drive a car in order to get that person to the hospital as fast as possible. However, there are three exceptions. You can't murder, you can't worship idols, and you can't commit a sexual sin. Okay, so finally there are Reform Jews. Reform Jews see halacha as being neither binding nor unchanging. This means that each individual Jew can make up their own mind about how to follow Jewish law. So, for example, the Torah says that Jews must not eat certain shellfish, such as prawns, but it says that beef is okay. However, in today's world, due to climate change, it can be argued that eating beef is more problematic than eating prawns. So some Reform Jews might decide to adopt a full pescatarian diet for ethical reasons instead of following traditional kosher rules. A lot of Reform Jews like to focus on the phrase tikkun olam, which means repairing the world, and therefore they tend to prioritize ethical mitzvot over ritual mitzvot. Now, these may seem like some pretty big differences, but surprisingly, on the surface, these three groups can often look almost the same. The one exception to this is a subset of Orthodox Jews known as Haredi, or ultra-Orthodox, although note that the term ultra-Orthodox is usually considered offensive. Haredi Jews can be broken down further into Hasidic and non-Hasidic. I'll explain Hasidic Judaism in more detail in a moment, but for now, note that these are the Jews that tend to be Jewish in very visible ways. They are the ones with big black hats and long side curls. Many Christians, when forming a mental picture of what a Jew looks like, will tend to think of a Hasidic Jew. Well, I just want to caution you against that stereotype, because that would be like a Jew assuming that all Christians look like this. Even among Orthodox Jews, there are many who don't really stand out as being Jewish in a highly visible way and are more integrated into the greater society. These non-Haredi Orthodox Jews are usually called modern Orthodox. Okay, so how did all these various denominations of modern Judaism come about? Well, let's actually start with Hasidism. It was founded by the Baal Shem Tov, who lived in what is today Ukraine during the 1700s, which is why I've shown the Hasidic movement as stemming from the Ashkenazis. However, take note that nowadays some Sephardis have also adopted Hasidism. What a lot of non-Jews don't realize about Hasidism is that it is actually a very mystical version of Judaism, in addition to being outwardly quite conservative. It relies heavily on Kabbalah, which is a mystical school of thought within Judaism that goes back to Isaac Luria in the 1500s and Moses de Leon in the 1200s, and perhaps even further. The other thing you need to know about Hasidism is that each Hasidic group is centered around a single rabbinic dynasty that can be traced back to a specific Eastern European village. So take, for example, Chabad, which is one of the largest and most well-known Hasidic groups. It was originally based in a Russian village called Lubavitch, which is why followers of Chabad are also known as Lubavitchers. The famous 20th century leader of this group, Mendel Schneerson, was a descendant of Schneer Zalman, the founder of Chabad. However, not all Ashkenazi Jews embraced Hasidism. Those who did not became known as mitnagdim, meaning opponents, although they would later become known as Litvaks, because a lot of them were based in Lithuania. Around the year 1770, another major event occurred, mostly among the mitnagdim, known as the Haskalah, or Jewish Enlightenment. It stemmed from and was very similar to the general age of enlightenment that had occurred in Europe about a century earlier. Basically, it led to Judaism being re-examined using the lens of modern critical scholarship. But it was not all simply about new ideas. It was also about new freedoms. Around the same time as the Haskalah, Jewish emancipation was achieved throughout most of Europe, meaning that for the first time, Jews were given the same legal rights as Christians. At this point, some Jews simply became secular, whereas other Jews, particularly in Germany, sought to reform Judaism in order to bring it up to speed with what had been learned through science and textual criticism. Now, for the next little while, I'm going to be talking exclusively about the United States. That's because, other than Israel, this is where most of the world's Jews currently live. But don't worry, once I'm done, I will be talking about Israel and other countries as well. Note that it's mostly in the US and in some similar countries like Canada and the UK that Judaism can be divided into various denominations. So let's start with the migration of German Jews to the US between 1840 and 1860. Prior to this point, most Jews in America had actually been Sephardic. But pretty soon, most Jewish congregations were not only Ashkenazi, but they were also leaning towards reform. So in 1873, the Union of American Hebrew Congregations was established in order to serve as the main organization for American Jews. This was followed by the founding of Hebrew Union College in 1875 as the main rabbinical school. However, while most American Jews were Reform at this point, some were not. Therefore, in 1886, some more conservative-leaning rabbis broke away from Hebrew Union College and established instead the Jewish Theological Seminary. Although, please note that these so-called conservative Jews were only conservative in comparison to Reform Jews. In the eyes of many Eastern European Jews, these so-called conservatives were actually quite liberal. What happened next was that many of those Eastern European Jews ended up migrating to the US between 1880 to 1925 due to persecution in Russia. They were even more conservative than the conservatives and thus became known as Orthodox. Therefore, we ended up with three main denominations or branches within American Judaism. The Union of American Hebrew Congregations ended up being the main organization for Reform Jews, eventually changing its name to the Union for Reform Judaism. The United Synagogue of America, established in 1913, became the main organization for conservative Jews, although it too later changed its name to the United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism. Finally, the Orthodox Union, established in 1898, became the main organization for modern Orthodox Jews. Now, even if you've never heard of any of these organizations, you've probably seen this symbol on various food packages. It means that the Orthodox Union has deemed that item to be kosher. I also want to point out Agudah, which is another Orthodox organization, separate from the Orthodox Union. It consists mostly of Haredi congregations, both non-Hasidic and Hasidic, although notably Chabad is not a member. Altogether, among those who attend synagogue in the US, approximately 50% are Reform, around 30% are conservative, and 20% are Orthodox. I should also point out Reconstructionist, or Reconstructing Judaism, which can be considered a fourth branch of modern Judaism. Founded by Mordecai Kaplan in the 1950s, it can be seen as a breakaway from conservative Judaism. However, like Reform Judaism, it does not see Jewish law as being binding. But in contrast to Reform Judaism, it tends to place more value on preserving old traditions and on maintaining a very distinct Jewish identity. So you can kind of think of Reconstructionist Judaism as being somewhat conservative on the outside, but very liberal on the inside. There's also Renewal Judaism, which is even more recent, having its roots in the countercultural movement of the 1960s and 70s. It too is a very liberal branch of Judaism, but tends to incorporate more mystical elements from Hasidic Judaism, which is why its followers are sometimes nicknamed hippie Jews. Now, one other thing I should make clear is that in Judaism, denominational lines can be quite blurry, especially in areas where there aren't many Jews. So, for example, I live in Canada, and when I converted to Judaism, I did so through a Reform synagogue, although one of the teachers was a Reconstructionist. However, after 1 year of study and the approval of a Beit Din, I had a Hatafat Dam Brit performed by an Orthodox rabbi and was immersed in a mikveh at the Orthodox synagogue. On top of this, the synagogue that my wife and I are most likely to attend, simply because it's the closest one to our home, is actually Renewal. So when people ask me which branch of Judaism I belong to, it's a difficult question to answer. I usually just say that I'm a progressive Jew, which basically encompasses everything other than Orthodox, and in North America at least, is the dominant type of Judaism. But even between progressive Jews and Orthodox Jews, there is often a lot of mixing. While each set of rabbis might hold very different views, the actual members might not. So it's not unusual for a Jew with Reform leanings to attend an Orthodox synagogue, or a fully observant Orthodox Jew to attend a Reform synagogue. And then, of course, there are sometimes separate Sephardi congregations. They usually see themselves as being outside of the whole Reform, Conservative, Orthodox trichotomy. But then there's also individual Sephardic Jews who do see themselves as belonging to one of the three streams. So it's complicated. There are even humanist Jews who do not even believe in God, but still gather to celebrate certain holidays or rites of passage. Now, what about Messianic Jews? Well, Messianic Jews are really Christians. So I actually talked about them already on my series about Christian denominations. If you're interested to hear my take on them, you can find it in episode 8. Okay, so that was just how Judaism works in the US, and maybe a few other countries like Canada and the UK. In the UK, there are actually two major Reform denominations, Liberal Judaism and the Movement for Reform Judaism. However, quite recently, in April of 2023, they announced their intention to merge into a single organization. They also have a chief rabbi for their Orthodox Jews, who you might have seen in the news recently as he participated in the coronation of King Charles III. Let's now look at how Judaism works in Israel, which now has a Jewish population that has surpassed that of the United States. Although Reform and conservative synagogues do exist in Israel in small numbers, the Reform Conservative Orthodox trichotomy is far less important there. Instead, in Israel, Jews are usually classified into four main categories. First, there are the Haloni. These are secular Jews, and they actually make up a full half of all the Jews in Israel. Next are the Masorti, who are traditional, meaning that they are only partially observant. They make up another quarter of the Israeli population. The final quarter consists of the Dati and Haredi. These are the fully observant Jews, with the Haredi, like I discussed earlier, being the most strictly observant. Now, I'm not going to address Zionism in this video, because Zionism is more of a political thing than a religious thing. Individual Jews across the world and across all denominations have differing views on Zionism and the politics within Israel. So it's important to remember that just because someone is Jewish, that doesn't mean that they support every single thing that the state of Israel does. But returning to the four categories of Israeli Jews, I want to make it clear that these are not four different denominations. For the most part, Israeli Jews are not really divided into denominations at all. Instead, anything to do with Jewish religious matters in Israel falls under the jurisdiction of the two chief rabbis, one of whom represents Ashkenazi Jews and the other who represents Sephardi Jews. This system is actually the one that is used in most countries in the world. Some countries, such as France, have just one chief rabbi, whereas others, like Argentina, have two. Okay, so that was a look at the family tree of Jewish denominations. Now, as you might know, Jews are famous for having differing opinions on just about everything. So in a few weeks' time, the Jewish history YouTuber Sam Aronow will be releasing a video in which he sort of reacts to mine and gives you his own take on the subject. His will be a bit more chronological and will include a look at some denominations that lasted for a little while but then went extinct. So keep an eye out for that. Thanks for watching. Hi, this is Matt Baker. Earlier this year, I did an 8-part series on the family tree of Christian denominations. Well, today I'm releasing the entire series again, but this time as a single video. I've titled it History of Christianity because although I go through things in a family tree format, it does end up being a rather systematic study of church history. You'll note that the chart changes and grows as I go through it. This is because I originally worked on the chart between each episode. However, the whole thing is now done. So let me point out that if you want to buy a copy of it as a poster, you can do so by heading to usefulcharts.com or by using the link in the description or pinned comment. Okay, let's get started. Okay, let's start at the very top of this chart with ancient Israelite religion, many centuries before the birth of Christianity. This represents the religion of the people who lived in the kingdoms of Israel and Judah during the Iron Age. So basically about 1000 BCE to 600 BCE. Now there are several competing ideas about what exactly the ancient Israelite religion looked like and how it came to exist. So rather than present you with only one view, let me give you at least two. The first is the view given in the Bible. According to a literal reading, God revealed himself first to a man named Abraham, but then Abraham's descendants ended up in Egypt as slaves, where they became known as the Israelites. God then revealed himself to Moses, who helped lead the Israelites out of Egypt and into the land of Canaan. where they conquered the local population there and eventually established a kingdom, which was then later split into two. So according to this view, the Israelites knew about the one true God from the start, but then after that, they started disobeying that God and worshiping other gods instead, which led to the destruction of their kingdoms. The northern kingdom of Israel falling first to the Assyrians, and the southern kingdom of Judah falling second to the Babylonians. So that's one view. The other view is based on a more literary reading of the Bible, combined with what we have come to learn from secular history and archaeology. According to this view, the Israelites were probably just a subset of Canaanites who survived the Bronze Age collapse in the hill country, and who then combined with other nearby people groups to form a tribal confederation. This confederation then evolved into the Kingdom of Israel, which would have originally been polytheistic. However, within the Kingdom of Israel, there were some priests who advocated for henotheism, which is the worship of only one God without denying the existence of other gods. And the one God they advocated for is the one represented by these four letters. As a Jew, I'm not supposed to pronounce the name, so I will say Hashem instead, which simply means the name. Anyway, the Kingdom of Israel was eventually conquered by Assyria. However, the nearby Kingdom of Judah, and in particular its capital city of Jerusalem, managed to hold out. Therefore, the Temple of Hashem at Jerusalem, also known as the First Temple, became the new center of the Israelite religion, which became increasingly more monotheistic. Eventually, however, Judah was also conquered, this time by the Babylonians. The First Temple was destroyed, and Judah's elites were carried off to Babylon, where they experienced the Babylonian exile from approximately 586 to 516 BCE. Which brings us to Second Temple Judaism. By this point, the Israelites were now known as Jews, named after the kingdom of Judah. However, when the Babylonians were conquered by the Persians allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple to Hashem, which became known as the Second Temple. So, in many ways, Second Temple Judaism was the direct descendant of ancient Israelite religion. However, it was almost certainly influenced by the interactions that the Jewish people were now having with their new foreign rulers. For example, the Persians followed a religion known as Zoroastrianism, and Zoroastrianism likely had a major impact on Second Temple Judaism. For example, the figure of Satan and the idea of there being an end of the world where good triumphs over evil likely came from Zoroastrianism. Likewise, when the Greeks conquered the Persians and Hellenism began to spread throughout the Middle East, many ideas from the Greeks found their way into Second Temple Judaism as well. But the most important thing you need to know about Second Temple Judaism is that by the Roman period, it was not a single, highly unified religion, but rather a religion that had many different sects operating within it. The four main sects were the Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and the Zealots. Let's quickly look at each one. The Sadducees represented the elites of Jewish society and included the priests who ran the temple. They were the group that were the most open to Hellenism. In contrast, the Pharisees were associated more with the everyday people and included the scribes and scholars who studied the Hebrew scriptures. Next, there were the Essenes, who were the most mystical of the four groups, often living apart from mainstream society and having a keen interest in things like angels and the idea of a spiritual Messiah. They were probably the group that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. Finally, there were the Zealots, who were the opposite of the Essenes in that they wanted real-world change. In other words, they wanted to overthrow the Roman government and reestablish political independence for the Jews. Now, here's the thing. Out of these four groups, only one survived the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE. This was the Pharisees. You see, after Jerusalem was destroyed, the Pharisees moved their headquarters to a nearby city called Yavne, where they then became known as rabbis. The religion of Judaism, as it exists today, traces its roots back to these early rabbis, and therefore directly to the Pharisees. In contrast, the Sadducees, Essenes, and Zealots all became extinct. However, very late in the Second Temple period, a fifth Jewish sect had started to form, that of the earliest Christians. And this fifth sect survived the destruction as well. Now, it doesn't actually matter whether you believe that Jesus was God, or that he was just a man, or that he never existed at all. What is absolutely certain is that Christians existed by the end of the first century, and that these earliest Christians were Jews. In fact, many of the earliest Christians were likely former Pharisees, such as Paul, but it's also likely that there were some zealots as well. After all, one of the disciples was named Simon the Zealot. There also seems to have been a heavy Essene influence on early Christianity, considering that both groups were apocalyptic, meaning that they believed in a hidden spirit world that was about to be revealed. The only Jewish group that Christianity didn't seem to draw heavily from was the Sadducees. However, in addition to Jews, early Christianity also attracted people from a group known as the God-fearers. God-fearers were basically Gentiles, in other words, non-Jews, who were nonetheless very sympathetic towards Judaism and often liked to participate in Jewish customs without actually converting. Now, I cannot stress enough how important the destruction of the temple in 70 CE was to both the development of Christianity as well as the development of Rabbinic Judaism. Prior to 70 CE, Judaism was very much a temple-based religion. But once the temple was gone, both early Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism were forced to adapt and change. Christianity adapted by focusing more and more on Jesus as the new spiritual high priest and on his sacrifice as a replacement for the earlier temple sacrifices. In contrast, Rabbinic Judaism adapted by emphasizing the study of the Torah and meeting together in synagogues for prayer as the new ways to commune with God. However, this series is about the various branches of Christianity, not Judaism. So from this point forward, I'm going to shift towards focusing exclusively on how Christianity continued to develop. Although at some point in the future, I might return to Rabbinic Judaism and talk about its modern branches as well. Okay, so following the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, Christianity went in three very different directions. First, there were the Jewish Christians, who kept following all the various Jewish practices in the same manner that the earliest Christians had done. So they continued to practice things like circumcision and not eating pork, in addition to revering Jesus as an important spiritual leader. Two groups that are representative of this branch are the Nazarenes and the Ebionites. Over time, though, Jewish Christian groups like this went extinct. However, it is thought that they may have had some influence on the development of Islam. Like the Nazarenes, Muslims see Jesus as being an important human prophet and even the Messiah, born of a virgin, but they do not see Jesus as being divine. So if you want to know what Jewish Christians in the first few centuries CE were like, well, they were a lot like Muslims are today, just without the Quran and Muhammad. In contrast to the Jewish Christians were the Pauline Christians, who primarily consisted of Gentiles. Again, Gentiles are simply non-Jews. The word Pauline refers to the Apostle Paul, who died shortly before the destruction of the temple. Paul wrote much of the New Testament and is credited with introducing Christianity to the Gentiles. In his writings, he argues that Gentile Christians should not be required to follow Jewish customs, such as circumcision and not eating pork. In fact, Paul's main message was that Jesus' death and resurrection introduced a new covenant that superseded Jewish law. We'll come back to Pauline Christianity in a moment, but first, let's look at the third major branch of early Christianity, Gnosticism. Now, the first thing I want to make clear is that Gnosticism wasn't a single unified sect. And in fact, the word Gnosticism is actually a modern term used to lump a bunch of different early Christians together, such as the Valentinians and the Sethians. However, these groups did differ from both Pauline Christianity and Jewish Christianity in several key ways. So I think from a general point of view, putting them together as a third major branch is in fact fair. So what the various Gnostic groups shared in common was the idea that the physical world was altogether bad, and that the spiritual world was all that really mattered. They thus emphasized Jesus' divinity and downplayed his humanity. Gnosticism is based on the Greek word gnosis, which means knowledge. And basically, Gnostics believed that they had access to secret knowledge about the spirit world. But like Jewish Christianity, Gnostic Christianity eventually died out. However, there is a minor religion that still exists today, known as Mandaism, that may trace its roots back to the early Gnostic Christians. Okay, so let's go back to Pauline Christianity. From the perspective of Christians today, Pauline Christianity represents the original, true Christianity, and the Gnostic and Jewish Christians were simply early heretics. However, from a secular point of view, these three branches were initially all on a level playing field, and it just so happened that Pauline Christianity emerged as the quote-unquote winner. Whichever view you take, it's clear that things started to coalesce during the period between 180 and 313 CE. The Christian church at this time is often referred to as the Great Church, because it was during this period that the church started to become more and more unified, emerging as a distinct religion with a large number of adherents. The year 313 CE is an important date in Christian history because this was the year that the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great, together with his co-emperor Licinius, issued the Edict of Milan, which gave Christianity legal status throughout the Roman Empire, thus protecting it from persecution. Shortly thereafter, in the year 325 CE, Constantine convened the Council of Nicaea, which got all the various Christian bishops together to clarify what the official doctrines of Christianity were. And what they produced was a document known as the Nicene Creed. Virtually every Christian denomination today agrees with the various position statements made in the Nicene Creed. And therefore, to this day, the Nicene Creed serves as a way to distinguish mainstream Christianity from Christian fringe groups. But initially, Nicene Christianity had a competitor, Arian Christianity. Note that this is Arian with an I, not Arian with a Y. Arian Christians disagreed with the Nicene Creed and followed the teachings of a man named Arius instead. Basically, the difference is this. According to Arian Christianity, Jesus did not always exist. Instead, Jesus was made by God and is thus subordinate to God. Likewise, Arian Christians believe that the Holy Spirit is also distinct from God the Father and Jesus the Son. In contrast, Nicene Christians believe that God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all co-eternal, meaning that they all have no beginning. In other words, all three have just always existed. Nicene Christians also believe that God is one essence, but three persons. So for a while, both Arian Christianity and Nicene Christianity existed side by side, with Arian Christianity being found mostly among the newly converted Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Lombards, and Nicene Christianity being found in the Roman Empire. But over time, Arianism faded away, so that basically Nicene Christianity became the only Christianity. In fact, in the year 380 CE, Nicene Christianity was made the state religion of the Roman Empire by Emperor Theodosius I via the Edict of Thessalonica. A lot of people get these two edicts confused, thinking that it was Constantine who made Christianity the state religion. But keep in mind that he simply made Christianity legal. It was actually Theodosius who made it the official religion of the Roman Empire. Around the same time as the Edict of Thessalonica, a second major council was held, the Council of Constantinople. It is not shown on this chart, though, because it didn't lead to any major schisms. However, I do want to mention it because it resulted in a few minor revisions to the Nicene Creed. The third ecumenical council was the Council of Ephesus. in 431 CE. And this one did result in the first major split within Nicene Christianity. Breaking away at this point was the Church of the East, which was the national church of the Sassanid Empire in Persia. So basically, these were Christians who lived outside of the Roman Empire. There, Christians tended toward a theology known as Nestorianism, named after a man named Nestorius. According to the Council of Ephesus, Nestorians put too much of an emphasis on the distinction between Jesus' divinity and his humanity. So the Church of the East went its own way at this point. Today, there is only one major independent denomination that traces its roots all the way back to the Church of the East, and that is the Assyrian Church of the East, based primarily in northern Iraq. They are currently led by Patriarch Awa III and number around 400,000. The fourth ecumenical council was the Council of Chalcedon in 451 CE, and yet again, this one led to another major division. This time, the Oriental Orthodox churches split away from the mainstream. So basically, these churches, together with the Assyrian Church of the East, are known as non-Chalcedonian churches, whereas everyone else is known as Chalcedonian. The other term used for the Oriental Orthodox churches is Miaphysite. Mia means one, and physis means nature. This sums up the difference between the Oriental Orthodox churches and the Chalcedonian churches. The Oriental Orthodox churches believed that Jesus had just one nature, which was a mix of divinity and humanity, whereas the Chalcedonian churches believed that Jesus was one person with two natures. Now, before I explain the Oriental Orthodox churches, I want to introduce the concept of the pentarchy. Penta meaning five. Over time, there emerged 5 cities that were the most important centers of Christianity. These were Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. Each one had a leader known as a patriarch, and hence each center was known as a patriarchy. However, following the Council of Chalcedon, 2 of these patriarchies experienced major schisms. These were Alexandria, which is in Egypt, and Antioch, which is in Syria. The Christians in Alexandria, who supported Miaphysitism, broke away and became known as the Coptic Orthodox Church. And the Christians in Antioch, who supported Miaphysitism, broke away and became known as the Syriac Orthodox Church. Shortly thereafter, they were also joined by the Armenian Apostolic Church, which also supported Miaphysitism. So to this day, there are actually 2 competing patriarchs of both Alexandria and Antioch. Currently, the Eastern Orthodox Patriarch of Alexandria is Theodore II, whereas the Coptic Orthodox Patriarch is Tawadros II. Interestingly, Tawadros also uses the title of Pope. So yeah, if you thought this guy was the only Pope now that Benedict has passed away, you were wrong. There's still Pope Tawadros II as well. When it comes to Antioch, the Eastern Orthodox Patriarch is currently John X, whereas the Syriac Orthodox Patriarch is Ignatius Ephraim II. Up until the 20th century, the Oriental Orthodox branch of Christianity consisted of only 3 autonomous churches. However, in 1959, the Ethiopian Church became independent from the Coptic Church, and then the Eritrean Church became independent from Ethiopia in 1991. Note that both the Ethiopian and Eritrean churches use the word Tewahedo in their names, which is a Ge'ez word meaning unified. I also want to point out that the Ethiopian Church is currently the largest of the Oriental Orthodox churches and has about 40 million members. They are currently led by a patriarch named Matthias. Finally, there's the Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church, located in India. It was originally under the jurisdiction of the Syriac Orthodox Church, but in 1912 became independent. let me first address a few things that came up in the comment section on episode 1. First of all, the word extinct. So, for example, I indicated on the chart that the Aryan Christians went extinct, while many people pointed out that the Jehovah's Witnesses are very Aryan in their theology, which is true. I therefore want to clarify that whenever I show a group going extinct on this chart, I'm always referring to the original group, not to similar groups that may arise later. This is especially important with regard to Jewish Christians. I got a lot of comments from people pointing out that Messianic Jews still exist. Again, this is correct. However, Messianic Jews do not trace a line all the way back to the original Jewish Christians from ancient times. Rather, Messianic Jews are more recent converts. So, in order to make things more clear, I decided to change the label Jewish Christians to Ebionite Christians, the Ebionites being one of the early Jewish Christian sects, similar to or the same as the Nazarenes. I also received several requests to include the Samaritans and the Karaites, so let's go ahead and add them to the chart. Now, some people, including the Samaritans themselves, think that the Samaritan religion is a direct continuation of the religion followed by the northern kingdom of Israel prior to the Babylonian exile. However, from an academic perspective, it's more likely that the Samaritans emerged early on in the Second Temple period, when around 450 BCE, they built their own temple on Mount Gerizim. Now, there's a lot more I could say about the Samaritans, but since this series is focused on Christianity, I'll perhaps have to make a separate video about them at some other point. Now, what about the Karaites? If you haven't heard about them, basically the Karaites are Jews who do not accept the teachings of the early rabbis, as recorded in the Talmud. According to some people, they are the direct descendants of the Sadducees. However, the scholarly consensus is that this is not the case, because the Karaites did not actually emerge until the medieval period, which means that it is better to see them as an early breakaway group from Rabbinic Judaism, rather than being completely distinct from it. Another such breakaway group is Beta Israel, aka the Ethiopian Jews. Again, some people theorize that this group can trace their origins to pre-rabbinic times. However, it is clear from their language and customs that they did originally have connections to rabbinic Jews, but then this connection was severed for many centuries until they were once again reunited with the rest of Judaism in modern times. Okay, let's now turn our attention back to early Christianity. I mentioned last time something called the Pentarchy. The Pentarchy emerged in some sort of official way around the time of the Council of Chalcedon. Basically, by this point, there were 5 major cities that were key centers of Christianity within the Roman Empire. Originally, there had been just 3: Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch. But when Constantinople became the new capital of the Roman Empire, it became important as well. And then there was, of course, Jerusalem, where the whole thing began. So by 451, the leaders of the church recognized 5 key cities. Each was called a patriarchate because each was governed by a special bishop called a patriarch, meaning father. Now, I changed the chart a little bit to make what happened after the Council of Chalcedon a bit more clear. Basically, the majority of Christians in Alexandria, Egypt, and in Antioch, Syria, did not agree with the Chalcedonian decisions. They therefore broke away from the rest and eventually became known as Oriental Orthodoxy, which is distinct from Eastern Orthodoxy. These days, the 2 largest churches within Oriental Orthodoxy are the Coptic Orthodox Church in Egypt and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, which became independent from the Patriarch of Alexandria in 1959. However, I should point out that the church in Ethiopia has its own very unique history that goes all the way back to ancient times. And as I discussed in my series on Who Wrote the Bible, Ethiopian Christians have a unique version of the Bible that includes several extra books that are not found in most other Bibles. Also, since I mistakenly didn't show a photo of the Ethiopian patriarch last time, I wanted to show him this time. This is Patriarch Abun Matthias, the spiritual leader of around 40 million Ethiopian Christians. Okay, so let's now return to the Pentarchy. Although most of the Christians in Alexandria and Antioch became Oriental Orthodox, a minority did not. That's why I also show dotted lines that stay within the Eastern Orthodox section, which I've now decided to color red. The Christians in these areas that sided with Eastern Orthodoxy were originally known as Melkites, meaning imperial. That term will pop up again later, so I thought I'd point out its meaning now. But here's the thing. In the 600s CE, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem came under the control of the new religion of Islam. Therefore, these cities became less important in terms of Christian leadership, leaving only Rome and Constantinople as the two main patriarchates. Therefore, a bit of a power struggle eventually developed between Rome and Constantinople. On one side, there was the fact that Rome, as the original seat of imperial power, had been given, back in the early days of the Pentarchy, a sort of precedence over the other four cities. However, on the other side, there was the fact that Constantinople was now the seat of imperial power, and it was the Greek emperor in Constantinople that now appointed the Latin pope over in Rome. As the centuries went by, Rome and Constantinople drifted further and further apart as Europe became divided between the Holy Roman Empire in the west and the Byzantine Empire in the east. This came to a head in 1054 with what's called the Great Schism. The Great Schism can be blamed on many different things, but I'd like to point out just two. One was a disagreement over whether or not Rome and its bishop, the Pope, was the head over the entire Christian church. According to Constantinople, the Pope was just a first among equals. In other words, he held a special place of honor, but in practical terms, he held no more power than the Patriarch of Constantinople. However, according to Rome, the Pope did have actual authority over the entire church. The other major difference related to the Nicene Creed, which I discussed in episode 1. In fact, I created a bit of a stir because, as an example, I showed the version of the creed used these days by Catholics and Protestants, rather than the one used by Eastern Orthodox Christians. The difference is this line here, known as the filioque, meaning "and from the Son." So, as you can see, Catholics and Protestants say that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, whereas the Eastern Orthodox Christians say that he proceeds from the Father only. Because of these differences and many others, East and West parted ways in 1054. Now, I should make it clear that it would be incorrect to say that the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church started only in 1054. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that they both started in the 1st century and that they were simply united up until 1054. So what about the popes then? I mean, the ones from Peter up until Pope Leo IX in 1054. Well, the difference is that Catholics claim that those popes were the leaders of the entire Christian church, whereas in the view of the Eastern Orthodox Church, these popes were simply the bishops of Rome, who, as I mentioned earlier, were, in their minds, simply the first among equals. Okay, so let's now look at how each of these churches are organized today, starting with the Eastern Orthodox Church, which sees itself as a single church, but can actually be divided into 15 equal churches called autocephalous churches. Basically, being autocephalous means that the leader of that church does not have to answer to anyone higher up, other than God, of course. However, the Patriarch of Constantinople is given special precedence and is considered first among equals. This is why the Patriarch of Constantinople is called the Ecumenical Patriarch. Ecumenical meaning representing more than one group. Currently, that position is held by Bartholomew I. Initially, the Eastern Orthodox Church consisted of only 5 autocephalous churches. These were the 4 out of the 5 patriarchates from the Pentarchy, as well as the Church of Cyprus, which had always been seen as being independent all the way back to ancient times. However, over time, more autocephalous churches were added by Constantinople, such as the Bulgarian Orthodox Church in 927, the Serbian Orthodox Church in 1219, and most importantly, the Russian Orthodox Church in 1589. I say most importantly because nowadays the Russian Orthodox Church is by far the largest of the various Eastern Orthodox churches. It is currently led by Kirill, who holds the title Patriarch of Moscow. The Church of Greece and the Romanian Orthodox Church were the next 2 Eastern Orthodox churches to become autocephalous in 1850 and 1885, which is after each became independent from the Ottoman Empire. The remaining 5 churches all became autocephalous in the 20th century, or in the case of the Macedonian Church, just last year in 2022, which leaves 2 gray areas to discuss. The first being the Orthodox Church in America, which originated as a branch of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Patriarch of Moscow currently recognizes the American Church as being autocephalous, but the Patriarch of Constantinople does not. When it comes to Ukraine, we get the opposite situation. There, the Patriarch of Constantinople recognizes the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, but the Patriarch of Moscow does not. And it's even more complicated than that. And that's because the history of Russia and Ukraine is, well, a bit complicated. You see, both countries trace their origins back to a medieval state called Kievan Rus, which was centered on the city of Kiev. When Christianity first reached that area, the church there was known as the Ruthenian Orthodox Church. However, over time, Kievan Rus disintegrated, and instead the city of Moscow became the dominant city in the region. It was at this point that the Russian Orthodox Church was established, replacing the Ruthenian Orthodox Church. Eventually, all Eastern Orthodox Christians in Ukraine ended up under the jurisdiction of Moscow. However, after the fall of the Russian Empire, some churches in Ukraine declared independence and started calling themselves the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church, or UAOC. This church operated separately from the UOC, which still came under the jurisdiction of Moscow. This is why later the letters MP were added to the name to make it clear that it is part of the Moscow Patriarchate. To complicate matters further, a third Ukrainian church emerged after the fall of the Soviet Union. This one called itself the UOC-KP, the KP standing for Kiev Patriarchate. Now, obviously, having 3 different Eastern Orthodox churches in one country is not ideal. So in 2018, there was an attempt to merge all 3 churches into a single church, which would become known as the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. The merger was mostly successful, and now around 80% of Eastern Orthodox Christians in Ukraine belong to the OCU. However, it wasn't entirely successful. For one thing, there are still some churches that are attached to Moscow, although since the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, these are becoming less. And officially, the UOCMP has now cut ties with the Russian Orthodox Church. Secondly, there was also a disagreement between the newly appointed leader of the OCU, Epiphanius, and the former leader of the UOCKP, Philaret. This disagreement led to Philaret attempting to revive the UOCKP, although so far he's had only limited success. So basically, while there is still some disunity, the new OCU is now the main Eastern Orthodox Church in Ukraine. Now, before we move on, I do want to point out the growing rift between the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople and the Patriarch of Moscow. For over 500 years now, Moscow has seen itself as being the third Rome. And since the Russian Orthodox Church is by far the largest of the various Eastern Orthodox churches, it has at times been seen as a sort of rival to the leadership of Constantinople. In fact, when the ecumenical patriarch recognized the new Orthodox Church of Ukraine, Moscow decided to break communion with Constantinople, which basically means that they're no longer on good speaking terms. This was made even worse when Patriarch Kirill came out as a strong supporter of the war on Ukraine, whereas Patriarch Bartholomew strongly opposed it. So it's yet to be seen whether or not the current schism will turn out to be a landscape-changing, permanent one. Okay, let's now talk about the Roman Catholic Church, by far the largest church in all of Christianity, with well over 1 billion members representing more than 50% of all Christians. Now, when most people refer to the Roman Catholic Church, what they're really referring to is the Latin Church, which is actually just one of 24 churches that make up the entire Roman Catholic Church. The other 23 churches are Eastern Catholic churches, which we'll be talking about shortly. But since 99% of Catholics belong to the Latin Church, let me take a moment to explain how the church organizes those 1 billion plus members. So unlike how the Eastern Orthodox churches are primarily based in single countries with perhaps some churches overseas, mainly for expats, the Roman Catholic Church is spread all over the world. So what they do is divide the world into a few hundred provinces like this. So for example, although I'm not a Catholic, I live within the Catholic province of Vancouver, which includes most of British Columbia. Within that ecclesiastical province are 5 dioceses, and each one of those dioceses is led by a bishop. However, one of those dioceses is an archdiocese, led by an archbishop, who, in addition to being in charge of his diocese, is also in charge of the entire province. Now, within each diocese are a bunch of parishes, or local churches, each run by a parish priest. So the closest Catholic church to me happens to be this one, although I also happen to live fairly close to a cathedral. Growing up, I always thought a cathedral was simply an extra big and fancy church. Well, that's not quite the case. Each diocese has just one cathedral, and it's called that because that's where you'll find the bishop, or archbishop, for that diocese. Of course, the most notable thing about the Catholic Church is that above all the bishops and archbishops in the hierarchy is the Pope, who is the leader of the entire church. That person is currently Pope Francis, who is also the bishop in charge of the Diocese of Rome. So basically, whoever is in charge of Rome is in charge of the entire church. Now, like I mentioned earlier, in addition to the main Latin Church, there are also 23 other smaller churches, which are the Eastern Catholic churches. These operate independently from the main church, but are still under the jurisdiction of the Pope. Of the 23 Eastern Catholic churches, I am going to point out just the 10 largest. Let's start here at the bottom. These 3 churches all trace their origins to the Church of the East, which I mentioned earlier. Basically, what happened is that in 1552, there was a schism in the Church of the East that resulted in some congregations remaining in the Church of the East. These are the ones that became the Assyrian Church of the East and the breakaway Ancient Church of the East. But at the same time, there were other congregations that decided to join the Catholic Church instead. These became known as the Chaldean Catholic Church. Then there are the St. Thomas Christians from India. These Christians trace their origins back to the Apostle Thomas, who supposedly traveled all the way to India in the 1st century. At some point, though, the Christians in India became associated with the Church of the East. But then later, some joined the Oriental Orthodox churches, becoming known as the Indian Orthodox Church, while others joined the Catholic Church, becoming known as the Syro-Malabar Catholic Church. The Syro-Malankara Catholic Church is also based in India and consists of congregations that broke away from the Indian Orthodox Church. So note that there are 2 different Eastern Catholic churches based in India. The Syro-Malabar one follows Eastern Syrian traditions, whereas the Syro-Malankara one follows Western Syrian traditions. The largest Eastern Catholic Church is actually the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, with over 5 million members. This church traces its roots back to the Ruthenian Orthodox Church that I mentioned earlier. So basically, back in the 1500s, there were some Christians in Ukraine that didn't want to join the Russian Orthodox Church, so they joined the Catholic Church instead. Now, there's also a Ruthenian Greek Catholic Church, but it actually has nothing to do with the Ruthenian Orthodox Church. It actually formed when certain congregations broke away from the Serbian Orthodox Church. Then there's the Armenian Catholic Church, which, as you might have guessed, is based on those who broke away from the main Armenian Church, which is associated with Oriental Orthodoxy. That leaves us with the Coptic Catholic Church, which broke away from the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate in Alexandria, and these three, which all broke away from the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch. Which means that when it comes to the original Pentarchy, we now have way more than 5 patriarchs for 5 cities. So as I mentioned last time, there's an Oriental Orthodox Patriarch of Alexandria, who uses the title of Pope, but there's also a Greek Orthodox one. Well, now you know that there's a third Patriarch of Alexandria too, a Catholic one, who is the leader of the Coptic Catholic Church. In Antioch, it's even more complicated. There's the Oriental Orthodox Patriarch and the Greek Orthodox Patriarch. But there's also 3 different Catholic Patriarchs representing the 3 different Catholic churches based in Syria. Now, I should mention, which I failed to do last time, that the city of Antioch is now actually located in Turkey. But for most of history, it was associated with the region called Syria. In Rome, of course, it's simple. There's just one patriarch, Pope Francis. And in Constantinople, it's mostly simple. There's mainly just Bartholomew I, the spiritual leader of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Although technically the Armenian Church has a patriarch there too. Finally, in Jerusalem, there are 3 patriarchs. There's the main patriarch, who is Eastern Orthodox, but there's also a Catholic patriarch who represents the Latin Church, as well as an Armenian patriarch. So that takes care of the official branches of the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. But before I go, I want to point out a few unofficial or independent branches. In 1870, the Roman Catholic Church held a council that is now known as Vatican I. One of the things that the council decided was that the Pope is infallible. Now, this doesn't actually mean that the Pope never makes mistakes or that he has the power to radically change church doctrine. It actually only applies to special statements that are clearly made ex cathedra, meaning from the chair. Well, there were some Catholics that disagreed with the idea of papal infallibility, among other things. And there happened to be an archbishop in the Dutch city of Utrecht who had already gone independent. So basically, after Vatican I, a bunch of other priests joined with that archbishop to form the Old Catholic Church, also known as the Church of Utrecht. Today, they are led by this man here. Something similar happened in the 1960s, following the council known as Vatican II. One of the main things to come out of that council was the decision to hold Mass in local languages instead of Latin. Again, there were some Catholics who disagreed with the various decisions made at the council. This time, those who separated and formed independent Catholic churches became known as sedevacantists, which is a word based on the Latin for empty chair. Basically, these Catholics believe that the office of Pope has been vacant ever since Vatican II. One of the main sedevacantist churches is the Congregation of Mary Immaculate Queen in Nebraska. The Eastern Orthodox Church also has independent branches. There, the separatists are known as Old Calendarists or True Orthodox. The main issue for them was the switch that the Eastern Orthodox Church made in the 1920s from using the old Julian calendar to the new Julian calendar. Today, most old calendarists are found in Romania and Greece. So let me begin by showing you a few changes that I made based on comments I received on episode 2. Last time I incorrectly stated that the Maronite Catholics, Coptic Catholics, and Syriac Catholics all broke away from the Eastern Orthodox Church. The Maronites were actually independent and became affiliated with Rome during the 1100s after the First Crusade. And the Coptic and Syriac Catholics, they broke away from the Oriental Orthodox Patriarchates, not the Eastern Orthodox Patriarchates. Also, I previously had the Georgian Orthodox Church stemming from the Russian Orthodox Church, which is kind of true because eventually they did fall under their jurisdiction for a while. However, they also have very deep roots, going all the way back to the year 1010. So I've changed their position to indicate that origin instead. Also note that I've added dates throughout the chart in order to make the timeline of each church's independence more clear. Finally, I added the Old Believers, who broke away from the Russian Orthodox Church in 1666 because they did not like certain reforms that were made at that time. Okay, let's now talk about the Protestant Reformation, which is usually said to have started in the year 1517. This was the year that the German priest Martin Luther published his 95 Theses, in which he challenged the Catholic Church on several issues. However, it can be argued that there were actually Protestants before this date, or at least proto-Protestants. A good example are the Waldensians, named after Peter Waldo, who lived in the 12th century. The Waldensians lived a life of poverty and believed that anyone could preach from the Bible, not just priests. There are actually still Waldensian churches today, mostly in Italy, although nowadays they can be seen as being part of the Reformed branch of Protestantism. Another group of proto-Protestants were the Hussites, named after Jan Hus, who lived about 100 years before Luther. He sparked the Bohemian Reformation in what is today the Czech Republic. Out of this movement grew the Moravian Church, which operated underground for many decades in Moravia before moving to Germany and then spreading to the US. It too still exists to this day and has since adopted certain features of Lutheran pietism. But originally, neither the Waldensians nor the Moravians were large enough to change the religious landscape of Europe. That didn't happen until the 1500s, when people like Luther and Calvin arrived on the scene. Now, the first thing you need to know about the Protestant Reformation was that it was not a single united movement. Instead, it was a bunch of movements occurring in different places and in different ways. However, overall, we can say that the Reformation created 3 initial branches of Protestantism: Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed. All 3 resulted in the creation of new state-level churches, which shared authority with secular rulers. There was also a 4th branch, the Anabaptists, associated with what's been called the Radical Reformation. They are quite different though, so I'll be covering them separately in a later video. So let's start with the Lutherans, who obviously get their name from Martin Luther. 4 years after Luther published his 95 Theses, the Catholic Church declared him to be a heretic and put a ban on sharing his ideas. Those ideas can be summed up with the phrases sola fide and sola scriptura. Sola fide means by faith alone. You see, Luther was angry that certain Catholic priests were abusing something called indulgences. Basically, if you or a relative had committed a bad sin, you could just pay money to the church and get a special certificate that said, if you do such and such a good deed, your punishment in the afterlife will be reduced. Protestants argue that the only thing that makes a person right with God is having faith in Jesus, not doing good works. Sola scriptura means by scripture alone. according to Protestants, the Bible is the ultimate authority, not the Pope or the Church or anyone else. So like I said, Luther was made an outcast, and at first it looked likely that the Church would find some way to have him killed. However, one of the main German princes offered him protection, and then several other German princes supported his ideas as well. You see, you have to realize that there was no such thing as a united Germany at the time. Instead, the whole area consisted of a bunch of mostly independent states that formed a loose union called the Holy Roman Empire. So what happened was that some states adopted Luther's ideas and some did not, starting around 1521. Now, one thing I want to make clear is that the new Protestant states did not shut down all the Catholic churches and open new Lutheran ones. Priests and churches that were previously Catholic simply became Lutheran, and more reforms and changes were implemented over time. Two of the earliest German states to embrace Lutheranism were Saxony and Hesse. They eventually formed a military alliance called the Schmalkaldic League to defend themselves against the Catholic Emperor. During the 1530s, the three main Scandinavian countries, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, aligned themselves with Lutheranism as well, cutting ties with the papacy and creating state churches instead. To this day, these three churches are still the largest churches in their respective countries, although the only one that is still an official state church is the Church of Denmark. Now, if we zoom forward about 300 years to the time just after Napoleon's defeat, we get the formation of the Prussian Union of Churches in 1817. At this point, Prussia, which was Lutheran, was now the dominant German state, and it ended up annexing a bunch of smaller German states, some of which had been Calvinist, which we'll be discussing in a bit. So basically, the Lutheran churches and the Calvinist churches were merged together to form a single denomination. Now, not everyone was happy about this, especially on the Lutheran side, because some felt that their beliefs were going to have to be watered down in order to accommodate the Calvinists. So during the remainder of the 1800s, there was a quite large migration of German Lutherans to the American Midwest. Initially, there were dozens of different Lutheran councils and synods in the US, some Danish, some Swedish, some Norwegian, and some German. But over time, the various church groups merged so that by the 1960s, there were just three major Lutheran denominations: the American Lutheran Church, the Lutheran Church in America, and the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. However, during the 1970s, a controversy arose within the Missouri Synod that involved their seminary, a seminary being a place that trains clergy. Basically, the church felt that the school was becoming too liberal, so the president of the church had the president of the school fired. This led to the creation of Seminex, meaning seminary in exile, as well as a new denomination called the AELC, standing for the Association of Evangelical Lutheran Churches. But then, during the 1980s, the AELC merged with the ALC and LCA to form the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. So nowadays, there are two main Lutheran denominations in the US. There's the more conservative Lutheran Church Missouri Synod and the more liberal Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, which to many people is a bit confusing, because in the US, the word evangelical is generally associated with conservatives. However, in a Lutheran context, it simply means Protestant. So just keep that in mind. Now, there is a third Lutheran denomination in the US known as the Wisconsin Evangelical Lutheran Synod, but it's quite a bit smaller than the other two. Generally speaking, it's even more conservative than the Missouri Synod. Now, back to the Lutherans in Germany. During World War II, the majority of the Prussian churches supported the Nazis, due in large part to a movement known simply as German Christians. Martin Luther himself had been very anti-Semitic, so it wasn't hard for the German Christians to use his writings to support their cause. However, not all Lutherans in Germany were pro-Nazi. The Lutherans who opposed Hitler, led by Dietrich Bonhoeffer and others, eventually broke away and formed the Confessing Church, although Bonhoeffer himself was eventually captured and sent to a concentration camp, where he was later executed shortly before the end of the war. After the war, the Prussian Church was reunited and purged of Nazi supporters. In 1948, several other German state churches joined together to form the Evangelical Church in Germany, or EKD. Initially, the Prussian Church, now known as the Evangelical Church of the Union, remained separate, but in 2004 it joined the EKD as well. Today, the EKD, which consists of both Lutherans and Calvinists, is the largest Protestant denomination in continental Europe. The second largest Lutheran denomination worldwide is actually the Makane Jesus Church in Ethiopia, which was founded by Swedish missionaries. Let's now look at the Anglicans. First of all, I should mention that some people don't actually consider Anglicans to be Protestants. They actually see them as being a sort of middle position instead, between Catholicism and Protestantism. This is because on the surface, their overall structure and traditions often look a lot like Catholicism. And when it comes to their beliefs, they don't really have a founding theologian, such as Luther or Calvin. But considering that the Anglicans split from Rome around the same time as the Lutheran and Reformed branches, I think it is fair to say that they are indeed a type of Protestantism. Now, the main church in this branch was, and still is, the Church of England. You're probably familiar with the story of King Henry VIII and his 6 wives, and how he argued with the Pope over whether or not he could get out of his first marriage, because it had not resulted in a son. Because the Pope would not help him, Henry decided to break ties with the Catholic Church and have himself declared the head of the church in his country instead. This occurred in 1534, and hence that's the date that's usually given for the birth of the Church of England. Now again, I want to point out that it's not as if all the Catholic churches in England were simply shut down in 1534, or that new Anglican ones were established. Not at all. The same churches and the same priests actually just continued on as usual. The only difference was that they no longer reported to the Pope. For a long time, the most senior Catholic bishop in England had been the Archbishop of Canterbury. Therefore, when the Church of England broke away from Rome, the Archbishop of Canterbury became the new spiritual leader of the church. Currently, that person is Justin Welby. But please note, the Archbishop of Canterbury is by no means the Pope of the Anglican Church. Like the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, he's more of a first among equals. The actual head of the Church of England is whoever the monarch of the United Kingdom is. So currently, that person is Charles III. Now, at the time that the Church of England broke away, the King of England was also the King of Ireland. So around the same time, the Church of Ireland came under the control of the English king as well. But unlike in England, most of the Irish remained loyal to the Pope. So what happened was that from 1536 to 1869, the Anglican Church of Ireland was the state church, even though Protestantism was the minority religion. Nowadays, most of Ireland is a republic, and there's no state church. And most of the Irish are still Catholics. Wales, by the 1500s, was simply a part of England, so they came under the Church of England. Although I should point out that in 1920, an independent church in Wales was formed. When it comes to Scotland, well, that's actually a whole other story, which we'll get to in a bit. Now, as the English started to develop colonies all over the world, they took Anglicanism with them. Initially, churches in colonies were simply part of the Church of England, but over time they gained independence. Of special note is the Episcopal Church in the USA. Basically, when the American colonies split away from Great Britain, the Anglican Church there split away as well, becoming known as the Episcopal Church. Episcopal meaning led by bishops. Over time, the Anglican churches in South Africa, Canada, Australia, etc. became independent as well. So that today, rather than just the Church of England, there are now 42 autonomous churches that together form the Anglican Communion. After the Church of England, the two largest are actually the Church of Nigeria and the Church of Uganda. And I should note that altogether, the Anglican Communion is currently the third largest division within Christianity, the largest being Catholicism and the second largest being Eastern Orthodoxy. However, that might be about to change because it looks as though the Anglican Communion is on the verge of splitting in two. The reason is that most of the leadership in the Western churches, in places like the UK, US, Canada, and Australia, support blessings for same-sex couples, whereas most of the leadership in the rest of the world do not. So, for example, the Church of Uganda and the Church of Nigeria are part of an organization called the Global South Fellowship of Anglican Churches. Just a few weeks ago, in February of 2023, they voted to no longer recognize the Archbishop of Canterbury as their spiritual leader. So it's yet to be seen whether the Global South Fellowship will leave the Anglican Communion altogether or whether some other resolution will occur. And I should point out that there are even some conservative Anglicans in the West who are also not happy with the current communion either. So, for example, some churches belonging to the Episcopal Church and the Anglican Church of Canada have split away to form the Anglican Church in North America, which is in communion with the Global South Fellowship, but not with Canterbury. Okay, let's now look at the Reformed branch, which is strongly associated with the French theologian John Calvin. In fact, the word Reformed is often used interchangeably with Calvinist. Now, most people associate Calvinism with its purest form, also called five-point Calvinism, and often summarized by using the acronym TULIP. However, I want to point out that there are actually several different versions of Calvinism, and that not all Calvinists hold strictly to the 5 points. Generally speaking, the main difference between Calvinism and other forms of Christian theology is that Calvinists believe in some sort of predestination, meaning that some people are destined for salvation and some people are not. But in this video, we're mostly concerned with denominations, not theology. So let's now look at the Reformed tree. Although the Reformed movement started in Switzerland, one of the main places where it really took hold was in the Netherlands. In 1571, the Dutch Reformed Church was established, and for over 400 years, it was the main Protestant church in the lowlands, also spreading to other countries wherever Dutch settlers traveled, such as South Africa. In 1892, there was a major schism in the Dutch Reformed Church, resulting in the creation of the Reformed churches in the Netherlands. However, in 2004, they merged back together with the main church, along with a few Dutch Lutherans, to form the Protestant Church in the Netherlands. In France, those who embraced Calvinism became known as Huguenots. However, in France, Protestants remained the minority and were often persecuted. They do still exist, though, and most of them now belong to a denomination called the United Protestant Church of France. Which brings us to the Church of Scotland, which ended up following a very different path than that of the Church of England. There, a theologian named John Knox led Scotland to embrace Calvinism, as well as a type of church government in which groups of presbyters or elders make decisions. Thus, this branch of Reformed Christianity became known as Presbyterianism. It spread to Ireland and then also to the American colonies, where eventually the Presbyterian Church of the USA was formed. Because of the nature of Presbyterian church governance, there were a lot of splits and mergers within American Presbyterianism. I won't show most of them. However, I do want to point out that because of the U.S. Civil War, the church was pretty much split in two in 1861, resulting in a new Southern-based denomination called the PCUS. That division stayed in place until 1983, when the two parts were merged back together to form the Presbyterian Church USA. However, a decade before the merger, a group of conservatives split away from the PCUS to form the Presbyterian Church in America. Another type of Christianity that is associated with Calvinism is Congregationalism. In the next episode, we'll be looking at the English Puritans and Separatists, who were among the first Europeans to settle in America. They had a theology similar to the Presbyterians, but had an even more democratic form of church governance. Basically, in Congregationalism, every local church is independent, and can make its own decisions. Several of the early American colonies had Congregationalism as their official state religion, including Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire. In fact, 3 famous Ivy League schools, Harvard, Yale, and Dartmouth, were all founded by Congregationalists. Over time, though, other denominations eclipsed Congregationalism in the U.S. It's actually one of the lesser-known branches of Protestantism. In 1957, the largest Congregationalist denomination merged with the ENR Church, which was a mixed Lutheran Reformed church, to form the United Church of Christ. So speaking of changes, let me show you a few things I've done since last time. First of all, I've added some infographics at the top. On the left, I have the 10 largest Christian communions worldwide. Basically, each church icon represents 10 million members. So, as you probably know, the Catholic Church is by far the largest Christian group in the world, with around 1.35 billion members. Second is the Eastern Orthodox Church, with 200 million. With one exception, the rest of the list is all Protestant. So coming in at number 3 is the Anglican Communion, followed by the Reformed churches, the Methodists, and the Lutheran World Federation. All of these groups have around 80 million members. We then have the Assemblies of God, which is a Pentecostal denomination that I've not yet talked about. We probably won't get to them until episode 7. Then we have the Oriental Orthodox churches. Remember, these are different from the Eastern Orthodox churches. We talked about them in episode 1, and they include the Coptic Church and the Ethiopian Church. Finally, we have the Baptist World Alliance with around 48 million members, and the Seventh-day Adventists with 22 million. I'll be talking about the Baptists in episode 5 and the Adventists in episode 6. On the right-hand side of the chart, I've added this map showing the dominant type of Christianity by country. So first of all, note that on this map, green represents any type of Protestant, whereas yellow is Catholic, red is Eastern Orthodox, and purple is Oriental Orthodox. The gray areas are those countries where Christianity is very much in the minority, representing less than 10% of the total population. Okay, on the main chart, I've made some changes as well. For example, once again, I've had to fix the Georgian Orthodox Church. I initially had it stemming from Russia and then from Constantinople. However, it was actually granted independence from Antioch, so I've added a line to make that clear. I've also added 2 extra groups stemming from the Catholic Church, but separate from the Protestants. The first is the Philippine Independent Church, which broke away in 1902 and is now in communion, among others, with the Anglicans. That's why they are colored purple. Note that I've also changed the Union of Utrecht Catholics to be purple as well, because they too are in communion with the Anglicans. The second edition is SSPX, which stands for the Society of St. Pius X. Their status is kind of up in the air. They are different from the Sedevacantists because they do not claim that the current pope is illegitimate. However, in 1988, their leader, Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, consecrated several new priests without the Pope's permission, creating a controversy that is yet to be resolved. Over here, beneath the Armenian Church, I've added a few medieval groups that have come up in the comments quite a bit, namely the Paulicians, Bogomils, and Cathars. I'll explain who they are and why I decided to add them to the chart, not in today's episode, but in episode 5. When I talk about the Baptists. So I'm going to keep you in a bit of suspense for now. However, another medieval group, the Lollards, I've added over here. They were a proto-Protestant group inspired by the early English Bible translator John Wycliffe. So I felt that they deserved to be included alongside the Waldensians and the Hussites, who also fit under the category of Protestants before Protestants. Let's now move over to the Anglican section. Note that I've added the Scottish Episcopal Church alongside the Church of Scotland. For a while during the 1500s and 1600s, it was unclear which one of these would end up being the state Church of Scotland. In the end, Presbyterianism won out. However, I decided to show the Scottish Episcopal Church on the chart as well, due to its connection to the Episcopal Church in the U.S. You see, when the American colonies broke away from Great Britain, their bishops could no longer be consecrated by the Church of England, because that would require taking an oath of allegiance to the king. So in order to get around this, they were consecrated by the Scottish Episcopal Church instead. By this point, the Scottish Episcopal Church was independent from the Church of England and was not the state church in Scotland. Therefore, no oath to the king was needed. Now, on to the Reformed section. Last time I failed to mention the two main Reformed denominations in the U.S. The oldest one is the Reformed Church in America, which started off as a branch of the Dutch Reformed Church. Most of its members merged with a Lutheran synod in 1934 to form the ENR Church, which then went on to become part of the United Church of Christ. However, some of those in the Reformed Church in America remained separate and kept the name, and therefore that church still exists to this day. In addition to this, the Christian Reformed Church had previously broke away from them in 1857, and that church still exists too. When it comes to the Presbyterian part of this section, I decided to add the two largest Presbyterian churches in Korea, as they are the main churches in that country, and together they represent the largest group of Presbyterians in the world. Originally, they were a single church, but they split up in 1959. The original church was planted by American Presbyterians, so I showed the connection back to them as well. Okay, with that out of the way, we can now focus on the main topic for today, the Anabaptists and the Quakers. These two groups are very different from the Lutherans, Anglicans, and Reformed that we discussed last time. You see, when the Reformation occurred in places like Germany, England, and Switzerland, it's not as if all the Catholic churches in those places were shut down and new Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed churches were established. No, instead, most of the Catholic churches in those places simply switched to become Lutheran, Anglican, or Reformed churches. And in many cases, the new type of Christianity was established as the state-sponsored religion. So in other words, the Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed churches weren't actually new churches. They were simply old churches that changed their theology, and in some cases their practices, but usually only a little bit and slowly over time. In contrast, all of the groups that we're going to discuss from this point forward were actually new groups that were radically different from the Catholic Church, not only in theology, but also in practice. When it comes to the Anabaptists, one of the practices that they were most concerned with was baptism. In the Catholic Church, as well as in the Lutheran, Anglican, and Reformed churches, Christians are usually baptized as infants. The Anabaptists thought this was unbiblical because infants are not able to understand what is happening or to make a conscious commitment to follow Jesus. Instead, they felt that people should only be baptized once they were old enough to understand and believe and make the decision for themselves. The initial Anabaptists therefore baptized themselves again, which is why they ended up being called Anabaptists, meaning re-baptizers. However, the original Anabaptists simply called themselves Brethren. The movement started in Switzerland, so the term Swiss Brethren is also sometimes used for these initial Anabaptists. One of their early leaders was a man named Menno Simons. He helped spread Anabaptist ideas in the Dutch Republic, and hence the largest branch of the Anabaptists eventually became known as the Mennonites. However, in 1693, there was a schism in which some of the Mennonites left to follow a man named Jacob Amman. From that point forward, those who broke off became known as the Amish. There is a third main group as well, known as the Hutterites, named after Jacob Hutter, who helped spread Anabaptist ideas to Austria and further east. Now these days, all three of the original Anabaptist groups are mostly associated with simple living, old-fashioned clothes, and a rejection of modern technology. However, it is important to note that when it comes to the rejection of technology, there's actually a wide range of practices among Anabaptists today. Generally speaking, it's really only the Amish who reject almost all modern technology. For example, they are well known for still using the horse and buggy instead of cars. But even among the Amish, there is at least one group, the Beachy Amish, who, for example, will use the internet, albeit in a restricted way. The Hutterites are the next most traditional group, but they tend to allow more colorful clothing, and in some cases even use cell phones. And the Mennonites? Well, aside from the Old Order Mennonites, who are very much in the minority, most Mennonites no longer have any extreme restrictions on the use of technology. Conservative Mennonites still wear traditional clothing, but most Mennonites are actually indistinguishable from the average American. If you want to learn more about the Mennonites, I suggest you check out today's Ready to Harvest video, which I'll link to in the description. Ready to Harvest, hosted by Joshua, is all about the differences between Christian denominations, and he's almost at 100K subscribers. So if you haven't yet subscribed, I highly recommend that you do so. Now, I should point out that although the Anabaptists first emerged in Europe, many of them ended up migrating to North America. This is because initially, North America offered more freedom when it came to what religion a person could follow. However, some moved east towards Poland and then settled in Russia in the late 1700s. While there, they were influenced by the radical Pietists, whom we'll be discussing next, and therefore they took the name Mennonite Brethren. Many of them ended up immigrating to North America as well, and kept that name, which distinguishes them from the other American Mennonites, who were originally split into two main conferences, but who merged in 2002 to form the Mennonite Church USA. Now, before I get to the Pietists, I want to point out two Anabaptist groups that emerged much later than the original three. These are the Apostolic Christian Church, established in 1832 by a man named Samuel Froelich, and the Bruderhof, established in 1920 by Eberhard Arnold. In both these cases, the founders were inspired by the earlier Anabaptist groups, but rather than join them, they founded new groups. The Bruderhof, like most of the Amish and Hutterites, live communally, whereas the Apostolic Christian Church, like most Mennonites, do not. Okay, I now want to talk about pietism, which is based on the word pious, meaning a strong devotion to one's religion. Unlike the Anabaptists, who emerged early on in the Reformation, the radical pietists emerged more than a century later, in the late 1600s and early 1700s. By this point, Lutheranism was firmly established in many areas of Europe. But some Germans and Scandinavians felt that the Reformation hadn't gone far enough. They wanted to go beyond mere discussions about theology and focus more on a religion of the heart. Some pietists wanted to change things from within the established churches, but others were more radical and ended up establishing new groups instead. One of these more radical pietists was a man named Alexander Mack from Schwarzenau, Germany. He founded the Schwarzenau Brethren, also known as the German Baptists or Dunkers. The main denomination to come out of that movement was the Church of the Brethren. Note that although the Church of the Brethren emerged out of the Pietist movement and is often classified under the term Brethren, it was also heavily influenced by Anabaptism, and therefore is usually considered to fit under that umbrella as well. Another Anabaptist church that falls under the Brethren category is the River Brethren, founded by a former Mennonite. They are more traditional, like the Old Order Mennonites, and exist in far fewer numbers. Now, I want to point out that the term brethren can be quite confusing because there are several other totally unrelated churches that also use this same term, the most notable being the Plymouth Brethren. I'll discuss them in a future episode, but for now, just note that they are unrelated to the Anabaptist Brethren. I also want to point out a few churches that developed out of Pietism but are not associated with the Anabaptists and are thus not peace churches. These include the Evangelical Church of America and the Evangelical Covenant Church. Both of these denominations emerged out of the Scandinavian free churches. Free churches being those that were not part of the state-sponsored churches, such as the Church of Sweden, Church of Norway, etc. Okay, let's now talk about the Quakers. They are similar to Anabaptists in that they are pacifists, but they trace their origins to England instead of to continental Europe, and never did live in communal settings. As we learned last time, the Church of England was established in 1534 as the new state church. However, like in other areas, there were some in England that felt that the Reformation hadn't gone far enough. In England, these people became known as the Puritans. Most of the Puritans wanted to change the church from within, such as Oliver Cromwell. But there were some who wanted to separate and form new denominations. These more extreme reformers became known as English separatists. Initially, there were many different types of English separatists. The Quakers were just one of them, as were the Baptists, which we'll be discussing next time. Some of the other groups were the Diggers, the Enthusiasts, the Ranters, the Seekers, and my personal favorite, the Muggletonians. All of these movements have since died out, but the Quakers and Baptists continue to this day. The main founder of Quakerism was a man named George Fox. When he was brought before the courts on charges of blasphemy, he told those gathered that they should tremble or quake at God's word, probably a reference to Isaiah 66 verse 2, which says, "But this is the one to whom I will look, to the humble and contrite in spirit, who trembles at my word." This is why the followers of George Fox became known as Quakers, even though their official name is the Religious Society of Friends. One of the distinct aspects of Quakerism is their emphasis on the inner light, or the ability of every person to experience God from within. This is why traditional Quaker meetings are usually unplanned and involve a lot of silence, so that each person can listen carefully to God's voice within themselves. Lucky for the Quakers and other English separatists, the origins of their movements coincided with this settling of the Americas. This allowed many of these controversial groups to avoid persecution by simply moving far, far away, although that didn't always work either, and the Quakers ended up being persecuted in America as well. As I mentioned last time, among the first English separatists who came to America in the 1600s were the Congregationalists, who fit under the Reformed branch of Christianity. They were the dominant group in New England, and thus Congregationalism became the state religion in most of the New England states, including Massachusetts and Connecticut. One early exception to this was Rhode Island, which was established by Roger Williams, who founded the first Baptist church in America there. We'll talk more about him next time, but for now I want to focus instead on the middle colonies, just south of New England. This area was originally controlled by the Dutch. In 1657, a group of settlers living in what is today Flushing, Queens, wrote a letter to the governor asking that Quakers be allowed to worship there. In fact, they also wanted religious freedom to extend to all Christian groups, as well as to Jews and Muslims. Their request was denied, but the letter, known as the Flushing Remonstrance, ended up setting the stage for what would become the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the one that separates church and state and allows for the freedom of religion. Interestingly, one of the individuals who signed the Flushing document was William Thorne, who happens to be one of my wife's direct ancestors. My wife is Jewish on her father's side and Quaker on her mother's side. Another step on the path towards religious freedom in America was the founding of Pennsylvania in 1681. It was founded by a Quaker named William Penn, who allowed people from all religious groups to come and settle in his colony. So not only did Quakers settle there, but also Anabaptist groups like the Mennonites and the Amish. However, in 1827, the Quakers experienced a major schism, with those following a man named Elias Hicks becoming known as the Hicksites. Hicks was an early abolitionist and was involved in the Underground Railroad, which helped black slaves to escape to the north. Today, the descendants of the Hicksites are those who belong to the Friends General Conference, the most liberal of the three main Quaker groups. The non-Hicksites eventually split into the Wilburites and the Gurneyites, with the Wilburites basically being slightly more conservative versions of the Hicksites, and the Gurneyites going in a totally new direction. Basically, the Gurneyites ended up becoming like other churches in America, with planned services, pastors, and more mainstream Christian beliefs. Most of the Gurneyite descendants today belong to the Friends United meeting, although some belong to the smaller, more conservative Evangelical Friends Church. Now, before I go, I can't really bring up Quakers without addressing this. I think most people assume that Quaker Oats was a company started by Quakers. Well, this isn't actually true. The owner of the company simply named his product Quaker Oats because by then Quakers associated with integrity and honesty, and he wanted to be associated with those traits as well. If you want to associate actual Quakers with a product, that product should be chocolate, not oats. All three of the big British chocolate companies that started in the 1800s, Cadbury's, Rowntree's, and Fry's, were all founded by Quakers. As usual, let me begin by pointing out a few changes that I've made to the chart since last time. If you've watched the previous episodes, you'll know that I've been building this chart as I go, and that sometimes I incorporate suggestions from comments. Well, one thing that several people wanted was an Others section, so I went ahead and added one at the bottom. However, I also added a few other sections as well. For example, not all Lutherans belong to the Lutheran World Federation, but rather than include those Lutherans at the bottom, I included them here as other Lutherans. Likewise, I added other Pentecostals next to the Assemblies of God in order to make it clear just how many Pentecostals there are in the world, even though most of them do not belong to a single denomination or ecumenical organization. In fact, if all the Pentecostals were to create a worldwide communion, they would rank above the Eastern Orthodox Church as the second largest Christian communion in the world. Finally, I also added other Baptists, as only about half of the Baptists worldwide belong to the Baptist World Alliance. Again, if all the Baptists in the world did unite, they'd be much higher on the list, coming in just above the Anglicans. Now, the reason why there is no Other Methodists section and no Other Reformed section is because in these two cases, virtually all Methodists belong to the Methodist World Council, and virtually all Reformed churches belong to the World Council of Reformed Churches. So there's not really any Other Methodists or Other Reformed to mention. There are other Anglicans, but at least for now, they number less than 1 million. So I opted not to show them, since on this infographic, each church symbol is supposed to represent around 10 million members. Okay, there were some comments about the world map as well. For example, several people pointed out that Lebanon should be yellow, since that country is more than 10% Christian and Catholicism is the dominant type there. So, although it's hard to see, Lebanon is now yellow. Germany and Australia were mentioned as well, since both of those countries are split around 50-50 between Catholics and Protestants, with Catholics starting to take the edge in both places. But I'm going to do a bit more research into the most recent stats before making a final decision. In the family tree section, there's just one thing to point out. Many people requested that the Shakers be added, so I've gone ahead and done that. Their founder was an early Quaker, so I've shown them as splitting off before the other major Quaker groups were formed. Okay, let's now look at the Baptists. The Baptists, along with the Quakers and the Congregationalists, were among the many English separatist groups that left the Church of England in the 1600s. However, as I mentioned last time, most of the other groups, such as the Diggers, Enthusiasts, Ranters, Seekers, and Muggletonians, have since gone extinct. The Quakers have always been a relatively small group, and the Congregationalists, although once a large group, are today relatively small, meaning that it's mostly the Baptists who are the modern-day descendants of the English separatists. The two men usually credited with having started the Baptist movement are John Smith and Thomas Helwys, both former Anglicans. They ended up moving to Holland, where they crossed paths with the Anabaptists and became convinced that Christians should be baptized as adults, not infants. This is why the Baptists are sometimes shown on charts as being an offshoot of the Anabaptists. However, while early interaction did take place, and while they did share one big thing in common, the idea that baptism should be for adults only, or at least older children. The two groups quickly ended up going in very different directions, and thus I think it's better to see the Baptists as being an offshoot of the Anglicans rather than the Anabaptists. Now, in some Baptist circles, there's actually another hypothesis about Baptist origins. But before I dive into it, I want to point out that many Christian traditions have alternative views on their origins, views that often differ from the more academic narrative that I've been sharing in this series. For example, the Roman Catholic Church sees themselves as being the one true church, going all the way back to the Apostle Peter, who they see as being the first pope. In the Catholic view, everyone else split off from them, including the Eastern Orthodox churches. However, the Eastern Orthodox Church holds the opposite view. They see themselves as being the one true church, and they see the Roman Catholics and Protestants as being misguided offshoots. Some Anglicans see their church as having an origin that predates the Roman Catholic Church. These Anglicans would say that the Church of England can claim an unbroken descent from much earlier Celtic churches that were planted in the 1st century. So my point is that the Baptists are by no means unique when it comes to having an origin story that treats their particular tradition as being special. Anyhow, according to some Baptists, known as landmark Baptists, the Baptist tradition did not start in the 1600s, but rather can be traced all the way back to the 1st century through a series of fringe movements. This chart from the 1931 book, The Trail of Blood, illustrates the idea. At the top, you can see the mainstream churches, including the original state-sponsored church that eventually split into the Greek and Roman branches, with the Roman branch eventually including the various Protestant groups as well. The red dots, which make up a trail of blood, represent congregations of quote-unquote true churches that, according to landmarkism, would have been similar to Baptist churches today. And at the bottom, there's a steady line of red dots, meaning that in certain areas there existed a direct continuity between the 1st century churches and the Baptists that eventually settled in America. Note that there's a large gray area marked the Dark Ages, where the trail of blood is associated with certain fringe groups such as the Paulicians and the Waldensians. Which brings me to this part of the chart, because the Paulicians were in fact a real historical branch of early Christianity. Not much is known about them for certain, but they originally popped up in Armenia in the 600s. Most scholars think that they probably ended up influencing the Bogomils, who emerged in Bulgaria in the 900s, and that the Bogomils, in turn, influenced the Cathars, who emerged in southern France in the 1100s. Also emerging in southern France in the 1100s were the Waldensians, a group of proto-Protestants that I mentioned in episode 3. So, according to the landmark hypothesis, the quote-unquote true church can be traced from the Paulicians in the Middle East all the way to the Waldensians in France, and then from there through the Anabaptists to the Baptists in America today. Now, it probably won't surprise you to learn that I don't agree with this hypothesis at all, nor do most religious scholars, nor do even most Baptists. The general consensus is that the Paulicians, Bogomils, and Cathars probably practiced some sort of Gnosticism, and that therefore they do not relate to the Baptists at all. So let's now return to what we know about Baptists from verifiable history. Early on, there emerged two main types of Baptists: particular Baptists and general Baptists. Basically, particular Baptists are Calvinists, whereas general Baptists are not. And the reason why both types are able to coexist is because Baptists follow a congregationalist form of church government, meaning that each congregation is basically independent and can decide their own theology. However, that doesn't mean that they are the same as the Congregationalists, shown over here as part of the Reformed tradition. The Congregationalists practice infant baptism, whereas Baptists do not. The First Baptist congregation in what is today the U.S. was founded by Roger Williams in 1638. As I mentioned last time, most of the New England colonies had Congregationalism as their state religion, and therefore Baptists were not allowed. Because of this, Roger Williams helped establish what is now the state of Rhode Island, so that Baptists and other Christians could have a place where they could freely practice their faith. Eventually, the congregation that he started there built this building, which stands to this day and which is known as the First Baptist Church in America. Prior to 1730, the Baptists were actually a fairly small group within American Christianity. However, that all changed with the First Great Awakening. By this point, some Christian leaders felt that Protestantism had become too intellectual. While they still felt that it was important to get one's theology right, which was the whole point of the Protestant Reformation in the first place, they also felt that Christianity at its core should be a religion of the heart. This idea had shown up in continental Europe a bit earlier as pietism, but hadn't really taken off yet in the English-speaking world. But then came the First Great Awakening. Basically, the First Great Awakening can be seen as the start of what we today call evangelical Christianity. Unlike the more liturgical forms of Christianity, which focus more on communal rituals, evangelical Christianity is more focused on the individual conversion experience. In more recent times, this experience is often described as being born again. What happened during the First Great Awakening is that many preachers, such as Jonathan Edwards, started to preach more about the need for each person to repent of their sins and to receive the gift of salvation through belief in Jesus. This led many churches to become more interested in missionary work, which refers to trying to convince other people to become born again as well. Thus, among Baptists, the initial division that existed between particular Baptists and general Baptists became less important, with most Baptists unifying to become missionary Baptists, and those who did not support mission boards becoming known as primitive Baptists. Primitive Baptists are very much in the minority today, and the only primitive Baptist church that you're likely to have heard of is the infamous Westboro Baptist Church, the group known for picketing funerals and for promoting hatred towards gay people. However, let me be clear in saying that they are by no means representative of all primitive Baptists. I simply mention them because they show up in the media quite a bit. Now, one of the results of the First Great Awakening is that Christianity really started to grow among Black Americans for the first time, both among those who were enslaved in the South as well as among free Blacks in the North. Most Black Americans thus ended up joining either the Baptist movement or the Methodist movement, which we'll get to in a bit. In the South, Black Baptists were originally required to have white ministers. However, after emancipation, the first Black-led churches started to form. Now, I should point out that because all Baptist congregations are technically independent, there's really no such thing as denominations in the Baptist tradition. Instead, Baptists have conventions, which are state-level or national-level organizations that individual congregations can affiliate with if they so choose. However, at the end of the day, they are actually quite similar to denominations, so I'm just going to use that word going forward. So the earliest still existing Black Baptist convention to be formed in the U.S. was the National Baptist Convention USA, established in 1895. Today, it is the largest historically Black church in America. However, in 1915, some churches split off to form the similarly named National Baptist Convention of America, or NBCA. And then in 1961, a different set of churches split off to form the Progressive National Baptist Convention, which Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a member of. Finally, in 1988, a group of churches split off from the NBCA to form the National Baptist Missionary Convention of America. So note that all four of these denominations have very similar sounding names, but don't get them confused because they're actually all different. As you might have guessed, the Progressive National Baptists are more progressive, whereas the other three tend to be more conservative. In terms of white American Baptists, most of the missionary Baptists eventually formed the Triennial Convention in 1814. However, because of disputes over slavery, this eventually split into the Northern Baptist Convention and the Southern Baptist Convention. Although, note that the Northern Convention continued to use the triennial name until 1907. Nowadays, the Northern Convention is known as the American Baptist Churches USA, and they tend to be more liberal, whereas the Southern Baptist Convention has kept its original name and tends to be more conservative. I should also point out that the Southern Baptist Convention is currently the largest Protestant denomination in the US, with approximately 14 million members. This is smaller than the number of Catholics in the US, which is around 70 million. But keep in mind that when all Protestant churches are combined, Protestants in the US do outnumber Catholics. Now, besides the Southern Baptists and the other groups I've mentioned so far, there are still several more Baptist denominations to mention. For instance, there's the National Association of Free Will Baptists. Free Will Baptists being another name for general or non-Calvinist Baptists. Then there's the American Baptist Association, which is a landmark Baptist group that holds to the trail of blood explanation of Baptist origins that I mentioned above. But perhaps most important are the so-called independent Baptist groups, out of which the Baptist Bible Fellowship International is the largest. This is the denomination that Jerry Falwell was originally attached to. Falwell is known for having founded the Moral Majority, which during the 1980s grew to become a major political lobby group for evangelical Christians, and which laid the groundwork for right-wing Christians to have more influence at the national level, something that continues to this day. As I mentioned earlier, the northern-based American Baptist churches went in a more liberal direction, whereas the Southern Baptists went in a more conservative direction. This led to the Conservative Baptist Association splitting off from the ABC in 1947 because they didn't like that the ABC was so liberal. Note that they recently changed their name to the Venture Church Network. However, in contrast, there's also the Cooperative Baptist Association that split off from the SBC because they didn't like that the SBC was so conservative. Finally, there's Converge, formerly known as the Baptist General Conference, and even further back as the Swedish Baptist General Conference. They have their roots in the Scandinavian Free Churches that also produce the Evangelical Covenant Church and the Evangelical Free Church. Now, I should point out that although I focused only on U.S. Baptists, there are in fact Baptists all over the world. However, since most of those churches were planted by American missionaries, I thought it was best to focus on the U.S. ones. The one exception to this are the Baptists in the UK, who, like the American Baptists, can trace their origins all the way back to Smith and Hellas. Nowadays, most Baptists in the UK belong to a denomination called Baptists Together. It was also in the UK that the Seventh-day Baptists originated. I'll mention them again next time when I talk about the Adventists. Okay, let's now talk about the Methodists. Whereas the Baptists existed before the First Great Awakening, the Methodists did not. And in fact, it was because of the First Great Awakening that the Methodists were formed. The three big names associated with the founding of Methodism are John Wesley, his brother Charles Wesley, and their friend George Whitefield, all former Anglicans. Like many denominational founders, they didn't initially set out to make a new denomination. It just sort of happened. During their youth, they started a group at Oxford called the Holy Club, in which members methodically strove to incorporate Christianity into every part of their life. Other students made fun of them and called them Methodists, a term that stuck and which later became the official name for the movement. In 1739, after having done missionary work in the Americas and having come into contact with the Moravians, whom I mentioned in episode 3, the trio started to preach throughout England in unconventional ways, including outside in the open air. This attracted many working class people who had not previously been regular churchgoers. While Whitfield's theology was Calvinist, John Wesley's was not. He emphasized that salvation was available to everyone, and in particular focused on something called the second work of grace. According to Methodist theology, the first work of grace is the initial conversion experience of being born again, whereas the second work of grace is the process by which a Christian is transformed into becoming a more perfect and holy person. Just a few years after John Wesley's death, the first two Methodist denominations were formed, one in the US and one in the UK. In the US, it was called the Methodist Episcopal Church, in order to distinguish it from the Episcopal Church, which had become independent from the Anglican Church just 10 years earlier. Eventually, the US Methodists split in two over slavery, just like the Baptists did. But unlike the Baptists, the two groups eventually reunited in 1939, which is when they became known simply as the Methodist Church. Then in 1968, it merged with the Evangelical United Brethren Church to become the United Methodist Church, which is the main Methodist denomination in the US today. In fact, it is the second largest Protestant denomination in the US after the Southern Baptists. However, recently it has experienced another schism, this time over the ordination of gay and lesbian clergy. In 2022, the more conservative Global Methodist Church was formed, and to date, at least 1,000 congregations have left the United Methodist Church to join it. The split is still very fresh, so it's yet to be seen where all the chips will fall. Like the Baptists, Black American Methodists formed their own denominations early on. So in the early 1800s in the North, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, or AME, was formed in Philadelphia, and the AME Zion Church was formed in New York. To this day, they have remained separate, but as far as I can tell, there's not a lot of theological differences between the two. Then, after the Civil War, a third Black Methodist denomination was formed, this time in the South. It was originally called the Colored Methodist Episcopal Church, but nowadays is called the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church. Okay, also separating from the original Methodist denomination in the US was the Wesleyan Church in 1843 and the Free Methodist Church in 1860. They are both aligned with the Holiness movement, which grew out of the Second and Third Great Awakenings, which I'll talk more about in future episodes. For now, I'll simply point out that these two Methodist denominations are, generally speaking, more conservative than the much larger United Methodist Church. In the UK, the main Methodist denomination was originally known as the Wesleyan Methodist Church. However, there were many smaller denominations that broke off from it to form independent denominations. However, in 1932, most of these merged back with the main denomination to form what is now simply called the Methodist Church of Great Britain. The well-known Salvation Army denomination has its roots in British Methodism as well, but is aligned more with the Holiness movement. So again, I'll talk more about them in a future episode. However, I do want to mention two other churches that have strong connections to Methodism. First, there's the United Church of Canada, which is the largest Protestant denomination in Canada, which is where I'm from. It formed in 1925 from a merger between three Christian groups in Canada: the Methodists, Presbyterians, and Congregationalists. The Methodists were the largest of the three groups, which is why I've decided to include the United Church of Canada here with the Methodists, rather than with the Reformed churches. Being a Canadian, their logo is something that is immediately recognizable to me, since I see it a lot on church signs. What I didn't know until I started doing research for this video is that 3 of the 4 symbols represent the 3 traditions that merged back in 1925. The dove is a common symbol used by Methodists. The burning bush is a common symbol used by Presbyterians. And the open Bible represents the Congregationalists. The final symbol, the Alpha and the Omega, is a symbol for Jesus, and the four colors used in the design, white, red, yellow, and black, are colors often associated with Indigenous Canadians. In Australia, there is a similar church, known as the Uniting Church of Australia. It too formed from a merger between Congregationalists, Presbyterians, and Methodists. I'm not sure if the Methodists make up the largest component in this case, so maybe someone in the comments can let me know. Finally, I want to point out two more united churches that I've added to the chart, this time in the Anglican section, as in these two cases, it was the Anglicans who were the largest components. In 1927, Anglicans in India became independent as the Church of India, Burma, and Ceylon. However, after the country itself achieved independence, the Anglicans in South India merged with the Methodists, as well as with the South India United Church, which was itself a union of Congregationalists and Presbyterians. The new United Church was called the Church of South India, and to this day, it is the largest Protestant denomination in South Asia. The Church of North India was formed later in 1970, but basically it too represents a merger of Anglicans, Methodists, Presbyterians, and Congregationalists. So as I mentioned last time, the First Great Awakening marked the beginning of what's known as evangelical Christianity, a type of Christianity that is more focused on the individual conversion experience. The Second Great Awakening occurred about 100 years later and continued along the same theme. However, the Second Great Awakening was different in a few key ways. First of all, whereas the First Great Awakening occurred in both the UK and the US, the Second Great Awakening was mostly limited to the US. Also, during the First Great Awakening, it was mostly existing Christians who were involved. People may have had a new conversion experience or even decided to switch denominations, but in most cases, they were Christians to begin with. In contrast, the Second Great Awakening saw many more non-Christians convert to Christianity for the very first time. This is because by then, the world had changed. Whereas in the early 1700s, almost all American settlers were Christians, by the early 1800s, there were many who were not, mostly due to the spread of Enlightenment ideas. Finally, whereas the First Great Awakening was a continuation of the Protestant Reformation, in that it mostly sought to reform and change the church, the Second Great Awakening was quite different. This time, many of the new churches saw the old churches as entirely misguided, and were instead attempting to restore the original, quote-unquote, true church. For this reason, many of the groups that we are going to talk about today do not consider themselves to be Protestants, but rather restorationists. Note that sometimes the term restorationism is used exclusively to refer to the churches that grew out of the Stone Campbell movement, whereas sometimes it is instead used for groups such as the Latter-day Saints and the Jehovah's Witnesses. Let's start with the Stone Campbell restorationists, named after two of the earliest preachers associated with the Second Great Awakening, Barton Stone and Thomas Campbell, both of whom were originally Presbyterians. These two men and their followers felt that the church had lost its way, and they wanted to return to a more primitive form of Christianity, something closer to what the original first century church would have looked like. Those who followed Barton Stone simply called themselves Christians, whereas those who followed Thomas Campbell, and then later his son Alexander Campbell, called themselves disciples of Christ. Eventually, the two groups realized that they had a lot in common, and therefore they merged in 1832. However, in 1906, this united group ended up dividing in two. Those who believed that instruments should not be used in worship became known as Churches of Christ, whereas those who were okay with instruments became known as Christian churches. But the Christian churches eventually split in two as well in 1968, with the more liberal branch adopting a denominational structure and becoming known as the Christian Church, and in parentheses, Disciples of Christ. and the more conservative branch remaining as a loose network of congregations that use either the name Christian Church or Church of Christ. Now, one of the things I like about the various groups that came out of the Second Great Awakening is that many of them have produced some really cool charts, such as this one made in 1982. Even though I don't agree with the message of this chart, from a design point of view, I think it's pretty great. What we have here is something similar to the Trail of Blood chart I showed in the last episode. Once again, we have the idea that the majority of Christians have strayed from the one true Church of Christ, starting first with the Roman Catholic and Greek Orthodox churches, followed by the various Protestant denominations. But note here all the little arrows going from the Protestant churches towards the Restoration movement. These represent the churches who were part of the original Stone Campbell movement. However, the person who made this chart is trying to make the point that even most of those churches have since fallen away as well, including the Disciples of Christ, the Christian Church, and a group that he calls the Sectarian Churches of Christ. Now, before I move on, since I now have the Disciples of Christ on the chart, I can finally point out the 7 churches that in the US are considered to be the 7 mainline denominations. These are the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, the Episcopal Church, the Presbyterian Church USA, the United Church of Christ, the United Methodist Church, the American Baptist Churches USA, and the Disciples of Christ. Mainline churches are kind of the opposite of evangelical churches. Generally speaking, mainline churches are older and more liturgical, meaning that they are more focused on carrying out the traditional elements of the weekly service and taking care of their existing members, rather than on going out and trying to convert others. And generally speaking, they are also considered more liberal in that they're more likely to see some parts of the Bible as being symbolic rather than literal. They also tend to be more concerned with social justice issues rather than questions about who is or is not going to heaven. Finally, note that mainline doesn't mean the same thing as mainstream. The word mainstream is more broad, meaning dominant or conventional, whereas the term mainline comes from the fact that these 7 churches were the kind of churches that you would find in towns along the main railway line in early America. Okay, let's now move on to the next major group to come out of the Second Great Awakening, the Latter-day Saints, aka the Mormons. Now, it used to be that the main LDS denomination embraced the term Mormon and encouraged their own people to use it. However, in more recent years, they've actually reversed course, and they are now trying to distance themselves from that term, instead promoting the use of Latter-day Saints, or LDS. Note that going forward, I'll be using both terms. Out of respect for their preference, I'll be using LDS whenever I talk about the main denomination, but Mormon for the movement as a whole, including its earliest followers. But before I jump into it, let me address the elephant in the room. Are Mormons Christians? Well, for my purposes here, that's the wrong question to ask. Since I am approaching this whole project from an academic perspective rather than a faith-based perspective, the only question that I'm interested in is, do they belong on this chart? And to me, the answer to that is yes. Because if we want to go down the road of are, fill in the blank, Christians, we are going to run into a lot of problems. Because there are a lot of groups on this chart already who don't see other groups on this chart as being Christians. For example, some Protestants don't see Catholics as being Christians, and some Catholics don't see Protestants as being Christians. There are even Baptists who don't see other Baptists as being Christians, and so on. However, I do want to say this. If I were to come up with a criteria for distinguishing mainstream Christianity from groups that are more on the fringe, I would use the definition of Nicene Christianity as my measuring stick. In episode 1, I pointed out that originally there were many different types of Christianity, but that eventually one particular type came to dominate, the type known as Nicene Christianity, based on what was decided at the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE. Up to now, pretty much every group that we have discussed, whether they be Catholic Orthodox, or Protestant have fit under the category of Nicene Christianity, at least traditionally. The only exception I can think of would be perhaps the Quakers, especially the more liberal streams. But now that we have reached the Mormons, this is no longer the case. The main LDS church is quite clearly non-Nicene when it comes to their theology. What this means is that they reject the traditional concept of the Trinity. Instead of seeing God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit as being one, the LDS church sees them as being three distinct beings. So in order to highlight the various non-Nicene churches as they come up on this chart, I've decided to indicate them by placing them in this special area here. Okay, so I've already done a fairly lengthy video about the Book of Mormon, both from an internal perspective as well as from an external perspective. So I won't go into all the details again. Instead, I'll just review the basics. If you want to learn more, I'll leave a link to that previous video in the description. Basically, it all starts with a man named Joseph Smith, who claimed to have found and miraculously translated an ancient document called the Book of Mormon. LDS see this book as a third testament, equal in authority to the Old and New Testaments. It contains an account of how a group of Israelites traveled to the Americas over 2,000 years before Columbus, and then how Jesus visited the descendants of those people after he was crucified over in Judea. Remember, the United States was a very young country in the days of Joseph Smith, and the US was on the other side of the world to the places where the events in the Bible took place. So you can see why a new set of scriptures that expanded the biblical story to include the Americas was very appealing. Originally, Joseph Smith simply called his church the Church of Christ, although this was later changed to the Church of Latter-day Saints, and then later still to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. However, in 1844, when Joseph Smith was just 38, he was assassinated, resulting in the movement splitting into several groups. The largest group, and the one that kept the original name, was led by a man named Brigham Young. He moved his group from Illinois all the way to what is now Utah, where he founded Salt Lake City. You can see from this map that today, most LDS are concentrated in this same area. Worldwide, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has about 17 million members. The second largest Mormon group was originally called the RLDS, standing for Reorganized Latter-day Saints. And from 1860 to 1914, it was led by Joseph Smith's eldest son, Joseph Smith III. However, in 2001, it changed its name to the Community of Christ. It differs from the main LDS church in that A, it is actually quite liberal, and B, its theology is Nicene. The final Mormon church I would want to point out is quite the opposite. It is the FLDS, which stands for Fundamentalist Latter-day Saints. Originally, the main LDS church was known for practicing polygamy, which allows one man to have many wives. Although the main LDS church put an end to this practice in 1890, the FLDS, which is a splinter group formally established in 1984, continues to practice polygamy in a very extreme fashion, which is why its current leader is now in prison. Okay, let's now talk about the Adventists. I grew up in the Worldwide Church of God, which is located on this branch of the tree, so I've been looking forward to covering this section. The word Advent refers to the arrival of someone or something, which is why you'll often hear it used around Christmas time. Christmas being a celebration of the advent or arrival of Jesus. However, the Adventists do not get their name because they are focused on the original arrival of Jesus. They get their name because they are focused on the second arrival of Jesus, or in other words, on looking forward to his return. The movement began with a man named William Miller, who taught that Jesus was going to return in the year 1843, although this was later revised to 1844. He came up with this date based on several sets of numbers from the Bible, most of which were taken from the book of Daniel. Let me share with you just a few of them. In Daniel chapter 9, it mentions a period of 49 years, followed by a period of 434 years, followed by a period of 7 years, in the middle of which something important would happen. Miller interpreted the start of each period as the date when a decree was made for the Jewish temple to be rebuilt, which he calculated to be 457 BCE, the date when it was finished, 408 BCE, and the date when Jesus began his ministry, 27 CE. Halfway through that final period, Jesus was crucified, so it all seemed to fit. Then there's a verse in Daniel chapter 8 that mentions a period of 2,300 years. Miller once again started with 457 BCE and used it to argue that 1844 was therefore the year when Jesus would return. Now, there were some other calculations involved as well, but this gives you the basic idea. The important thing is that during the late 1830s and early 1840s, a bunch of people in America started to get really excited, thinking that the world was actually about to end. But obviously, in 1844, the world did not end. This led to what's been called the Great Disappointment. At this point, most of Miller's followers simply left the movement, but others stayed and tried to work out some sort of explanation for why Jesus hadn't returned. Those who stayed eventually fell into two main camps. On one side, there were those who felt that Miller had simply gotten his date wrong. They therefore came up with a new date, and then another new date, and so on, with many eventually falling back on a position of, he's coming soon, but we don't know exactly when. On the other side, there were those who felt that Miller had been right, in a sense, and that Jesus did sort of come back in 1844, but just not quite as expected. I'll come back to that idea in a moment, but first I want to mention something else that some Adventists became known for, and that is Sabbatarianism, which is the practice of meeting on Saturday like Jews instead of on Sunday like most Christians. Although note that the Seventh-day Adventists use the term seventh day rather than Saturday, because technically the seventh day starts on Friday at sundown. The idea to observe the Sabbath was actually inherited from a very small group of Baptists, known as the Seventh-day Baptists, who had been meeting on Saturday since the 1600s. But not all Adventists are Seventh-day Adventists. There is also a small group of First-day Adventists, known as the Advent Christian Church. And then there's the Jehovah's Witnesses, a very well-known group with around 8 million members worldwide. They don't see themselves as being Adventists. I would argue that they do belong to this part of the tree. Originally known simply as Bible students, they were founded by Charles Russell, who taught that 1914 was the year that the world would end. Once again, the world did not actually end in that year, but to this day, the Jehovah's Witnesses believe that 1914 marked the beginning of the quote-unquote last days. Like the Mormons, their theology is non-Nicene, and in this case, it's quite similar to a very old type of Christianity called Arianism, which was mentioned in episode 1. Basically, they believe that Jesus was created by God, rather than being co-eternal with him. They also prefer to call God Jehovah, because they believe that that's how these 4 letters should be pronounced. Note that they're probably wrong, though, as most scholars believe that they should be pronounced closer to this. For now, let's move on to the largest Adventist group, the Seventh-day Adventists, who currently have about 22 million members worldwide. It was founded by these 4 individuals. But out of these 4, the most important was arguably Ellen G. White, because she was considered to have been a prophet, or more accurately, a prophetess. She was known for having visions and ended up writing over 150 books. One of the unique doctrines that she espoused was that something important did happen in 1844. According to Seventh-day Adventist theology, there exists in heaven a temple similar to the physical one that used to exist in Jerusalem. This temple has 2 main rooms, the Holy Place and the Holy of Holies. According to Ellen G. White and other early Adventists, in 1844, Jesus moved from the heavenly Holy Place into the heavenly Holy of Holies, where he began a process known as the investigative judgment, whereby he started to make his final determination on who's a true Christian and who is not. Now, not all Sabbath observing Adventists agreed with the teachings of Ellen G. White. Eventually, those that didn't formed a much smaller denomination known as the Church of God Seventh Day. It was from this church that Herbert W. Armstrong split. He went on to form the Worldwide Church of God, which is the non-Nicene church that I was raised in. Although relatively small, it became well known during the 60s, 70s, and 80s for producing the Plain Truth magazine, as well as the World Tomorrow television. Now, growing up in the Worldwide Church of God, I had no knowledge of anyone named William Miller, but basically Herbert Armstrong was just recycling many of Miller's ideas. For example, here's one of Miller's original charts. My church talked about a lot of the same things. Stuff taken from Daniel and Revelation. It just used updated images. The one unique thing that Armstrong added to the mix was British Israelism, a topic that I've discussed in a previous video. Again, I'll leave a link to that in the description. However, in the mid-90s, something interesting happened within the Worldwide Church of God. It gave up all of its non-mainstream ideas and embraced Nicene Christianity instead. And it eventually changed its name to Grace Communion International, which is what it's known by today. Of course, lots of members didn't agree with these changes, so a good chunk of them formed a new church called the United Church of God, which is basically the same as the old Worldwide Church of God. Now, before I move on, about my personal journey, because I get asked about it a lot. After we grew up in the Worldwide Church of God, and that church, it's not known. I ended up attending Seventh of God Church as well as every church of the seats. But then, while working on my PhD thesis by myself, mainly for more of an agnostic. Then I married my wife, who's Jewish. A few years later, I started interested in Judaism after learning that it was actually quite different from what I thought it was. In particular, I encouraged doubt and questioning at the same time as maintaining a basic faith in God. There was also the fact that I was already Jewish customs. The Worldwide Church of God had integrated many of those into its beliefs. So overall, it's a good fit. After a year of study, which is required for all Jewish converts, I heard. So nowadays, I want to. Although, because I attended several different Christian churches in the past and have an undergraduate degree in theology, a PhD in religious studies, still able to teach about Christianity from an academic perspective, like I'm doing in this series. Okay, one last thing about the Adventist branch. I want to point out these guys, Branch Davidians. Although a very small group, they are well known because in 1993, David Koresh, of 86 people, including Koresh, 47 of his adult followers, 20 children, and 4 law enforcement officers. The event took place just a few months before I myself left for Texas to attend the Worldwide Church of God's college there. My friends, knowing that I belonged to a strange church, joked I must be part of the Waco group. Well, strangely, while I didn't realize it at the time, there was actually a connection between that church and the Christian. Both trace their roots back to William Miller. Branch Davidians are actually a branch that split off from the Davidians, who themselves split off from the Seventh-day Adventists. Also known as the Shepherd Rod, the Davidians are not welcome. Luckily, Joshua over at Ready Harvest has done a video today all about them. So after I finish this video, be sure to head over there and check that out. Okay, so there's one more branch that I want to talk about before I go. That's the Plymouth Brethren. They originated in the UK as a split from Anglicans, but ended up influencing American Christianity in a major way, even though they themselves remained a relatively small, unstructured group. This was the founder of who became the father of dispensationalism. Dispensationalism is a theological framework that spread throughout American Christianity in the 1900s and remains popular in many Baptists and Pentecostals. One of my all favorite chart Baptist dispensationalists, he made hundreds of hand-drawn charts like this, which remind me a lot of what I would like during my health. But it's one that I want to take a closer look at because it lays out what dispensationalism is all about. Basically, dispensation structure. So first, innocence, what Adam and Eve lived on. This was followed by personal conscience, and there's government, family, and then the law, from Moses to Jesus. According to dispensationalists, we are currently living under the church dispensation, but soon Jesus will return, ushering in the final dispensation, the world will be recreated as God intended it to be. Now, before I go, I should mention that the holiness movement started during the Second Great Awakening as well. But since during the Third Great Awakening, I will be covering the next episode, along with Pentecostals and Catholics. Okay, so last time I talked about the Second Great Awakening, which gave rise to Restorationists, Mormons, Millerites, and Plymouth Brethren. Third Great Awakening grew out of holiness, which in turn grew out of Methodism. As I mentioned in episode 5, one of the distinct features of Methodism, the idea of the work of grace, also known as entire sanctification. According to Methodism, this is the process by which a Christian is transformed, becoming a more perfect and holy person. Now, initially, this was understood to be a gradual process. In other words, it was something that occurred slowly over time. However, in the mid-1800s, some Methodists, such as the female preacher Phoebe Palmer, started promoting the idea that entire sanctification can also occur instantaneously. This marked the beginning of Guinness, which started in then eventually the earliest holiness denomination was the Wesleyan Methodist Church. It was formed in the U.S. in 1841 when the main Methodist Church failed to take a firm stand against slavery. The denomination also became a strong supporter of ministry. In fact, the president of the Wesleyan Methodist Church, Dame Antoinette Brown Blackwell, the first female minister in the States. A second holiness denomination, the Free Methodist Church, formed in the U.S. in 1860. It too broke away from the Methodist Church, this time over several issues. One was the practice of renting the best views to the rich. Then, in 1865, over was established by the Methodist Council. Salvation Army as a charitable organization, being their most board collecting like for prison time and running secondhand stores. The Salvation Army is as well, complete with ministers and services, although first and they give them ranks like military ranks. However, it was in the 1880s that the holiness movement really took off with this coincided with the beginning, which also involved some new denominations that had with Methodism. One such denomination is Church of God, Anderson, Indiana. Anderson is the location of their and this is often added to their name in order to distinguish the many other denominations that use the name Church of God, the Church of God, Cleveland, Tennessee, which for now, Whereas denomination. Basically, what that means is that the Church of God Anderson does not allow tongues, whereas the Church of God does. I'll be explaining what speaking in tongues is in a moment. But for now, take note that denominations are on to become called, not all. And the Church of God Anderson is a good example. Not another related denomination that did not become Pentecostal is the Church of the Nazarene. It was formed by a merger between an earlier church called the Church of the Nazarene and the Association of Pentecostal Churches of America. In addition to these other denominations not shown on this as well. Interestingly, they were originally called Pentecostal Church of the Nazarene. Now, before the word Pentecostal came to refer to those who speak in tongues. Once the Pentecostal firmly established, the Nazarenes dropped the word from their name in order to confuse it. I also want to point out the Westminster Church, which was formed in 1968 when the Westminster Church merged with the Holiness Church. Another movement that occurred around the same time, Holiness Movement, was higher, a gathering in Keswick. It led to the Christian Alliance and the Evangelical Missionary Alliance, which then merged in 1997 to create the Christian and Missionary Alliance. I'll mention them again a bit later. Now introduce you to Pentecostals. The word Pentecost means 50. Refers to the Jewish festival of Shavuot, which is always observed on the 50th day after Passover. According to the New Testament book of Acts, it was on this day, 50 days after the death of Jesus, that the Holy Spirit descended on his disciples. Now, for most Christians, this is interpreted as a miracle in which people who spoke foreign languages were suddenly able to understand what the disciples were saying. However, Pentecostals interpreted it differently. Pentecostals believe in the Pentateuch and speaking in tongues can also refer to the ability in a pentateuch. They think that this is what Paul was referring to in 1 Corinthians 13 when he said he was able to speak in tongues of men and of angels. Let me give you a quick example of what this means out loud. So here's the thing. All Christians believe in a first report of grace, in which a believer experiences justification, meaning that the Lord Christians add to this a second work of grace, in which a believer experiences sanctification, meaning that they are holy and perfect. Well, the early Pentecostals added to this a third work of grace, in which the believer experiences again the Holy Spirit. Evidence of which is that the believer is now able to speak in tongues. The first person to connect the ability to speak in tongues with the baptism of the Holy Spirit was a man named Charles Parham. However, it is one of his former students, William J. who I think deserves the title founder of Pentecostalism. Seymour was the main person behind the Azusa Street Revival, an event that started in 1906 and which sparked the Pentecostal movement. It took place in downtown Los Angeles, in what is today Little Tokyo. Back then, a small lane called Azusa Street stood this old building, which was once an A.M. Seymour rented the building, and pretty soon crowds started were happening there. People were shouting and speaking in tongues, and supposedly some people were getting healed. But perhaps the biggest miracle was the fact that the crowds consisted of educated and from Asia and Latin America, along with America. But not everyone was happy about what was happening. The breaking loose, and another paper described it as making loud noises all day. Shout to the top of their voice, fall out the sawdust, jerking and rolling all over. These people appear to be mad, deranged, or looks like the controversy Pentecostalism did not go away. In fact, it continued to. Many of the new holy denominations ended up becoming Pentecostal denominations, such as mostly white, split into Church of God. Fire baptized church and the Pentecostal church that merged to form the IPA, but the largest Pentecostal denomination ended up being the Assemblies of God. It was formed in some of the original participants of the Azusa Street Revival, calling themselves the Apostolic Faith Movement, merged with a group of white ministers who left the Church of God in Christ, as well as a large chunk of members who left the Christian and Missionary Alliance. Assemblies of God, other Pentecostal denominations, in that it holds to a finished work doctrine. Both justification and sanctification occur simultaneously, and therefore the three-stage teaching of other Pentecostals is reduced to just the initial conversion by the Holy Spirit, which is speaking in tongues. There's a third type of Pentecostal as well, are the oneness Pentecostals. I've placed them in because they reject the Trinity, instead believing that God is one. In 1917, same verse, saints of God, and assemblies of the world, the one Pentecostal denomination. Two other denominations later split from them, and they eventually merged to form the United Pentecostal Church International. I want to point out Foursquare, founded in 1903 in Iowa. Foursquare, the idea that Jesus is the Savior, baptizer, healer, and person. For example, something that is associated with cosmos. Often stretch. However, like many of the faith leaders today, plummeted after a major controversy. In 1926, she was kidnapped and went missing for 5 weeks. Later, she was either as a publicity stunt or there. To this day, the truth of the matter is not. And something else that was around the same time that not only but was the fundamentalist versus modernist. The late 1800s, 1900s saw major advances in the field of Islam, archaeology, and technical. Therefore, many biblical scholars started to understand the Bible in a more source for straightforward science. This led to the divide I mentioned in the previous episode between the more on the evangelical side, all themselves fundamentally. This comes from 1910, called which emphasized that the Bible should be understood in a literal way. Generally speaking, most Pentecostals, as well as most Baptists, to the Bible going forward, whereas the Christians adopted a more modernist approach, creating a divide within Christianity that exists to this day. Now, before I leave, I want to point out actually side of the Bibles. I show all of these Pentecostal churches are often together. Both are actually a bit different. The largest charismatic church is actually the Universal Church of the Kingdom of God. The charismatic movement in the 1960s as sort of a second wave of this type of nation. It mostly just led to some older denominations. And so nowadays within the Anglican and even the Catholic Church, certain congregations, a lot like Pentecostal churches, in these cases, all of those congregations are charismatic. This could mean that the members there either publicly or privately, but it just means that worship style is more similar to worship you'd find in a Pentecostal church. So I suppose you could think of charismatic churches as being a kind of Pentecostalism light. And missionary obedience is a good example. As a necessary to the Greek word for gift. So often, now, charismatic Christians that exist in existing denominations, there are also many so-called non-denominational the charismatic movement. Although this is now my series on denominations, I've the denomination that is likely to be a difficult. Most of us have an understanding of what our church is likewise our denomination or our churches of Christ, so on. But in a sense, often using the word denomination fairly way to grouping of Christians based on their characteristics and their shared history. Ready to Harvest, a great video on denomination, goes into this topic. So, if you want to know what I mean by denomination, I suggest his video, which I'll link to today about Pentecostals. Non-denominational churches. Non-denominational churches are not. Most of the newer ones have a lot and started around the same time. So basically, most of these non-denominational churches together into a denomination. And that denomination would probably fit best. And the many churches associated with Calvary Square. Its founder, Chuck Smith, was associated with Jesus freaks of the night, who were a version of hippies. He also founded music, which to this day produces a lot of music. However, before one decided to make, a lot of people requested that I remove the Westboro Baptist Church, which I invented. Initially, I didn't want to remove them because I felt that they were notable, and I didn't want to be an arbitrator. Someone who convinced me that they should go. So they're gone, as are the Branch Indians, although it was simply not enough. Okay, so today's video I had actually asked this one back, but forgot to talk about it. So let me do that. Unitarian Universalism is actually the result of two different movements that Unitarianism and Universalism. And or the so in this sense, all Jews and Muslims are Unitarians. However, a Unitarian with a cap is someone who belongs to one of the various Unitarian movements that grew out of Christianity. These Unitarians were actually, but eventually there were movements in the U.S. as well. In the U.S., Unitarianism out of congregational and official nature. American Unitarian Association was formed. Universalism is different. Salvation. In other words, no one is going to hell. Unitarian was over denominations in America. And in 1961, because they had so much in common, to form the Unitarian on this chart. This is because they are Unitarian. Thus, in fact, one anymore. Instead of drawing a line all the way down on the Christians box, I opted instead to show them as a black and white, like I did for Judaism and separate religion rather than a part of Christianity. Is still a branch in Christianity is the Metropolitan Church, which started out as a single denominational congregation, but has since grown into Christians. In 1969, the church started performing the very first same-sex marriage. Although those marriages were recognized in California in 2008. The Metropolitan Community Church is mostly from the LGBT community. However, it does have discrete members as well. Let me now point out and outsiders as the Irving Church. Its founder, Edward Irving, from Scotland. I probably should have mentioned them in episode 6 alongside the Restorationists, because not only did they emerge from this time, but they also had helping with them in the original structure. And they were focused on this incoming. However, the original church had died away and has been replaced by the new Apostolic Church, and is mostly based in continental Europe. Another in Scotland, 2x2s. They were started by a Scotsman named connected to the Black movement. He ended up in ministry on sending out preachers were to have no salary and no home, and thus one of the early tramp preachers was Ed. Although he was eventually expelled, he continued to grow the movement on his own, and thus Jews became with no official name. They do, however, reject, which is placed watch today's video by Ready to Harvest, which is all about the church with Christians. Guys are Christian Greek phrase, since Christ. The founder was that brand. I now like to focus on what I this starting with the new church. And born as angels after death, and that living in the are all died in seven based on that to the US Sweden is probably John Chapman associated with is based on but hip is all spirits all around us, and Mesmer had in technique for known as is and in the list practitioners of mesmerism and as Queen, which is a philosophy next 19th century metaphysical ideas with similar ideas. Dentalism. That was organized all the unit. His God is energy, makes all things act. The church, right? Scientists. Is that it is not Scientology by L. in 19 to Christianity. A science fiction writer simply from scratch. Founded in 18. Yes. To Christianity. So it actually is very little. In our book, Science Scriptures, the therapy. Make physical. Follow scientists. Sure. It has one. It's true. unbiased news source. Okay, it was founded by to Christo. Christianity came from east. Yes. Those east. Just it is hurt. This based on followers are named these things. And during his first one the places them. This is why a Young Jin Moon, sun forming his right rifles during rituals. The foundation says had a so developed a song. Father now of the non-unitarian Christianity is Christian which is higher than both Italy. Officially, there are only two churches. Patriotic Movement, which is a cult of Protestant, and Patriotic Association. However, the vast majority do not. And the Catholic Patriotic Association was forced to reject like to change. Agreed by the bishop. So to be seen how things will develop from this point forward. When it comes to there are many house church networks that run from the three self-patriotic and the China produces I also want to point out a group known simply as local. Watch. Connected mostly. Then build connections. But one of his later okay, let's now move to look at a few by Africans churches in Africa, originally led by European missionaries. These African Africa comes from the city of Zion, which is Alexander Dowie in an attempt to create commercial. He's now his of Africa. It's when a man decided it is run by largest in South Africa. The next church that I want to point out is called the Eternal Order of Essex. It was Lade. Essex is the church area. That's Aladura. Praying person. With the word, which now to refer to angels. Another popular church in Nigeria it is a Pentecostal church. It's not officially founded Dale. Oh yeah. Anguit in Democratic Republic. Won by Simon Belgians. In this case, he authorities. Kimbangu was seen as being the Rastafari religion, which not in Africa. Former king. So, although Rastafari is, in a sense, his own religion, that Jews come full circle because many are Jewish Christians. lifetime of Jesus. Once the destruction of the temple, and therefore today is considered to be Judaism. However, Judaism, which this, however, from there in Jesus as God and related, who also went extinct. A mostly Gentile religion. On, there were still many Jews. And no direct continuous line between early Jewish Christians and modern Nicene merely of the 19th start. Although its name and exchange areas planet. I chose it except that all of humanity. Where are they? Modern branches. Messianic. Show up. Jewish community. This was Judaism on Christian is no longer. They stop together because Jews every tribe, as long as you join another tribe, another tribe. Okay, so that Joshua probably ready to harvest for another meeting along the way. If you want to get a copy of the finished chart as by heading over to our website. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.